近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on Another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? I never You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Give me good vibrations.
Sunlight on a summer day, we're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody, it's full of love, it's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day, we're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody, it's full of love, it's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. Was another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. No, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that stated. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all wanna fight tonight. I don't 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 wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up.
Welcome on in, everyone, to a beautiful Valentine's Day here in the LPL 2023 Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we might have a day of love, but there will be no love on the Rift today.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Mazel?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm just going to say, I don't think so. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'll let you roll with that.
You gonna
Go
hold
ahead,
that
Mazel.
one?
Take it. Yeah,
We
yeah,
got
yeah.
all the love we need for this. The players, they don't need to show love on the Rift. They need to show bloodshed. But we got to talk a little bit about yesterday's games because we did have at least a little bit of a foray into this halfway point of the split here. Kind of crazy. 2-0 from Ultra Prime over LGD, and then a hard-fought 2-1 victory for RA over OMG.
Yeah, really, really important win, I feel, for RA OMG. Ultra Prime as well, I guess, getting that 2-0 over LGD gets them a little bit closer to that 10th place mark. Of course, we had the double kills yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Which was, well, if you haven't seen the clip, just go find it on there. It's pretty hilarious hearing how done Hysterics was in those series. But here are the standings, of course, reflecting some of those scores from yesterday. And of course, moving into today, we're going to have IG and Top Esports. Technically our number one and number two, albeit there are about 5 teams tied at number 2.
Can you imagine going into this week saying this is a 1-2 fight, IG versus TES? What a banger we have to kick off this day. And then TT looking to go on a 4-win streak against Weibo Gaming. It's going to be a tough test, but all these teams firing on cylinders that I feel like are firing up here as we get further on into the split, Jamada.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we'll get into the more nuanced discussions a little bit later on as we actually approach our series. But I especially feel like for TT, if they can somehow upset the apple cart, and I say somehow, but I don't think it's entirely off the table because sometimes Weibo have shown us they can have their fun days on occasion. TT would be setting themselves up for a really nice middle of the season sort of run into a playoff spot rather. So exciting for them, but of course our first series of the day, number 1, number 2, it's IG versus Top Esports, and we're gonna get our walkouts.
And there's so many little things that can be pulled from this series, but the biggest thing that stands out, it is old IG versus the new hot IG. It is IG with a 5-1 record in the LPL Spring Split, something that rookie Jackie Love, knowing their success on IG, and IG coming out here, YSKM, what's he got? A little magic trick in his pocket, a little something, and a little rose to come out for Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, YSKM.
Happy Valentine's Day, SKM.
Oh,
He's got the rose as well. Oh
okay.
Do they all have roses?
Gideon, by the way, Gideon said he's the best looking on the team. It was confirmed from his Weibo account. They all have roses. It's so cute.
Very adorable. Looks like the.
Oh, he's got the arrow with the rose.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay,
I thought he was gonna shoot it.
That was gonna be so happy to be fired, to be honest. I don't know, we don't get what we wanted as.
Oh, this is so good. Ooh,
Oh.
Casanova.
Oh no shot,
He's gonna go give it to him. He's gonna go. Give it to Rookie.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, I appreciate IG so much. They still continue to be the bar set for these intros. And I always want to see if the coach is going to have anything to up into players, but you know, he always just has to come out all humble. But I think that's where you want to zoom into this IG roster and seeing this matchup into Top Esports, who have set themselves up with some superstars of their own, and IG will know them well.
IG will definitely know them very well. Top Esports, you know, having the changes come in from Rookie, and then of course Ching. Okay. From Ching Tian as well. And the sword work. Okay, I'm a big fan because I like swords.
See, it's not only players that get to flex their stuff,
man.
all right? We got the presenters as well. We didn't actually get to see Top Esports' walk out there. Obviously, they were already on stage, but love to see IG's kind of flavor here. And zooming back into what I was kind of talking about, this new IG versus the old IG, obviously Rookie, Jackie Love reunited on Top Esports. They have also just been getting MVPs after MVPs, and this duo, this carry potential from this guys are going to be incredible. But again, it is a tough task when you're facing up against IG, who are just on a roll.
Yeah, IG are on a roll. However, I don't want to be the glass half empty guy today. But IG's 4 out of 5 of IG's wins have been against the current bottom 4. Now, whilst I'm still very hyped to IG and their potential and their ceiling, what I don't want to see is a potential rerun of AL Summer, where everyone was super hyped for anyone's legend, you know, and then all of a sudden it wasn't looking so hot towards the end of the split. Now, this is going to be IG's first big test. That was a great
Jackie Love back on IG, by the way.
That was good. This is going to be their first big test, this split, right? Even though they've taken the scalps of EDG and RNG, traditionally huge names in the LPL, right? These are two teams currently going under massive rebuilds, you know, in terms of team infrastructure, right? They are not the same RNG and EDG that we're used to having being powerhouses throughout the entire split. Top Esports, however, the changes that they've made to their roster have more or less just bolstered up the things that we kind of accredit them for being. So for IG now, this is about actually showing, all right, you know what? We are the stuff. Even if you end up losing this series, ensuring that you actually put out a massive performance into a Top Esports who had expectations sky high already, that's going to set the bar for the remainder of the teams they still have left to play, because they still have a lot of the top 10, the current top 10 left to play. And even I think their matchup after this is JDG, and then they also have OMG. They've got a couple of other top teams to focus on as well.
And I think for TES, right, it's a big, you know, I guess descriptor that I find with them this year has been stability. And it's something that we did have some question marks for them last year, even going into Worlds, things like that. And having brought Ching Tian in for that full start in the top lane, somebody they view as a little bit more stable than Wayward would have been, and Rookie, who is the stable king, it feels like, even the carry king sometimes. I love how TES have approached 2023, and it's been a bit of growing pains. I think we saw earlier in the split, still some communication things, but when you have these guys, it's only a matter of time. Also, shout outs to Rookie and Hilda, the power couple here in the LPL, feels like. But I think obviously the man on your screen going up against Dove will have to find a way to kind of deal with this, but I like you said, IG's biggest test is starting right now.
Yeah, no, it is. And I'm really curious about how they're actually going to go about it, because I feel like a lot of the characterization that, you know, IG have kind of built for themselves is definitely a lot through You Should Know Me, right? Even though they've got a lot of muscle to, you know, work with, right? Dove, Gideon, the whole roster is very, very talented.
Hey, the bot lane
IG,
ain't too slouchy there.
Exactly,
they will take your 2v2 head.
Exactly. So it is one of those things where I think when you're finally coming into a team who, you know, have all of their ducks in a row across the board as well, where do you want to focus? Do you want to focus on You Should Know Me into a top laner in Ching Tian who has shown that he's very capable and willing to neutralize very lane dominant laners already? Or do you try and play through, you know, the bottom side of TES, who arguably have been the weakest? It's really weird because for top esports, they use Mark to get out onto the map and actually influence the rest of the map. But they've already got positive lane states everywhere. So it's really difficult in my mind for where IG are going to look to attack. We'll see what we get out of the draft phase, however.
So big thing for me is looking at how bot lane dictates the draft coming out of it and into the map, right? We have seen IG getting the Lucian banned away from them consistently, not giving that one to On and Wink. We get the Jax ban and the Sejuani ban to join that Lucian from TES on the blue side. It is Yumi and Lulu focusing Mark's champion pull into Jackie Love, not giving those power couples down there on Valentine's Day, as Maokai also joins that ban table against TN.
So the thing that's sticking out to me is that a lot of the other sort of like below Maokai Sejuani junglers are up and available on top esports. They're just going to snap up at least straight away. You see it banned so frequently, Tien is going to get his hands on that one. So what's IG going to respond with? Because you can definitely still go something like Vi, right? You might struggle in the early stages against the Least in terms of the skirmishing itself, but once you have level 6, you're always going to have a way to get in Gideon. But I feel like he might go towards something different. And of course, now we have to also think about what other AD carries up and available. Are we going to get something like the Draven here, super aggressive in the early laning phase? We are into Jackie Love, so it's a massive gauntlet throwdown. And with the Lucian gone, and with the Lulu and Yumi gone, how scaly are top esports going to feel to respond to this Draven?
So it was really interesting actually hearing from Jackie Love a little bit. You got to hear some translated interviews, and he has a very poignant take on, first of all, the double ADC bot lane meta, but also the Lucian Draven style meta in bottom lane. Now, when they are played into each other, he says one of them is going to come out 0-10. This changes it up a little bit, but it is still that double ADC bot lane that Jackie Love views as completely worthless out of lane. And we have seen a track record of that. I think Ashe makes that a little bit different, a lot of utility later on, and On and Wink have piloted these champions to abandon. I think being able to see this combo come through yet again will be really, really nice. But now it's about TES responding. They get the J, so they're picking solo lanes early on here, Jamada.
Yeah, I don't mind this either for top esports. I think you can even go for double solo lane. I think holding on to Jace as your flex is probably the best option. And you probably go for that Varus, which they were hovering not too long ago. Good lane matchup into Draven. You can match the damage very, very early on in the sort of shorter trades, and you can kind of dissuade him from moving forward with the hail of arrows. That's also another angle to go with in the Ziggs as well. Just play full at bay, full wave clear, full scaling. I'm down for that from top esports. Excited to see that one get fielded onto the Rift. And now IG, they've got kind of two options here. Do you want to try and answer a top lane pick expecting Jace to go top, or do you pick up your jungler? I feel like you go towards Gideon's pick more cases than not, but this is IG we're talking about. And you should know me is going to lock in his Fiora here. He wants to throw that gauntlet down and try and play side lanes against top esports.
Hey, we heard about all the background story of him dueling Zeus on Zeus, on the Jace, getting to learn some of that matchup, now willing to take this Fiora into it. But first and foremost, got to shout out Jackie Love, expanding the champion pool yet again here in the spring split, at least. Going to grow that champ a little bit, but it is a differentiation from, I feel like, what we've seen in that bottom lane from Jackie Love and Mark, and I love to see that adaptation from them. And in the second phase, we get the Leona Renekton ban by IG. It's the Wukong ban into Gideon, and we'll see if they still want to focus these jungle matchups.
Yeah, I think they definitely will. I'm kind of curious on whether or not they're going to go towards the Vi, or Gideon's shown a couple of games of Viego, so it's something that he's still okay playing, it seems like. It's kind of a comfort pick. Whether or not he'll still do it now with so many junglers removed away. I mean, Sedge is banned. This is the problem. There are so many.
I'm so blind. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We first thing in the morning, I know. Yeah, so it seems like it's just going to end up being Poppy potentially, because I can't think of anything else that
I like this though.
Be willing to play. And yeah, I like it as well. I think you can man mark at least in the early stages really, really well. You set up for dives on the side lane, and assuming that this will be Jace top, though top esports still have to show their cards. Oh my god, it's Pike out Mark. Okay.
Let's go. I was thinking we were getting to get all the spicy stuff in the bot lane next series, but we're getting it here, and it is the Darius lock-in. So playing with a little bit of that flexibility will be that Jason mid lane and Ching Tien waiting with that Darius pick into the Fiora of YSKM.
Wow, okay, so this is super interesting, because now, at least to me, top esports have a pretty strong winning 2v2 in the top side. I think in the mid lane, it might be a little bit difficult to win, but it's more about who pounces on who first, realistically. IG are going to answer with Dove and his Azir, most played champion so far this split. A little bit more sort of wave clear, I guess, trying to play at sort of a distance. But I feel like IG have a little bit of everything here. They have strong team fighting and zoning tools. They have a way to answer Fiora for a little while via the Darius, and they've got a lot of poke. I think IG, their only real facet for a little while is going to be kind of trying to find picks with Wink and the Ash Arrow, and then look to kind of just play off a numbers advantage off that if they can find that initial pick. Besides that, they're going to be waiting on YSKM to hit a point where he's going to have to draw multiple members to a side lane. Interesting draft. It's super spicy for our first game. Like you said, I wasn't expecting such a out there draft, especially from Top Esports in game number 1, but it's what they've given us, and they're willing to show us that even into a team like IG, who are no slouches, that they will pull out all the stops to ensure that they can get some kind of advantage straight away.
And this is On and Wink taking this combo into Jackie Love and Mark. First and foremost, On into Jackie Love, such a hype 2v2, but I'm really interested now how On and Wink find that upper hand in the bot lane, with Mark being able to roam around and link up with Tien a lot of the time as well. This is going to be a very hotly contested matchup for game number 1. We get the hopefully just slaughterfest at the top lane. We'll see how that pans out, but I'm all eyes on Tien and Gideon. And as we go onto the Rift, I would like to invite you all for a wonderful Valentine's Day date out on Summoner's Rift. It's beauty, it's beholden. We've got trees, we've got animals, we've got a little bit of fun. As IG versus Top Esports, game number 1 kicks off now. Please say yes, Jamada.
It's a beautiful starlit night. Why not? Yes. Os. Always so exciting as immediate 5-man from IG towards the bottom side. Just looking to see whatever information they can gather here. As Top Esports on the opposite end. Tien will go and get his ward on the red, at least on the Raptors, so just a bit of a trade down, but nothing will come from it as the crowd finally settles.
So we're getting into this IG early push level 1 into enemy jungle, just get some of that vision game down. But I'm particularly looking at Tien, who on the Elise needs to get rolling early. It's not a champion that you necessarily get to see sit on the back wings, and we see TES wanting to make sure they punish IG. That's a little bit of gold to On though. Let's take that dub.
Actually see IG just committing for this invade, but I'm not really sure how
We're
this
really about to get a 4v4 at level 1.
Oh, Tien won the smite.
He did. Chicky Nuggies go on the way of Top Esports.
Wow.
As Satnar from Mark just taking a little bit extra damage on the way out, but we get trades back and forth. Tien going straight to his Croaks just in case anything was going to be spicy, but it is bot side starts for both junglers.
Yeah, and that's just a massive win out for Top Esports from the jump, right? Gideon's now going to have to go and solo clear from the get-go, and Tien is going to be, you know, kind of a camp and a half, almost 2 camps up in terms of tempo, so we'll see what use he gets out of this time gained from the IG invade. For now, immediate advantage does go to Top Esports, and the 2v2 doesn't look like it's been impacted too heavily, as I feel like both these laners just about got back to the bottom side, and they should be even in XP for now.
Oh, flash from Mark. It's responded to by Wink. Early trades in those summoner spells bot lane, and that's kind of some of that early aggression that both sides can play through, but I'm definitely still looking with the onus on and Wink to find an upper hand down there. Tien did get spotted out on that ward on the way mid.
Yeah, he did. Doesn't gonna matter. Love has got level 3, so should be able to dash. But it's a mind game, which he wins.
Getting the mind game dub right there. Valentine's Day worked it out for IG so far. The little things, it's the little things they always say. And now I do see, you know, Tien going up towards this top side, full clear side. I wonder if we get a wraparound from Gideon down towards this bottom lane, but the hawk shot's going to be integral in making sure to keep tabs on Tien, as that Elise will be looking for blood.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Darius and Fiora on the top side. You've got this bottom side of the map where there's a Draven. Tien is going to be super active on the side lanes, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on Rookie and Dove in particular.
He's playing with them here. He got spotted by the hawkshot, making them maybe think that he was clearing that top side of the map, but has just bolted down bot lane with no camps here.
He doesn't get it. He's a man on a mission.
You gotta find the blood. Spiders be hungry. Cocoon connects. They find the damage. Wink will go down for first blood here, and it goes over to Mark on. In a little bit of trouble here. Has Gideon right behind him. Tien getting shot down. Has that repel, buys time, and TES on the board.
Yeah, they get themselves first blood, and it's just really smart from Tien. Like you said, you got spotted on the hawk shot. IG are probably just thinking, yeah, he's going to full clear his top side, probably take scuttle, reset, and then come back out onto the map. No, Tien just immediately turns himself back around and goes towards the bottom side where Wink has no flash, and it's an easy pickup for them. Kill goes over to Mark, which honestly, it's a pike, so it doesn't even feel that bad.
True.
And they're quite okay about the play.
That's something where, as we see Gideon play a little bit aggressive in Tien has been no further. That is something that stood out to me so heavily last year, even with some of the non-success that TES found towards the end of the year. It was about these big break bats, especially on the poppies, things like Tien just mind games you, man. The guy is on another level when it comes to some of these moments, and the big brain shines through him. He's a world champion for a reason, and now Gideon will be trying to contest against that, as Tien has just been mauling his camps every time they come to base.
Yeah, Tien is winning the mental game of smites. I'll tell you that right now.
That's twice now. I don't know if you get 3 strikes in smites, but it sounds like it'd be right.
Honestly, Mazel, as long as it doesn't happen to the neutral objectives, does it? You know, that's when people start.
That's not what Tien's saying.
So
Tien's saying mental gap right here.
Exactly. I mean, we'll see whether or not that trend continues once we get to some of these mid-game objectives, for sure. Speaking of, first one will be a dragon on the bottom side of the map. I'm curious to see what team is going to prioritize that one. With IG having, you know, the double range AD carry lane, you would expect them to have priority more times than they don't into a pike. Even though Ziggs has a lot of wave clear, can't quite deal with the range disadvantage that the duo themselves will run into. So I'd like to see Gideon try and get down there, and Dove as well into this Jace. Should be able to force priority whenever he feels like it. Kind of the onus is on Rookie to expend his mana bar and effectively also his health bar to get lane priority. So I think IG, if they can time it right, can definitely set themselves up for a nice early dragon. And very least, you always want to try and sort of dissuade top esports from snowballing neutral objectives very early on if they can deny that. Herald in particular. As Mark keeps on throwing up these sad nars. Very sad for Valentine's Day, but if they can deny that Herald, very, very important just because of how much value it actually gives to a Ziggs. Very easy to knock down a tower to that sort of 1.5 plate mark, and then Ziggs just satchels it, and there's a whole bunch of gold immediately injected in.
And I think IG realized they need a little bit more give in this bottom lane here for On and Wink. They need to get on some more gold, need to cash in some of those stacks here. At 128, so not too crazy, but still pretty damn good. So want to get some gold onto IG's bottom lane, and Gideon just can't find it. Might find a little bit of spider in the jungle. Should be dragon though for IG.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Double range AD carry bottom side. Dove should always be able to shove in the mid lane wave. Rookie can only really respond with his own resources to get this one going, as it feels like IG is hesitant. Yeah, they're a bit hesitant. I felt like maybe Gideon went up off screen to clear away a ward, but I think they're actually just very half-hearted about what they want to do.
Pike is pretty scary. I mean, he does get to play invisible. I think, you know, it does add a little bit of second thoughts into your head for IG when you're roaming away from that bottom lane and Mark not being on the map. But again, it just feels like this bottom lane a bit of a ticking time bomb, where Jackie Love will be just insanely strong later in the game, and you've got to find a way to get on there.
Was that a Ziggs pun? Ticking time
yes.
bomb? Ziggs?
Yep,
okay.
It was. I'm glad you caught it, my friend. See, me and you, the love language on point.
Yeah, man.
You know how to get to me, Jamada. You know how to get to me.
Aw, thank you. Now Tien knows how to get to Gideon because he's in his jungle again.
He's gonna just fight him. He's literally just gonna want to get Gideon. No? Oh, wait, the vision toggle. Okay, he was down. I thought he was waiting in the bush still. Thanks, observers. As Gideon will find Mark, though, who's been on the roam. Now, look at this, though. IG look to be committing to this Rift Herald fight.
Oh, hello. Ghost Pop. 5 stacks. Nothing's gonna
that
come
is the grand challenge pop by YSKM. That's a bit unfortunate there. I guess not that big of a deal here, but before the Rift Herald fight might just be both junglers not level 6 yet. Repel dodges out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Got Rookie on the side here, and the rest of TES move in as reinforcements.
Yeah, collapse comes in. YSKM just got forced back as now On from Jackie Love, and I think he wins.
Jackie Love on 1v1. Okay. Jackie Love able to separate himself there. He's got a 2-level lead on On.
Yeah, wow.
He doesn't have the Mega Inferno Bomb. I think he used it at the beginning of the fight.
Where does that come from? On is only down like
I mean,
10 CS.
Mark has been roaming a lot more than Wink. Wink just got on his first roam, and Mark has been out. I mean, Mark is still only level 5. If he had his execution here, man, dude, TN is just literally breaking people's ankles tonight.
Some
Like,
resources.
what is this?
A 0 now. And IG, they're just going to try to turn this into a dragon, having forced Top Esports temporarily back, but they still got the Herald. And we spoke about the importance of that objective for Top Esports having a Ziggs. So you kind of think about it like this: if they drop a tower to 3 plates, that tower should in theory just die. IG at the very least will respond with this dragon. It's almost 10 minutes into the game, but for me, Infernal plus Hextech, it kind of spells out more of the weaker dragons being available for the Soul. Which, if you're IG and you are considering maybe trying to get some kind of pressure down, if you end up rolling maybe a Cloud, Chemtech, it feels a little bit bad. But we'll see what we actually get unfold onto our screens after that second dragon drops.
I'm just looking at Jackie Love trying to pick up that wave from a distance, realizes the Whirling Death not going to be much use here in the next little bit. As Jackie Love continuing to push this down. Mark might actually finally hit level 6. Nope. He does not. And it's really now where I see turn on that Wink has gotten level 6. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, very key to set up some kills for Dove and On, even YS Cam if they can get it. And that's kind of the pick tools I'm looking for IG to execute on. Now that TES have a firm control of this early game.
Yeah, and that's always one of the big sort of indicators for me on how comfortable a team are at using this Ashe, as Top Esports are actually collapsing on this. Gideon.
They're just playing with such confidence, man. They are just stepping up. And Chain Crystal Arrow dodge that again! Wink! You can't do it, man! You can't do it! He's got 8 legs, and he's gonna break the 2 that you got! Oh my god! Wink breaking him right back, though. Nice double knockup from Gideon, but he gets pounced on by the Spider! And Mega Inferno Bomb comes through just to separate some damage onto On and Wink. But my goodness, TN just keeps on winning!
Yeah, Gideon finds out that the Q damage doesn't actually get blocked there from TN's Spider form. Even though you interrupt the dash, it still goes through. And he ends up dropping. And it just feels like a little bit of frustration there from IG in a way, as now they're actually going to try and
this is it. They're going to do it. They're going to... No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it, man. They're not going to do it.
He doesn't even have to flash. Doesn't even have to flash. He just walks it off.
God,
I mean,
and that's just such stoic play from TES so far, man. Every time they are contesting, they are up in the face of IG. They're just executing better right now.
Yeah, and they're also going to go down in the mid lane. Very interesting choice here from TN, as the Ashe Arrow is going to fly. It's not quite going to connect onto Rookie. But
real close,
really, really chunked out, and it's blood in the water situations. TN is now here. And brought down TN as well. I don't know if they're going to commit for a full-on dive. I feel like they won't, but...
Dove's dodging out that accelerated shock blast. That was close. They're even bringing Mark over here. He has his execution as well.
Below,
Just be looking for it here. As, it's a lot of movement around the map so far from TES. We see just those movements working out in TS's favor here. It's happened so many times already. I'm just going to say it's not a skill shot anymore.
It is just one of those things where, you know, if you are IG, or more specifically Wink, you have to try and find TN if he's just transformed into human form, right? Otherwise, the repel's almost always going to come out. But there you saw, even though the Steadfast Presence interrupted the dash of the Q from TN, the damage still goes through and executes him regardless. Kind of unfortunate. You'd think it wouldn't work that way, but that's just how it panned out in that particular interaction. And Top Esports kind of just walk away with a free kill. And IG, at the very least I can say, have been very happy and proactive throughout the Ashe Arrow, and I want to continue to see that from them, as generally speaking, their engage tools are a little bit limited, and I feel like a lot of their, the starts of their fights are either going to come from mispositionings from Top Esports or that Ashe Arrow, so keeping that productivity high is going to be very key for IG to find the kind of fights that they're hopefully looking for.
And something that's played a key part to this early part of the game has been that YSKM is kind of left in the side lane, hasn't really had an influence. So you expect later on that side lane to be a big influence. But right now, TES are perfectly fine taking these 4v4s and winning on this side of the map and letting Ching Tian on the Darius do what he does against the Fiora top side. I think it's just such a good game plan coming into this one against IG, who have been soaring through the LPL here.
Yeah, definitely. And I will say, just touching the top side matchup, because I'm not sure how many times we'll be able to freely see this one.
Nope.
We can't talk about top unless a captain for R.
Cha-ching! On gets the kill, On gets the gold, and just like that, we separate that gold lead
Basing
down.
on 3K.
Holy cow, man. That feels good for IG, and you can never doubt On and Wink, as they will capitalize on the slightest of overextensions.
Bro, he just faced and bought a whole Essence Reaver. Look at that, Ash arrow into the wall smack, and immediately on his
my God.
933 gold.
Jackie Love's like, man.
he says, man, and then he takes a tower for himself. So he's gonna close the gap a little bit, but it's gonna still feel bad to have put on, you know, 1-to-1 quite far behind and still have all that gold be given to him. Kind of on a bit of a whim there from Top Esports, as now this Dragon is gonna get started up by themselves, and IG doesn't really look like they're in much of a position to contest this one properly. Well, Zig's poke can come out, so they just give it up, and YSKM will be here as Top Esports drew all of their resources that bottom side Dragon to secure it, and we will be getting an Mountain Soul. So a lot of tankiness is going to be provided to both sides, pending they can pick up some of these Dragons.
Yeah. I will say, Jackie Love, just saying to On, I'll catch you later, all right? Call me in like 15 more minutes. We'll see what happens. Rift Herald is on the table here. The Rift Herald number 2 for Top Esports. Was looking at some of those item completions as well. We had that Stride Breaker at least completed for Ching Tian. You have the Leandries completed for Jackie Love. Into this fight as well that we moved away from bottom lane. These 5v5s are going to start getting a little bit contested, and maybe even a little bit of help from that top side.
Definitely, as Herald's now going to be started off here. As
we fighting, baby.
YSKM has a bit of a pincer, but I'm not really sure how good his target access is going to be here. Top Esports, they want it, and they found Wink.
Oh no, Wink. It's first that down, has to flash out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. YSKM backs off. And Top Esports, they find the pick and damage they needed before the fight, and then they execute.
Yeah, exactly, and this is kind of the issue for me with IG's composition into Top Esports, is there's so much poke between Rookie and Jackie Love, and even things like the Spiderling add up, right, from TN. At least damage is nothing to really scoff at either. When your engage tools are so limited to things like an Ash arrow, this might connect. Nope. High ground, low ground kind of messed up us there, because as soon as it hit the top lane, it immediately kind of jumped up a bit. Almost on target from Wink.
But you gotta look for those.
You do. And when your engage tools are as limited as just kind of that Ash arrow, if you don't throw it out first and you don't find someone from Top Esports, or they're already clumped up, which in this case Top Esports were, it gets so difficult to approach in those kind of situations where you've got to come through two kind of tight entrances. So things can kind of just go from bad to worse here for IG if they don't kind of monitor how they're approaching some of these objectives, or trying to deny access to Top Esports before they can actually get in.
And we're seeing now the Night Harvester there for TN. Very far ahead is Top Esports, 17 minutes in. It's just that 2.5k, but the gold has been delved out in the right way, it feels like. Now Dove will have that Ludens completed for himself. Should be getting it back, maybe another, I was going to say another item completion for On. So 2 item spike here with the Eclipse Essence Reaver for On. Maybe it's time for IG to get proactive.
Yeah, I hope so. Those are pretty big item spikes for the 2 core carries of IG, and hopefully they can actually put them to use, as so far Top Esports have kept IG at an arm's length, and they kind of just need to continue to do this with their composition. And again, we spoke about a lot of discipline that members like Rookie and Ching Tian bring to the lineup, and with a draft like this, you'd expect them to be able to execute on such a very simple win condition as just keeping IG far away. Yeah, I mean, the poke is so disgusting, and you don't have, you don't have like an Ornn or a Norless or anything like that to just get fights going, right? No Leona, that was banned away. You've gone for the Ashe, and then you've not really got anything else. Your jungle pool was limited very quickly when you went for the Fiora. And Gideon has kind of been relegated to Poppy in a game where it doesn't feel like it's a great Poppy game once you move out of the early stages. So I think IG right now might end up struggling if some of these Ashars don't start to connect for them, or they
Yeah.
just don't really find another avenue to try and approach top esports, which doesn't involve them being in front of all 4 members getting closed down.
True. And I do want to go back to what we were saying, right? This does feel like IG's first real big test. It is against top esports, a team that is favored throughout the LPL, right?
Oh boy.
And I think we're seeing this game 1 be hashed out a little bit back and forth. Ching Tien, though, has that grand challenge. He's using the
that's
wall
not
there.
good.
He's stacking up. YSKM flashes away. Ching Tien about to let loose that guillotine.
Yeah, he was. The riposte came out earlier, breaks that first mark out of the grand challenge, and at that point, Ching Tien has complete access to just use the ultimate if he gets the 5 stacks, and he feels like it's going to execute that. Ooh, flashed away from. So YSKM has to use his own flash in response to get away from that 1v1. It was really quick movement from Ching Tien to just deny that final vital for the healing. But you can start to see already that the sort of scales will slowly tip towards You Should Know Me on this Fiora. It's just going to take a little bit more time. But for now, I'd still call it a win to not fall behind in the Darius lane, as TF is going to layer in a lot of poke. That's their tank, by the way.
Yeah, you know, that's a frontliner. No big deal. And I love the point that you bring up, because there is that kind of look back to the top side later on and see what happens to Ian dodging out there. But I think this has been, again, back to this game plan that TS brought to the table against IG. They wanted to neutralize YSKM on the top side of the map. Now we're getting to the point where that's no longer really an option, and YSKM will be looking to get involved. But this poke just means that they don't have the high ground here. Like, IG are stuck in the lava where Anakin was, and it's just impossible for them to trudge their way out of this.
Yeah, I mean, very fitting. Obi-Wan, IG, old masters, and Rookie and Jackie Love on the other end.
Oh my god, I love you so much, Shimano. You're too
fun.
good.
I have my references like once every 6 or 7 years, and that was my use, so...
There you go. So we get the dragon taken by top esports. It's perfectly fitting for Valentine's Day, too. That second dragon, though, will mean that top esports delay some of them maybe stacking that IG was going for, but more so stacking their own objectives for this little later bit. Now, we do have a lot of movement around top side of the map for IG. Maybe we can capitalize with Wink and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes down. They are just kind of fishing, and top esports doing the same. We got 2 fishers on the dock here on Valentine's Day.
That.
Have you ever been fishing, Jemima?
You know, funny enough, no, I haven't.
No?
It's not really a thing that loads of people here in the UK do in comparison to the States. Though I would like to try it. It seems very peaceful.
Man, I know you've gone to Texas. I can't believe you haven't gone fishing in Texas, man. That's like a tried and true tradition.
Look, I went to a roadhouse, all right? I think that's like that's a suitable substitution, right? Like anyone from the south of the state.
You kill me.
Anyone
I
from the
went
south
to a
of the states
Texas
will appreciate
roadhouse.
that.
That was real Texas there.
Yeah,
Oh, Mark. Maybe he needs to go to his own Texas roadhouse. Give a roundhouse kick back to Gideon. Oh, no, caught out by Ching Tien. Propel onto him. And there are so many terrors to be afraid of, and On succumbs to it.
On just gets picked off, and we're at 20 minutes actually, so I wonder if top esports are going to try their luck at Baron. They are indeed, and it's going to burn down surprisingly fast, already at 8k. And without their Draven, IG are going to have to really look, I think, just to straight up flip this. Otherwise, this goes over to top esports.
Going to be saved. Oh my god, Wink, he has to flash again.
Man.
That's twice he's had to flash that Mega Inferno Bomb. Dub going in on the Jackie Love Gideon, flashing back over the wall as he is just scared to be in that pit. But Dub is the lone standing member of IG in the pit. He's flashing away now. TES will take the Baron. And IG hesitant. They lose out on the objective.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, at the very end of that play, I realized top esports TN didn't have his smite, and I felt like for a brief second Wink was just going to hit his W key and the Baron was going to get stolen away. It doesn't end up happening, but it all comes from this pick. Ching Tien just kind of runs at Arm menacingly because Arm's just trying to clear the wave and then move back up to the top side, but it's just kind of an awkward position to be in with no backup. He dodges on both of the skill shots, but he can't really dodge away from that. Well, the CC comes down in the satchel, denies any potential flash closing into safety. Really nice chain CC there. And the Baron that ensues afterwards is a little bit chaotic by Top Esports that picked that one up.
I think it's really interesting, actually. We're getting the Evan Shroud from Gideon on the Poppy. Something we don't actually necessarily see like at all, but very interested to see how this kind of works out for him.
I'm gonna say that Gideon was probably so far behind in gold that he had to resort to the 7th round. Because I feel like, I mean, I guess a lot of the other mythics maybe don't give what you need. So maybe this is the build. I won't take it away from it. It's still a good item for him in this spot. The Asher is going to connect with
him. He is the focus of all the CC.
Yes, there you go.
But YSKM getting one back. That grand challenge really big. YSKM falls, though. That healing not enough. Gideon dies to the bird. Tien will get one as Rookie gets the other. And that's the problem here. You have the bleed, you got the bird, you got the poke, you got everything for top esports.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like IG, they're a bit complicated, aren't they? I don't really know what the answer is into top esports at this point, even if the gold was even. And we kind of saw what it was like almost 10 minutes ago when they were on an even playing field, and the poke was still super obnoxious to deal with.
I'll just say, masterful performance from TES. They came in with a game plan trying to shut down a lot of the strength we've seen recently from IG. And yes, some things leaned their ways in terms of dominoes, but it has been about the macro play and the way they've been playing the map against IG, which is just incredible. I mean, they literally left YSKM to be stuck in the top side with Tien, and they found so many advantages everywhere else.
Yeah, not only that, yeah, they're cool as well. I think just because of the way that the level 1 played out, Gideon's impact was quite limited, and after that, Tien was, for lack of a better way of saying it, really in his head throughout the entire early laning phase. We said, you know, Gideon would want to man-mark Tien. It felt like it was the other way around. It felt like Tien was the one man-marking Gideon because he was just so far ahead in tempo and just denied the plays going towards the bottom side, and that was all that was really necessary for them, as the rest of the map just kind of did its thing, and that's what we expect from top esports, right? This level of consistency and stability against laners who, you know, YSKM dub, no slouch in their own right.
Yeah.
Very, very talented mechanically, and will very happily, you know, taken a mile out of an inch in any kind of laners, but yet back to base Twink.
But again, you're going against a different level of competition here. You're going against a big test in top esports, a team that is vying for a championship here in the spring split. And I think IG has been such a miracle, you know, come up from them in this spring split, but there's still a lot of questions to be asked with a long split ahead of them. They don't have that necessary veterancy that you see on top esports at the highest level, and that's where those questions start to bear themselves, and a moment like this does bring those questions to the forefront, but it's still a best of 3, and there's still that tenacious fight that IG are known for in this split so far.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like IG, they've got a lot of heart, right? And I feel like they're, no matter what ends up happening, especially in these next couple of weeks with the tough schedule ahead of them, they're still going to be very, very happy to be themselves and play very creative style of League of Legends. For now, though, we said this would be their first big test, and I'm not going to say they're failing, but what I will say is they're not faring so well. The YSKM is getting a little bit of action on the side lane, and someone from top is going to have to answer this soon.
There's some bounty goals going the way of IG as well. They can stop the backs with a little bit of AoE from Wink as well. As YSKM will get the signal to push on through. TP will come out though. Rookie responding to the side lane push. IG not able to find anything after that though. And actually see his TS trying to get out of here. Gideon wants to make it a little bit more difficult. Does have the flash. I don't know if he wants to necessarily fall, but they will collapse on a Jack Love and need to get out of this one. TP coming in from YSKM as well. IG really wanted to find something here.
They did. Brought YSKM over. They don't get anything. They just lose the inhibitor. They get a chase down. They stop top esports from basing right in front of their base. That's about it. They're still going to go back regardless. So I think for IG, going back to that story point, you know, it's after this, it's JDG, and then after JDG, it's Weibo. And even, I mean, OMG, R8, both top 10 teams as well. And again, you know, IG have had a bit of a miracle coming to the LPL, right? They have looked very, very impressive, but a lot of those wins, again, coming against teams on the bottom side of the table as the weeks have panned out. Feels like perhaps still kind of untested into some of these stronger teams, and they will certainly go through that litmus test as top esports look to try and close in towards the base now. As IG really aggressive
like
here.
one little poke comes out and Wink just loses all of his health. Jackie Love is on 3 items now. You see the damage profile coming out. Wink nicely does to get out a lot of that damage though, sent his way. But you still see even against Gideon, a tankier member is starting to rack up. And that's kind of the win condition here for Top Esports. Get Rookie with the poke, but Jackie Love will be coming down with the hammer, even though he's not Jace.
Exactly. But again, going back to how these comps are going to interact, especially now with the gold difference so large, Wink has to stay like 3 screens, otherwise he's at risk of losing half his health bar. As even Arn just getting chunked out there, it's just going to feel really obnoxious. You can't really answer at all, as IG continue to just get pushed back in their own jungle.
Mark getting engaged on though. Oh my god, Gideon. He is just gone. The Blade Whirly Death rather gets on a kill back onto Mark. This jungler for support in Top Esports. They're moving on to the Baron.
They're going to move on to the Baron just because Gideon's dead and the rest of IG kind of chunked out a couple of members. See what they can actually get done here as here's the
my god. Yeah. Give out that little Yumi emote, Ching-Tian. I'm a little scared too.
And the thing is, I think Wink got overkilled by like 300, 400 health, which makes it feel even worse. And as soon as Wink drops, you just see the collective of ID turn around and go, nope, not my problem. I think we'll deal with the siege now. As Top Esports teleport back onto the map, they're sieging the top side between Jackie Love and Ching-Tian. A couple of the other members not quite here, so just trying to spread pressure across the map for now.
On just completed his IE. I wonder if that does anything for them as Gideon finds Tien, but Tien's really fine with taking that one as a chip. Oh my god, the Monkey getting done.
Wow.
He's engaged. Mark will die yet again. As Ching-Tian trying to find out if he can kill on. Guillotine hits one, and that blood is flowing here for Top Esports. Rookie on the side. YSCam wants to find the solo. Can't find him. Gets repelled on. Tien will be there as the defense for Rookie. And Top Esports come out and give a haymaker to IG in game number 1.
Yeah, they were not playing any games here in the first match of this series. As,
oh my god, Rookie! God! Well, the new generation of ID falters in their first test against the old kings of the Rift, at least, as now IG have a strong answer needed going into game number 2.
Absolutely. That was complete decimation from the side of Top Esports. IG just didn't really have much a chance. I think there's a lot of things you can talk about from their perspective. Level 1, of course, didn't go their way. Also, the decision to pick up that Fiora on R3, give up the jungle pool. We saw what it meant for that jungle matchup very early on.
Yeah.
I'm curious about whether or not we see IG remain on red side and what the side select will be for game number 2 in general. But man, you have to credit Top Esports for just kind of recognizing IG can't do anything to us. They can't get in range of us, and they just get poked out. What are your options? The answer are not really any. And yeah, they just slowly and very painfully suffocated them out of that game.
Yeah.
That was a tough watch if you were expecting IG to try and come in with a little bit of fight.
True. And I think they got some of the picks we expected them to kind of go with that aggressive focus on. It just, game plan for TES was to deny all that, was to stop all that, and they didn't find their needed wins in the bottom lane. I mean, Jackie Love, yes, bringing out the Ziggs for the first time this split, but it is that kind of stable bottom lane stability for TES that has been really, really working out for them. And the fact that you have to go against On and Wink on the Draven and the Ashe, and they don't really find too much in bottom lane. They can't be that big carry in the mid game. That's exactly what Top Esports want to bring, and I don't see them necessarily needing to change things up here.
No, I don't think so. I think all of the onus is on IG to try and find a different angle to go at. For me, again, I think Gideon needs to have something that he's a lot more comfortable on, or put in a position where he can actually, have a lot of impact. Again, the level 1 had a huge amount of sway and say, especially in a meta which is so, early game focused. The success of your jungler is going to have a pretty big impact on the lanes in general, and it just felt like Yen was just there in Gideon's head and always denying any kind of plays, as well as making a couple of his own. And to me, IG, usually, YSKM is the one that kind of sticks out to you as individually kind of impressing. Qin Tian was just doing his job up in the top
He
side.
locked
He didn't
him
even
down,
really,
man.
yeah, he didn't even really hard win the lane by any means. He just made sure that he didn't die, and he scaled up against that Fiora. I think if I'm IG, I'm thinking about changing up the jungle priority, allowing YSKM to have, you know, a counter pick. YSKM's got a wide enough champion pool that you don't have to go, you know, a top laner that early on in the draft, in my mind. Just look for a counter through that side. I think lane to lane on the bottom side, you can always kind of answer out. I think in the top side, that's where your, you know, your sort of weird curveball picks can come from, or that's how you really sort of jump out. If the rest of the map is falling apart, you know you can always rely on him on the side to the very least be in a position to give you something to play with in the mid game.
I think that's the most difficult part. It just didn't feel like they had any ends. I still liked a lot of the engages trying to be there from Wink on the Ashe. We got to see IG change it up for game number 2. We're going to send it to a little break while we get rested and relaxed. Make sure you got all your Valentine's goodies as we come back for game 2 shortly.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TB playing?
FBX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. YSKM's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned out. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Trying to 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
Got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. YSKM in some trouble here. Riposte comes out. Counter-strike misses. He's still alive. And the rest on. Flash it forward. On. The root ends. And YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flushes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Caster. They get him. But Light's still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt.
for the motherland. Be all I could or would, make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
我觉得 IG 打野是非常稳定的感觉吧，他给我一种就是怎么都能发育的感觉。然后我觉得野区对抗的话，可能更多要看兵线这些东西。我觉得队伍整体状态现在应该就是还可以吧，然后有很多可以提升的地方，像各种细节，然后兵线的配合，我觉得我们还需要做到更好。感觉我当不了老师，所以我不会给别人上课，然后我就希望他不要给我上课，然后我们稳稳的赢下就行。
Well, it was TN that was giving out those lessons in game number 1, as I didn't want to learn anything from Gideon there. He kind of taught him how to break some ankles, as TN will also get the MVP for game number 1.
Yeah, very well deserved. I think he was kind of set up to receive this MVP, to be honest with you, from, the very early stages there in that game.
Bro, this man... This man went with that vision game and that game, like, he pulled his own victory out in that early pathing. I loved it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, it's one thing to be like, he got such an early tempo lead because the invade failed from IG. But still, this first gank caught IG off such a wares that it kind of just skewed the lane for the rest of the game. And it wasn't really until a pick ended up occurring maybe 15 minutes into the game where the bottom lane of IG actually had anything to work with. And again, moments like that, dodging out on the Ash Arrows, finding return kills on some of these plays was just excellent from TN. So very well deserved MVP, I think. He set up top esports for success across the board in that game. And there was nothing IG could do to stop him about it either.
And it all came down to a well-executed game plan from the draft from TES, and I'm really curious what this bounce back from IG is, because it felt like they got a lot of their bread and butter, right? And it just wasn't enough in a lot of the cases. Obviously, I think the biggest difference, Gideon on something else here, maybe a little bit of that early proactivity for him, and finding something that gives a little bit more oomph to the party here for IG.
Yeah, I think that's the big change that needs to happen here. Frankly, IG just didn't have enough engage to deal with the poke. Sometimes you can kind of think of League of Legends in sort of a soft triangle formula where in one of those sides of the triangle, if there's poke on the top, it gets countered by hard engage, right? So they just didn't have enough of it. And all you're working with is the Ash Arrow. You could have, gotten around that by simply going a jungler for Gideon on R3. So I think the adaptation is quite simple. I think You Should Know Me has more than enough champions to not have to go towards the Fiora that early. It's a very powerful pick in this meta, and you definitely understand why he did it and why IG took that choice and that route. But simply, Top Esports kind of outdrafted them with more poke and just picks that could supplement that playstyle and kept IG at arm's length.
It was also that flexibility there with obviously a lot of the talk around the Jace matchup that YSKM has been playing so heavily. TES drafted it early on there. He grabbed the Fiora, was like, okay, this is going to be fine. And then we got the switch up to Darius lock-in for Ching Tian, which is something that he has played before in this spring split. So maybe a little bit of disrespect maybe towards Ching Tian, who has been that more stable side top laner for TES, but still will take these fighters, right? He is known as the stable fighter for Top Esports because he does love to go into those brawly style matchups.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting, right? Because I think if you had Wayward from 2022 in this 2023 roster and IG locked the Fiora there, I feel a lot more confident about it. But Ching Tian has actually just been a rock in the top side. Like for my English viewers, and I mean, like, actually from the UK, he's just been the Virgil van Dijk when he was actually good. He's still good now.
What does that mean?
The top lane, he's a center back. Don't worry, he's a defensive player.
Okay.
So he usually very, very consistent. This season, not so much. It's a football reference. I'm going to stop the football references there. But
I mean, I'll just come at you with American football references. We'll just have classic ideals. It'll be perfect.
Let's not. But yeah, I think to me, Ching Tian, bring out something like the Darius as well. It's one of those picks where you just don't really want to fight into it either, right? You don't want to ever give that potential, 3v1 scenario or anything like that, which we saw not too long ago against him. So I think, give a little more time in the draft until you actually pick up YSKM's pick and see if you can actually bring a curveball pick into the game that'll actually disrupt the flow of it. Because Fiora, sure, can do that, but if you're into such a powerful fighter, into such a stable top laner and a consistent one at that, in Ching Tian, it's going to be difficult to push that lead.
And I still think that just such an interesting while it has been a while since Rookie and Jackie Love have been on IG, it's still so interesting to see these different generations for Invictus Gaming and the splash that this new, young, invigorated roster of IG have put into the table. But again, the thing we said into this one for IG is this is their first big test. This is Top Esports, a team that's vying for these top-of-the-table matchups. And you have to be able, when you are in first place coming into this one, be able to go up against that if you want to really stabilize yourself at that top of the table. So I think all these players from IG obviously would mean leaps and bounds for them to take down not only the legends here, but the previous IG members. And there's got to be a lot of thinking of that going into this second game as we do get a little Valentine shenanigans here. And it should be really interesting to see how this second draft adapts here for IG as they are on the blue side this time. A little bit of difference there. They're banning away the Zeri, the Draven, as they don't want to give Jackie Love's signature over to him after losing on that first series matchup. And now we get the Jax and Lucian banned by Top Esports, and the Yumi followed by IG.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll just get a Lulu to round it out just to sort of stop any kind of hyper carries coming through here from Top Esports. Final ban will come in a couple of seconds time, but very interesting to see that IG go towards the Draven ban, the self ban technically as well, but they may be thinking we don't want to get a bit of a taste of our own medicine, trying to play that one into Top Esports. The Ziggs actually be banned away as well from Arn and a Wink. Top Esports don't have to deal with that one. So will the priority be the Maokai, the Sejuani, or the Vi? I feel like it's always going to be one of those three. A couple of AD carries are still up and available, but I think for IG, one of the big priorities should just be securing Gideon a pick where he can actually have a little bit more impact on the map, and it will be that Maokai.
And it's a lot more setup around the objectives, a lot more vision control. I think a big pick that's still on the board here is Ashe. Obviously, the Maokai Ashe combo is just so strong and choke holding the vision game around the jungle. But I wonder if Top Esports are going to be willing to kind of slink this one away. Would not be something that they've necessarily gone through, but it is something that's just so ridiculously strong right now.
Yeah, I think, even if they've not shown this card yet, one scrims, so they've definitely had practice on it more than likely than not. And I think you just have to absolutely split up the Ashe Maokai. It's just a little bit too much poke. Like you said, everything you just listed, it's too obnoxious to deal with. And at that point, the only way you can really get through it is kind of just full engage and a prayer, which isn't always going to work out. And Top Esports are going to lean again on this Jace perhaps as a poke avenue here. And on the red side, the flex is a lot more potent if you can really hold on to it until the last
They're living rent-free in IG's head here, I'm just saying.
They are.
I don't know if that was laughing about the Jays pick, but it could be hilarious. But now it's the double response that needs to come through for IG as they round out their first phase. Maybe even, yep, all right, Wise Cam saying it wasn't the problem. I will push harder. I will play more cocky as he knows the time is nigh to do so.
All right, well, I'm down for it, but the only thing I want to see is a general change-up from IG. I want to see Focus actually go up towards the top side then. If you're going to lock in this Fiora early again for a second game in a row, go and give it resources. Otherwise, I feel like the pick itself isn't really that worth going towards if you're not going to try and set it ahead for success in the side lanes, and especially in a meta where Dragon Souls, Dragon team fights, very, very important to play for. If you're getting rolled over to a point where Soul is showing up 25, 26, 27 minutes into a game, it's going to be difficult to really have a lot of impact as that Fiora's top esports should probably lock in this Sejuani. No real surprise
They
there.
have
And
so
IG
much forward
picked up the
engagement,
Fiora. Yeah, it's quite obnoxious.
And with the poke layer down underneath with the Jace obviously still very flexible, I just think that TS, this is a fine trade for the jungle, right? Tien had his chance to shine, get the MVP with the Elise, but this time around it's going to be facilitating the rest of the team, and we've seen TS be able to do both.
Yeah, and the next thing I'm actually going to be kind of curious to see is what Top Esports are going to do with the Jace, and technically the Ashe, because they're both flexible picks, right? Ashe can go AD or support, and Jace as well can go mid or top. So what I'd actually ideally like to see is maybe a pick that they can try and use in both lanes, another flex pick, and just kind of pick out the best matchup for themselves, and just keep IG guessing, right? I think, or I feel like rather, to me, IG's mid lane champion pool is relatively readable, right? From Dove, he's kind of, I don't want to say set in his ways, but I think he's only played about 3 or 4 champions more than 2 times this split. So it's likely always going to be something like the Azir or the Ryze or the Sylas out of him. So for Top Esports, they should kind of have a rough idea of what to preemptively pick, as looking towards the bans now, it's just a bunch of AD carries and things in the bottom sliders. There you go. There's at least the Azir taken away from Dove, because they kind of expect one of these very stable picks to come out of him.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this final ban here for IG. Obviously, maybe trying to pinch some of that bottom side pool a little bit, but maybe looking at that. I was just about to say, looking at the Darius from last game against JTN.
And again, I think it makes sense, right?
Look at that smile.
He's so adorable when he does it as well. But it's just like, you don't want to have to deal with, you know, the potential turnaround of a Darius, right? It just feels a little bit too frustrating. And Top Esports are going to go for a bit of a takeaway as well in this Sylas, because now Dove, his next most played champion is Ryze. So we'll see whether or not he goes towards it in this matchup. I feel like it's one that you should always be comfortable in. Ryze versus Sylas, you get to scale. It's more about kind of dealing with the early skirmishing, which could potentially be a bit of a problem, but outside of that, you'll be all right. We'll see what... Oh, yeah, the Castellan's actually up.
Yeah,
all right,
I was going to say.
Yeah, forgot about that one. It's banned so
on
frequently.
through.
Yeah, it's banned so frequently, it kind of just slipped my mind. So IG will pick this one up, and I think this was the champion that Dove, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that he actually debuted on IG with the Cassidy. So very exciting to see him return to this pick. And it's kind of ideal situation, right? You've got Sejuani Sylas. It can be a bit scary in the early stages, but the laning phase itself isn't actually that daunting. And now IG have to lock in their AD carry or support, whichever way it's going to be here, with potentially a Kalista lock.
Let's go.
All right, I'm down for this. I'm expecting Kalista support here.
Jackie Love gonna get his favorite setup here, the double ADC versus double ADC, as the aggression from the Varus Kalista is gonna be really interesting. Again, another matchup where they need to get something off the ground running for them, and they weren't able to on the combo they had last time, the Ashe Raven, which I feel like is that primo one that you go for. Now it will be the Jhin Ashe bottom lane. This has been a deadly factor, and something that even with some of those questions about the double ADC bottom lane, that utility they provide to set up rookie Ching Tien and Tien himself, that's key here.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a lot of the utility and engage from Top Esports and how it's used is going to be very crucial. I think IG have... it's kind of weird. I don't want to say that Top Esports are kind of on a timer, but I feel like, you know, in terms of a pressure timer, yes, right? With Wisecam on the side lane and also Dove on level 16. I feel like IG, it's going to be very interesting to see how they actually deal with some of the pressure and the massive amount of engage tools available to Top Esports, because once they do hit their power points, they will be able to answer back a lot more than they did in game number 1. But until then, I feel like we will just simply see Top Esports in control lane states, and of course all of those engage options means agency to place.
Well, we're getting into game number 2 now. You see some perfect insurance policies for Invictus Gaming, but YSKM feeling the confidence to take this Fiora back. Says Gideon is on the Maokai. We have some proactivity potentially, and this bot lane is aggressive. We can use this. But Ching Tian says, I don't care how many times you've taken that 1v1 into Zeus, I will still beat you down with the Jace. You saw the smiles going into it. TES, no, they had a great game playing game number 1. They're feeling confident coming into game number 2. And it's really for IG to step up to the test here on Valentine's Day.
A lot on the line here for Invictus Gaming. Trying to maintain that number 1 position in the table for now. Top Esports, 4-5 man in the bottom side, whilst SKM is on the top side, and actually a flash force from Wink. And you know, and I think it was you I was with. I'm not sure that W would have rooted Wink. I'm pretty sure it was either you or Asheen I was with, where the interaction works, where you need the W skilled to actually root the target. The damage has to come down whilst the W is skilled, but Wink still forces the flash out.
Oh, look at this! Valentine's Day, we get a little bit of fun. 400 games in the LPL.
Hey.
I believe that's what that says for Tien. As congratulations to Tien, as he deserved that MVP for game number 1. This game number 2 is going to try to make it happen yet again, but again, on a bit of a different style this time around. Did actually switch up his start here a little bit later on. We'll be on this Wolf Clear side for TES, and we'll see Gideon. Maybe a lot of focus bot lane with these double ADCs here, Javada.
Oh yes, certainly on. We'll be piloting the Kalista, and it'll be actually Varus support. So I expect it to be the other way around. It's not. So we'll see.
He's gonna play his Kalista.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure it was Wink that debuted the Varus support internationally. I don't think anyone else did it before he did. So very, very fun bottom lane. If you hopped in a time machine to like season 6 or 7 and you showed this bot lane matchup, I feel like people would call you a psychopath.
Probably, honestly. I've actually been really enthused with it, yeah. I'm really looking at kind of how this bot lane meta is affecting this series, right? That was something we kind of wanted to keep a side eye on coming into this one, because we have seen some of that variation from these bottom lanes, but it has really been about On and Wink being just so ridiculously aggressive in the 2v2s. And solo lanes usually take priority here, but in this series, IG have said both times now that they want to take aggression into Jackie Love and Mark. On step forward there, and again says that's the go button. Flashes are coming out everywhere. Jackie Love with the 4th shot. Deadly Flourish does not connect. Mark may one more auto attack will find it. Top Esports gank in the bottom lane. Summoner spells burned aplenty on both sides.
Yeah, and if Tien was a little bit healthier, I would expect actually a wraparound that he's still going to go for it anyway, just because of how low both Wink and Ana are. And Gideon is going to try and respond on the top side, but Ching Tian looks a little bit too safe with the wave stacked up the way it is. I think if you just wait a little bit for YSKM to hit level 3, then it's a bit more playable, and it seems like they agree on this one. Flash it.
Gets the Bramble Smash back to her post. The damage is there. We'll see first blood go over to IG, and YSKM is off to the races.
Yeah,
so here comes 4th shot. On will go down. Mark tank in here, maybe in the end. Tien wants to come capitalize, as Jackie Love took 2 of those tower shots. It's actually a huge Wink. There's the shot, and Jackie Love gets the kill. IG gets up the top lane, but TES get everything bot lane.
Now this is how we're gonna measure the importance of both of these side lanes, and I have to hold the pointers now. Gideon's on a bit of a tear. He's going towards Rookie here. Dove. Not gonna be able to provide any CC though is the big issue, and with Tien here, you have to back away though. Both these two members are about 300 HP. Gideon's full HP.
Gideon wants to go for Tien, knowing that Rookie still has the King Slayer for some of that healing back. Will just be the fight. Won by IG over the Rift Herald here. Presence is enough. And honestly, good showings from both sides with differing conditions here, at least in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And top side, we said, want to see YSKM actually get resources, right? And getting them definitely from the early gang, indeed.
You ask and you shower Steve.
You do ask and you shower Steve. It's Valentine's Day, so that's hopefully how that works for many. As the bottom side, it's just a lot of damage coming out, isn't it? 4th shot, flash away from Jackie Love is great as well. Actually, he doesn't end up flashing away. Yeah, I take that back. Just great tanking as Tien comes in. Really nice dive. As there's a return from that earlier gank and play, and this is the thing, those ganks have so much sticking power, right? There's not a lot of sustain in the game at the moment. That's one of my big things with my early ganks. Are so powerful. It feels like it's really, really hard to recover from a gank very quickly. These bottom side matchups in particular are so punishing with all of the extra damage from the double AD carry meta that we are in. TN and the bottom lane, rather, of Top Esports capitalizing on that perfectly.
So they say life is like a box of chocolates, Dramato, and maybe Valentine's Day brings that up here. What if this series was to be a chocolate of any sort, what would it be?
That's a great question. This would be now
is it
for the
fruity?
fans.
Is it nutty? Is it just like straight chocolate?
I think it's straight chocolate. I think it's straight chocolate.
Okay.
And I can't remember the brand, and I feel like a bit of an idiot because I'm pretty sure it's actually my partner's favorite chocolate. But you know the chocolate where they come in balls, and then inside the chocolate there's like a softer
like the
sort of
Lindor
melted
truffles
chocolate.
or whatever?
Yes.
I know what you got. I see. Okay. Well, you know, when you bite into those, it is just a sheer surprise, and I think we've been having a lot of fun here with this one, so maybe it plays into that. We do see nothing really going the way of Gideon. After that early gank at topside, he did revisit, and it's been about him bouncing between top and mid. TN, we put a lot of focus on bot lane, though. Rookie steals Gideon's ult because he's got 2 levels on him, and here comes TN. Gideon getting low. Gideon going down. TN gets himself a kill, but he might go down too. Dub, a little bit low. He's just skirting the edge, and he's like, Rookie, please. We'll see YSKM go on to cheek TN. The knockback brings YSKM back to the fold here, but very, very tight back and forth mid lane that goes TES's way.
Yeah, exactly. Top Esports still pick up that kill. Really nicely played there. Rookie just steals away the ultimate and makes the turnaround possible. As again, that's just kind of the early power of Silas plus that Sejuani. The stacks are very easy to attain. The kill comes through as now Gideon. Yeah, back
they want to get the slows down, but they can't get it. Gera on, flashing forward on Jackie Love. He gets hit by the deadly players, cleanses though. He wants Mark now. Mark will hit the barrier. The Rend, not enough, but Gideon, he wants it. Can't get the Bramble smash distance, and IG desperate bot side.
My goodness, IG really wanted to force that play through. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gideon even decides to wrap around, but he's got a lot of caps to catch up on. He is level 4 still. So he will just leave for now as Jackie Love is forced back a little bit, but should be able to collect most of this wave. And IG, they force out, at the very least, all the sums from Jackie Love. Mark didn't have flash in that exchange, but they also lose the flash and cleanse on Arn too. So it's actually an equal summon exchange in flat numbers. And a couple of those cooldowns, barrier in particular, is going to come up earlier on Mark.
And back down towards the bottom side, we have actually Rift Herald spawning in under 10 seconds here, but objectives have just not been it right now for the teams. They're looking for lane advantages, and I think we saw TN putting a lot of presence around Jackie Love and Mark. He's been hovering the opposite side, it feels like, from Gideon here, but we actually now get to see that Top Esports, by getting a trade here, they're going to go for the Dragon, as Rookie's baiting some pressure on Dub, but it should just be Gideon going for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Gideon does have, well, actually, I'm not quite sure. You should know me even have
they have the Scuttle Crab there, so it's a little hesitant.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward because he doesn't have lane priority in either solo lane right now, so Gideon's actually wrapping around to the top side. Oh no, I didn't see the help on the Dragon.
It ain't world, Javada, it ain't world, it's okay.
Yeah, you'd imagine a couple of members from that Worlds game looking away as Wink charged that one up as that route did come through, but dodging away. Ripple comes back up.
Oh! Flash over the wall from Dub, though. TN and Rookie, they won.
Oh my god, he's out!
Surviving the Madman! As Rookie tries to go on and get in, but IG, they make it out with a very, very heavy heart.
My god, I think Dub had to have just pooped himself. That was a lot of damage. I was going to say something different there for a second. But yeah, force out there from Top Esports means they will be the ones that pick up the Herald as well. It'll at the very least be answered out by IG on the bottom side, who will get 2 plates between Arn and Wink. As YSKM and TN temporarily trade sides on the top lane, but TN is not going to be able to find an opportunity to sneak up there and make a play happen. Bit of a soft split map here, but there you go, vision secured at the press of the button there for Mark. So they'll
Even
know.
though they got bot lane turret plays, though, it still feels like top esports now have, with this Rift Herald on the map, have a lot of choices. As Mark and Jackie Love know they should not probably move up here, as they will just keep racking up these plates.
Yeah, but the thing is, they can start to do it now as rookies come to back them up, and TN is also not too far away.
Oh no, that's the Fate's call, having to be pulled, but now Gideon is in some trouble against TN. TN not having his ulti, but does have that CC back. On 3 to get the flash forward, though. TN going down as Wink moving forward himself. Dub has now showed up, and a double kill has gone over to Wink.
All right, there you go, IG. This is why I want to see a little bit more of a counterpunch there. They actually have the couple of engage tools to move forward and work with, and so much burst damage comes out from Wink. He picks up a double kill for himself. Who needs to give kills to the Kalista when you can just go to the valley and be even more powerful, apparently? So Wink does get himself the Upper Glaive. He's really, really strong. We'll see how they can actually try and control vision now and again. Remember, you know, you've got the Maokai. It's maybe not an act, but you still have a lot of poke and sort of manly range engages. Just Gideon kind of initially getting caught out, but the follow-up isn't quite there from top esports, and you immediately see the flash forward, the flash damage, the Ren. Yeah, the arrow is still so much damage. He can't do anything. He's pretty much ripped the entire duration of his death. And IG finds a bit of reprisal there after what was a couple of good plays from top esports.
There's some different stuff happening on the Rift right now. We're looking at a mid lane 3v3, but I think the duality of the inventories here are definitely in IG's favor. They have completed 3 items. Wink has his, Gideon not having his, but YSKM, and also getting on his shield bow. But TS using this Rift out in mid lane, this is what we wanted to see from them. Get a little bit of gold back, continue to kind of pressure IG.
Absolutely. They can pick up that second herald. That tower will just about fall down. A lot of pressure has been given towards Dub so far in the earlier stages. And like you said, iron advantage for YSKM.
There's just 3 serrated Dirks on the other side. it's like okay, one side completed items, the other side, let's just buy Dirks. That's all we got right now.
If Orcs was still here, rest in peace, he's not dead, he's just not in the LPL anymore.
3 Dirks every time. At this point, I think you killed him.
No, oh, hello, YSKM.
Think the end grand challenge on him does have the support. The YSKM finds a hungry hippo / Poro coming from the jungle, and Ching Tien will get the kill.
Yeah, and you can see how much damage was still able to be returned in this because, again, Orcs was here. He would be saying that Dirk is actually a full item. It's just the most broken component in the game, and it is, to be fair.
Did you kill Ox, Jamada?
Did I? No.
Because that's twice you just talked about him. Yeah,
he's so handsome. It's, you know, it's Valentine's Day. He's on the brain. All right. You know,
okay. I like it.
Yeah.
Not me. I see how it is. It's cool. I get rain checks sometimes.
No.
It's okay though. Roa is completed for Rookie. We'll see the attempt here, connecting on cleansed out, but then the burst comes out immediately after. But the CC loss not going to be able to
about that hole.
This Wink getting a little bit low. Tien wanting to go for that engage here with Mark on the side. Doesn't find that forward aggression. We do have Dragon coming up very shortly.
Yeah, I think top esports are being a little bit considerate potentially of Gideon's position on the map. They weren't too sure maybe where he was, so they didn't want to quite commit, even though Tien's ultimate did come up during the duration of that play. They didn't want to slam it down with the Dragon coming up so soon. Rather hold on to the ultimate economy. Just ensure that they have these tools available for a potential Dragon fight that could unfold. Now IG
first tower here.
Yeah, could maybe try and sneak away this tower. Top esports, the reason why they were so aggressive down there towards the bottom side is because they're trying to defend that tower. They won't drop for now, as IG actually have control of the river at the moment. First move everywhere. That tower's going to go down without Arn in the vicinity, so I don't think he got any local gold there. I saw 50 pop up, but it certainly wasn't the bigger 550 that you'll see from a tower drop.
Still, in this fight, there still is these item completions you got to worry about. It doesn't matter if you CC them all down. Face Call came out now. Nature's Grasp used by Rookies. Try and get them down. Shield Poke gets popped by the Dragon there, but TES, having utilized a lot of their engage potentials, have to move out. Dragon will be separated 1-to-1 now. As IG capitalize on the movement from the entire team, it feels like, but YSKM.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, you know, the difference in IG's composition between having a pick like Maokai, which can actually control objectives, and then also, you know, a lot more engage and burst turn, which they just didn't have afforded in the previous game at all. And I felt like Top Esports were always in the river first, always able to chunk out IG before they could actually take a fight. And even though Top Esports held onto a couple of their engage tools prior to that actual Dragon contest, they weren't able to use them in a meaningful manner. And you see IG just end up being them picking up the Dragon now. Ching Tian doesn't have flash. I feel like he might just be dead here. We'll see if Mark can maybe get in range, but I feel like it might be a doom situation for Zelf.
Ching Tian playing so well to that grand challenge, but it doesn't matter because YS Cam picks it up. Dove now coming in here with this level 11. Mark getting a little bit low. That's a almost 6 level difference from Mark and Dove. As now it is Rift Herald potentially on the plate of IG as they've moved everyone up here for this fight.
Yeah, and with Dove being level 11, access to the Rift Walk a lot more frequent. Makes taking team fights a lot better for themselves, and Top Esports always have to be weary of that stacking ultimate from Dove and the damage that it can always provide. It seems like Top Esports are just going to give this one up. I think they kind of just recognize at the moment that if they were to take a fight, I feel like they see it as a very, very big losing situation. Champions on the side of IG are just so potent at this stage in the game that they'd rather not and just take a rain check on the Herald. Give that one over to IG.
So I do want to go back to some win conditions here. Oh, he's going for Gideon, but then they see Dove. Now Dove having to spring that trap. Again, missing the Glacial Prison. Ching Tian getting a little bit lower now. The Dove still stacking up his Rift Walks. Should be fine to move on to this topside tower unless Flaps comes back from TES. We won't see anything further here, at least in the top side of the map. But I still think that it's just such a bounce back from a very tough game #1 for IG. And yes, they haven't found exactly the success that they want, right, with the draft that they've gotten, but they're scaling up. They're getting the late game. I feel like the team fight, just outright damage potential for On and Wink is a lot higher than their respective counterparts in Jackie Love, Mark. And we said for Jackie Love and Mark playing the Jen and Ash, it's a lot about the setup for the rest of the team going into team fights. And that's going to be the kind of dueling fates, back to the Star Wars reference that we have to kind of keep an eye on. Ooh. Wink, if he hits that Change Corruption, it's a different story.
It's a very different story. Who's the Sith? Who's the Jedi?
It's a good question. Well, if we're just going off colors, which, you know, is pretty monumental in the Star Wars universe, IG are the Jedi and TS are the Sith.
Okay.
Just because they're on blue and red side, respectively, and stuff. Okay. There's not much more investment from that. I mean, results-based analysis here. That's what we do, Javon.
Yeah. Well, all right, hold on. Well, I feel like Sith. All right, here you go. Here's the chain, right? Sith.
All right.
Usually, at least from my innings in Star Wars universe, usually they're on the older side, right?
Okay.
Jackie Love Rookie, they're the older generation of IG. So I feel like that's actually a stronger connection. That's nice to say than the Sith.
A connection to the Force, you say?
Ah, yeah.
Oh my God, we're just. You doing anything on 14th? We're casting together. I can't believe it. Rookie and Tien trying to find a little bit of something on the job, but he's going to be so slippery in the side lane here. I think that's where a little bit of the stagnation is really leading to Dove's success. And something that we haven't necessarily always seen, because we have seen mid lane not be as successful. Dove has had these strong performances, and especially given these kinds of stable picks, it looks really good. And I'm still looking at TES to answer some of this early part of the game.
Definitely, but I'm kind of wondering when we'll get that answer, because for IG, I feel like they're very quickly approaching their power point, and at that point, as Top Esports, how often do you really want to contest that, right? Once that second item comes in for Arn, do you feel like the power spike of a second item for Jackie Love is actually enough to match? And do you feel like you can actually deal with the post-level 11 Kassadin? You have the CC and the burst damage to take him down. Right now, it feels like we're seeing IG be a lot more disciplined than they were in game number 2, or game number 1 rather. And on the side of Top Esports, they're really kind of biding their time, being very tempered. The early plays didn't exactly go their way. And it feels like they're not really looking as proactively as they were in game number 1 either for some of these plays and picks.
Well, we know Jackie Love says influence out of laning phase for double ADC comps is not there, but he's trying to make a difference here on the Jid. But it's really been On and Wink who have been turning it up in this mid-game. They are the point of pressure right now that IG are playing on. The Glacial Prison comes through to try and deny it, but push back as again. He flashes over the wall. Gets out of there very, very close, but a lot of tools utilized, and only really the Nature's Grasp and the Chains of Corruption from Wink and Gideon.
Yeah, there's 3 flashes from Top Esports blown from just a single R press, or 2 from the side of IG, which should mean that this dragon gets picked up. That's really unfortunate. But Qingtian will steal that one away, so fortunate for him. The second dragon, the game for IG, will be picked up. Hex Soul, we didn't really talk about it, but very powerful, of course. Still the strongest soul in the game, in my eyes.
So how are we looking for Top Esports fans here when we're going into the later parts of the game? I do feel like the bar of execution definitely a lot higher for them, but you're still looking at Rookie who's playing his classic Silas. You have Qingtian on this Jace, who the poke will be a huge factor for them, and a lot of forward momentum as well if they can find the right engages.
Yeah, you know, funnily, I actually think the ease of execution lies in Top Esports' hands. It's just more about actually being able to find the picks. I think they've got the engage tools to do it, but again, we haven't really seen them look as proactively as they were off the back of the poke that they were landing in game number 1. And it's been IG and specifically Gideon just getting up in the faces of Top Esports time and time again. I think in terms of the prospects for Top Esports, they're still okay for now, but they need to not eat too much poke. Try and chain together some picks like this, perhaps. They can actually get on top of Wink, but they're not going to pounce on this potential opportunity. We'll just look to back away.
It's a good reservation.
Yeah.
Love to see, just trying to get some poke down on the Wink there, not getting connected because Gideon was waiting right around the corner. Oh, the deadly first connection. That is the go button here now again on flashing. Chains of Corruption going in, but he is dead already. On, Chase down 2. He uses the cleanse, but he has these Ren stacks stacking up. Gideon coming to save the day as well. On just needs to get out of there, trying to get away from the shock blast. Oh, On stepping up means he does dodge that one, but Gideon has been left between 4 members of Top Esports, and Qingtian will pick up his second kill. They're going on to Baron.
Yeah, Baron off the back of this, Gideon's dead. There's not much that IG can do about this, I feel like. Gonna have to really hope for a miracle. I'm seeing Pings already go onto that tier 2 on the bottom side. I think IG are just giving this one up.
They're going mid lane as well.
Yeah, just picking up the wave, trying to shove in, ensure that they can waste as much time of Top Esports as they can once the
Rookie wants it.
replay comes in.
Rookie wants it. Rookie wants it. Doesn't even need the arrow. He'll take you on himself. As the deadly burst misses, Rookie still going on to Dove. Takes the burst cone over as well. YS Cam has arrived to kind of support Dove here. The Rift Walk's going to not be available just yet. That mana not stacking up enough. YS Cam needs a little bit of support here. Here comes Wink as well. He has the Chains of Corruption, and he'll be connecting onto Tien. Dove still stacking up on the side, but he's in trouble, like you said. He's trying to find his way out. Looks like IG will leave him to his own devices. Try to find his way out of this predicament.
Cue the Benny Hill music.
Do it, do it, do it, do it. Oh, so close.
Dude, did the minions interrupt him? I think the minions interrupted him, didn't they? That's so sad. Oh, man. That was really, really close. Unfortunate there for IG's mid laner. Could have made that. That's tough. But go back to the replay here, and this is what I'm talking about from Top Esports. They've got the tools and they've got the engage, especially at range, to actually make things work. But they haven't been using them until now. Really nice cancel on the TP there from Dove.
That's actually so big.
Chase. It was huge because you feel like if Rookie's here from the get-go, On maybe even just dies as well super quick, and that Baron goes over even faster. Yeah, I want to say it had to be the minions aggroing him, right? Because I don't think any more attacks actually went. Is. Yeah, it's... Yeah, that's...
2 auto attacks from the ranged minions. Oh, YSKM, how did you find yourself here, my friend? He is wishing that he had more friends on this side of the map. He does go down, and Qingtian picks up yet another kill.
Yeah, it's been a side lane condition. YSKM's been putting down a lot of pressure, but not really enough to change the game so far on the course of it. And simply one engage has turned into so much for Top Esports. They got the Baron. Whilst they haven't necessarily picked up too much in the means of towers off the back of it just yet, as I say that, they can certainly try and find this tier 1 in the mid lane just because of how low it is. It's changed the momentum of the game. The game feels a lot more playable. Oh.
Dove gets his OTP canceled. Say, how do you like that, Rookie? Rookie says to Dove, rather. Qingtian will find the side lane tower. And do see if they can take it down. The Chains of Corruption back on the other side of it as well. And Qingtian will die to the smite of Gideon. got to push in mid lane, but this is the kind of what experience has wrought is the decisiveness for Top Esports as they pounce onto On.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Top Esports feels like they've woken up a little bit now in this game after the 15, 20 minutes almost of pretty difficult gameplay there to experience through IG's aggression. And now that they got the Baron and picked up a good couple of towers, they found the pick. They even also pick up this Dragon just to keep IG away from Soul Point. It's a really good sequence of play here. And all of a sudden, those prospects that we were speaking about earlier for IG, for Top Esports, feel a lot more positive than they were about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I did see Qingtian actually just completed his 3rd item as well, so this Jace is going to be a bit spooky as we do get him getting caught in the side lane though. And a nice little pickup for Gideon.
I didn't realize that, but Wink actually missed his tail of power.
Yeah.
This is kind of cute. But yeah, On had a big arrow hit his forehead and lock him up in place, as well as all of the other bits of CC that landed from Top Esports to ensure that they could secure that tier 2 in the mid lane. It's really well aimed from Top Esports, and hopefully this level of proactivity can stick around. And we'll see whether or not IG can actually answer it. Level 16 is here for Dove. So, I'm sure we had a whole bunch of the, 15 out of 16, Monka S, 16 out of 16, Monka S, and the timers in chat. It's here. Let's see what IG and Dove can actually get done with it. Dove has been pretty silent for a lot of this game. He's actually not had a single kill participation thus far.
I think obviously we had said already a lot that this is a big test for IG, but it's no bigger show of what the test is, where in both games, in game number 1, they kind of got choked out. In this game, they had some advantages, but it's been the decisiveness and kind of that tempered resilience of Top Esports that's just been paying dividends for them.
That's an engage that flies wide, and teleport's also here from Rookie. He'll steal away that Maokai R. You can just see a lot of poke just trying to be laid in response, but the damage simply isn't there right now for IG. Certainly, if that Shock Blast landed, I really want to see a damage check actually.
Watching Qingtian being at 3 items. Too.
Yeah, he does. He's getting the pressure in. He's going to chunk out this tower. Qingtian's taking a reset instead of a teleport, so IG really want to try and actually buy time if you're on the side lane. I think he still wins.
He's level 16. They might want to get this engage here. Wink buying time against Rookie. Rookie getting those Ren stacks in him. Rookie, he's going to go down. Dove picks up the kill. And with Dove heading that level 16, he is now activated, and Wink wants to help him pick up another kill. That's a double for the IG mid laner.
Long have we awaited, finally activated. Level 16 for Dove comes in, and immediately IG just pounced. WiseCam had his teleport interrupted on the bottom side, but it doesn't really matter too much. IG still stave off the pressure, and that's a huge sigh of relief for IG, because Top Esports really felt like they had a lot of momentum for the last couple of minutes. Now, with that sort of brief moment of respite, they can potentially look to try and wrest control back on the map, as it's a lot of pressure being brought from WiseCam being in the bottom side. You can see on the front side of the fight, Rookie just gets caught out by Gideon, and that's how the fight actually kicks off. The teleport gets interrupted on the bottom side as the disengage tries to come through from Top Esports, but simply not there. Rookie was too far out of position initially.
IG are doing Baron. Oh, Jackie Love just dies to Dove. He's got the Riplock still available too. He's going to be able to make it out of this one.
He's gone.
Rookie coming to try to make something happen. Baron is already in IG's favor. Why is KM stepping up? It's half his health bar taking. I might need to back off of that one. As Baron and the play, the momentum swinging here as the door is wide open for IG. They have evened up the gold lead.
All right, this is what we wanted to see though out of IG, right? We wanted to see some life, and finally we do get it. 2 plays back to back. They get the Baron. I think they've recognized they're at their power point now. Level 16. You should know me as well. He's got the Hull Breaker, so he is committed to the side lane, as it's just on vision. So much vision for IG in the lane. Nothing Jackie Love can do about this. This is
what happens when you play Jin. When you're against these solo laners. Oh, Dove getting caught by Rookie here though. Side lane pressure. Rookie not going to hit that abduct though. We have On coming around. Oh my God, IG. They found themselves on the wrong side of the rift here. Dove. Oh, shot from the curtain call. Another one might hit On. Not going to do it. Gideon blocks it. Wink gets engaged on by Rookie. Face call out. Gideon left out though. Tien needs to get into range. Needs to get that CC off. Can't do it. The hail of arrows. Beautifully done by IG. Testing this moment though, because YSKM is pushing this top side inhib, and TN, Rookie, they're trying to go in onto Gideon some more. Rookie picks himself up another kill. The Nature's Grasp from Rookie connected onto Wink, but that is an inhib tower down in top and bot for IG.
All right, Top Esports find the pick. Dove caught out too many members to deal with. He does buy a lot of time, but eventually it results in Dove and Gideon both dropping. Dragon spawns up in 20 seconds time. You have to imagine Top Esports may be able to pick this one up though if Dove teleports back out onto the map. Maybe some pressure can be regained from IG. Gideon's death time is a little bit longer than that. Hex Gates as well can close the gap as well, don't forget, back onto the map. So maybe the response can come in, but I feel like the death time is just a little bit too long. We'll see what the call is. It's actually teleport's going to the top side from Dove. Yeah, so they want nothing to do with this. They're going to try and get Dove to the inhibitor, and You Should Know Me is also on the bottom side, maybe waiting for someone to answer on the bottom wave, but everyone from Top Esports bar Jackie Love is just going to go for the reset.
Dude, I'm giddy like a little kid here. We're getting IG taking a macro-focused late game into Top Esports. Mark getting caught out by Dove. This is how Dove got baited into his death. But it's so impressive that IG are willing to take this into the legends that are on Top Esports.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just playing the side lanes, man. Just have a little bit of game.
Look, they're the team with the mojo for the split. I feel like, at the very least, previous split, you would argue it's Top Esports with that mojo. Speak with Lyrical Munch. They're always telling me it's Top Esports. They're the ones with the mojo. This year, IG coming in with that style. And again, you know, just to reiterate, at least for me, there are some question marks around IG generally on their ceiling. Obviously, having such an explosive entry to the LPL is always a good thing, but teams they've taken down, they haven't been the big heavy hitters just yet. Top Esports would be, in my mind, the big scout, really, to take down alongside JDG, though that's also another story in its own right. We'll get to that series when you get to it. But for now, having such a positive showing into Top Esports is exactly what you needed to have. And they are trying to force a game 3 out of this.
And again, the little cherry on top of having this such contested game against would be history makers for IG and Rookie and Jackie Love. The fact that Dove and On are the new faces of IG, even though it's been a while since those two legends have been with the org. It's definitely that extra cherry on top for them in this matchup, and we'll see if they can push it to a game 3. Still a lot of execution left to go, but getting those 3.5 items, 4 items coming through. TN missing the Glacial Prison. He does hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on. On is CC'd from hell. He has to go Golden Gideon. Try to buy time, but goes down. Another shot will go through, and Jackie Love, as he hits that level 16 mark, 2 kills across the bow.
On's cleanse was 3 or 4 seconds away from coming up. I think IG might just have their base sieged onto here. Yeah, they might just end up losing. They've got Dove on the top side, but he's coming back to base on a recall here. GTM's going to go and answer that one. I was actually wondering whether they'll go for a Hail Mary and maybe send YSKM up there with Dove to try and end the game, but I feel like it'll be too big of a gamble. It's a 3v5
This is the decisiveness. This is it. Repose comes through. TES are putting in the work here. They want to finish the game now. Dubs is stacking up though. YSKM finds one. YSKM goes down afterwards though.
There's no way.
The defense. There's no way that TES can continue to push this. And IG, I think they've just done it maybe, but TES want to come back for more. The Vultures are circling.
They are refusing to give this potential meal up. Top Esports, they send another ult wide from TN. And that will just spell the end of the siege, but my goodness me, Top Esports, the blood was in the water. Absolutely it was. IG defend though. And they only lose the inhibitor.
And that's that difference, right? I think that's so crucial to kind of point out, and we saw it in game number 1. Their quick turn decisions are so lethal. It's actually incredible.
Yeah, and you can see here, if you take a look at the team fight on the very bottom, Arn's cleanse is seconds away from coming up. If he has it available, he probably just gets out for free here. I'm not sure if this is just kind of unfortunate on the side of IG. As he dies, it comes up. Or whether or not Top Esports were timing that summoner spell to a T. It's always hard to know sometimes in pro games.
He's got Nature's Grasp. This could be a re-engage from Top Esports. They got to be careful though. Mark is just down. IG are swinging in like a fell swoop here. They have even up the fight though. On engage back on. JTN will not hit the engage though. And IG, they're scaling into infinity. And Dove is putting on his big Flexius costume as Rookie goes down to On, and IG have resurged back into another team fight.
Yes, they have indeed. They refuse to go down here. against Top Esports. They're all going to gather up in the mid lane. They don't really have a massive wave to work with, so I think Baron might be the port of call. TN is on the map, but he's gone back to base. He's on the bottom side of the map, so this will be the Baron picked up for free. Now the next port of call for IG is denying this Hextech soul away from Top Esports, because that will definitely be the kind of buff that could turn the tide of a couple of team fights here. But Top Esports just caught sleeping at the wheel. Get caught out by Dove. They're not able to lock him down very early on, and he just goes forward. Mark is removed immediately from this team fight. And Top Esports are just a little bit too split. You can see Rookie took the Hextech gate. He's too far away. Tien's just gone over the wall. It leaves Mark, Jackie Love, and Ching Tien exposed to this engage. There is simply nothing that Top Esports can really do. Even though Gideon oversteps and gets bursted down, nothing is stopping these solo laners from rampaging through the entirety of Top Esports.
It's what happens if Dove goes unmarked, right? Or even if YSKM goes unmarked. Now we're getting a fight. You're rooming around this dragon. This is soul for Top Esports.
They can get it. IG really want to deny this one away. So many combat stats.
They're going for the engage already.
They want it.
On, going for it. Oh my god, IG, they're on him. Dove, though, he has been marked. Jackie Love dies, though, and they are trying to take down Dove. They do. That's double. That's TS being wiped off the board, though. They get a couple, but they lose everything. A triple kill for YSKM, and we look like we're going to 3.
Game 3 is on the horizon. This wave in the bottom side should be shoved up here. And the death timers are long enough for this game to end. IG, it looked a little bit dicey in that mid game, but thankfully the level 16 comes in. Fiora hits those iron spikes as well, and the pressure of the solo lane is too much for Top Esports to bear. And even though they had a massive counter blow in the mid game, wasn't quite enough to put their final nail in the coffin, and IG are taking it to 3.
They stand the test of Top Esports in game number 2 after a very tough game number 1. And you love to see that grit from this team that has just showed so much tenacity across this season so far, and it leading to this number 1 record for them. And to have this kind of bounce back in terms of where they kind of readapted draft and found those advantages. YSKM saying it was not the Fiora, it's just how we play around it and executing on that. Really, really big level up from IG.
Huge level up. And again, just the usage there of those solo lanes was so important. Constantly finding flanks in the final couple of fights there was the crucial difference maker in how IG had been approaching the fights throughout majority of that game. Felt like Top Esports did find their stride and their momentum with that team composition after kind of being routed a little bit in the early stages, but it wasn't enough. They couldn't keep the momentum going, and as soon as they lost hold of full control of the game, it felt like it was just on a knife's edge. And whenever it's on a knife's edge, it always feels like IG, no matter the opponent, apparently, will come out ahead.
And I gotta ask though, like again, we were talking about a little bit of disrespect towards Xing Tian last game, but a little bit of disrespect given over to giving Dove the Kassadin. First of all, just letting Kassadin through was a big skill check, it felt like, for Top Esports. They were saying we wanted to kind of take this into it. We wanted this draft to play out this way, and it didn't work out. They were on a timer, and they had some good moments even after that timer went off. But it still showed through every time. You leave him unmarked for 1 second, he will be on your backline. YSKM having big influences in the late game, and these solo lanes really popping off for IG.
Yeah, and you know what happened, right? And
yeah,
at least to me now, I feel like the big question on my mind is, what are Top Esports going to do? I think giving over Dove's Kassadin in I don't want to see like a free matchup, but again, you know, it's kind of what Kassadin is picked to do very commonly is the Silas. And when you see teams pick up the Sejuani, they go as far as preemptively banning the Kassadin because they feel like it's going to be too much to deal with. And in this game, it simply was, right? I think the pick, in theory, was to try and sort of limit Dove's champion pool. They banned away the Azir, pick up the Silas, and I believe the Azir was banned. Ryze was also the other option, I guess, but Dove just felt like Kassadin was the next best thing, and simply too much to deal with. Top Esports gonna probably look to readjust in that second phase. I like Ching Tien's Jace. I think it's doing a lot of work. I think Tien on the Sejuani missing a couple of moments, but still, I think finding the impact in the mid game that they were looking for. I think you just have to try and shut down IG where it matters on the side lane, and they just didn't have the answers to deal with that.
And especially see Ching Tian and Rookie really going blow for blow against YSKM and Dove, but not coming out on top. I think it sets us up for honestly a a script written game number 3 here, where we have seen IG kind of fight through some of those moments. And yes, it is Valentine's Day, but there's a lot of love for what's happening on the Rift right now for these two teams. We'll see how TES versus IG plays out, who will get the bill at the end of this dinner date. We'll be right back.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Should he be playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. YSK's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's going to go
Are they about to end up on Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten his GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Repose comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. They say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Castra. They get him, but Light's still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries
turn on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you.
然后下一把对阵 Top 的话，我比较关心中路的对线，还有在对面 ban 位跟打野选手的那个路线吧。然后一定要注意中路选手的那个对线实力。然后这里先说，我反正一定3等去搞中路的。
Hasn't got to pull it off just yet, but looking to gank Rookie in that mid lane when they're taking down Top Esports. They did just that in game number 2. That mid lane was just as important as YSK was talking about. Dove scaling into infinity and beyond. He ain't Buzz Lightyear, but he does get MVP for game number 2.
Yeah, and absolutely deserved. Very, very quiet. I think he had 0 kill participation until it's like 20-ish minutes into the game. And then boom, as soon as he hits that level 16 mark, he just explodes and just dealt so much damage in the end. Found multiple picks and was just crucial to those later game team fights where IG were able to collapse and catch Top Esports kind of split off into different parts. This is one of those big fights towards the end of the game. This is his first kill credit into the game. 27 minutes in, and he finished 7-3 and 6, maybe less than 10 minutes later. So I think that kind of lets you know how IG were playing out some of these team fights, and it was just off the back of these couple of picks which really set IG on the right path to take us to a game 3 here in the series.
And again, letting it go into the draft and not taking that one away has been a prime ban, at least I guess, across the whole of the LPL. I think there were still some fight backs from Top Esports. You could see some of that back and forth, but it was the solo lane power that was just lended to by the kind of back and forth bot lane that we got early on.
Yeah, I think, because you reference as well, like Jackie Love kind of mentions how he feels like those double AD carry lanes don't often have a lot of impact in the mid game in comparison to the laning phase. And I feel like we kind of half started to see that in the mid game when it got a little bit quiet and it felt like both teams, I don't want to say were sat on their hands, but they were definitely struggling to find a lot of key picks. But once those almost started flying, that was when we actually started to see some of their mid game utility and uses. And definitely, of course, we're very used to the Ashe. Seeing the Varus, not so frequently picked up in the support role, but Wink doing an excellent job at demonstrating how much burst damage it can actually afford to a team. Super critical, and I'm not sure whether or not we're going to end up seeing another double AD carry bot lane on both sides, but I wouldn't mind seeing it again just on the grounds of how excellent both Wink and Mark have been at, finding their key targets and also finding so much of that burst and pairing up with their respective junglers and actually making picks work.
And this is not going to be some kind of, oh, we've got the momentum now, it's easy, let's finish it off here. No, this is Top Esports, and they will have an answer here going today. I expect Jackie Love not to be put on a Jhin in game number 3. There's no way I'm seeing him on a Jhin going into the final game of the series, even with, still a long season ahead. There's a point of pride here for both sides. We've already said it's kind of the new generation of IG versus the old generation of IG, the world champions of IG. And we've seen kind of back and forths. I'm really looking to Rookie to step up against Dove or Qingtian to be that stable top side of Top Esports and play around how they're going to kind of dictate the draft here, because it has been super telling in both drafts how we're going to get an early game started for both sides.
Yeah, definitely it has. And I feel like, on your point of Qingtian being that stable top side, I think he has. I think he's handled You Should Know Me, especially in the laning phase, particularly well. That's when we normally see IG kind of springboard a lead. It'll often be from YSKM just out mechanicsing his lane opponent and then just going ham on the side lane. So far this series, it feels like Qingtian has only really found I guess, problems when he's had Gideon come up there and it's been a 2v1 and he's not been supported by TN. So I think for Top Esports, maybe if you try and sort of dissuade some of that play, if IG, again, return to the top side to actually try and give some power to YSKM, then we'll see some kind of apt response. But for now, we're into the picks and bans. Ziggs gone, Zeri gone, Sejuani removed away. I think IG, with a Sejuani ban, will likely have to be forced to ban away the Maokai. And we'll see where Top Esports want to go with their AD carry pick. Ashe as well, of course, still up and available out of some of those power picks.
Indeed, I ain't got no big brain analysis. So you took all the picks away from me, Jabata. But you're the one with the big brain here, not me. It is the setup, though. I guess looking at these jungle pools, because we have seen that very heavy bottom lane ban. We'll get the at least Jackie Love special the Draven, but also the on special the Draven banned away. So 3 bottom lane bans from IG, and it's just Maokai left on the table. So Tian says, let's go.
Yeah, well, I think could be a really, really strong rotation here. Vi plus Ashe, I think it's something that we're starting to see kind of be used as a bit more of a pair, right? You throw out the Ashe arrow in the general direction that you want to try and find a pick on, and then the Vi ult can very often just lock down that target, and then it turns into a bit of a long chain CC, which you can't really get away from. I feel like IG don't want to run into a situation like they did in game 1 where they end up leaving their jungle pick till super later on. For now, though, however, they will go towards the Varus plus the Ashe, and there's still, of course, room to go towards that jungle later on. But that is huge, right? Being able to snap up both of these AD carries, both very powerful and potent on both of these players in the bottom side, and of course the flexibility to go in each role. So it kind of depends on how they feel when Top Esports lock in their bottom lane.
Now, I'll be the first one to say I love Jin. Top Esports should just be locked in, as it does come down to it. They have the, I guess, forward momentum now with this Maokai jungle on TN, but I'm looking at what they're going to round out this first phase with into that bot lane response of the Varus and the Ashe. They're going to leave some flexibility on the table, though, as Top Esports has done. They also grab the Jace and flexibility in 2 picks now. As 3rd time in a row, why not slam that one in for YSKM?
I mean, of course, it's such a power pick, but then the same concerns are still there for me with IG. I don't think it's bad, but I just feel like Gideon, if he's left to a point where he has to really, really dig deep for a champion pool pick in the jungle, we could see some issues. We'll see what the banner responses will be here for IG. However, they had to deal with Jace in the top side in game number 2. Game number 1, Darius gave them some issues, so I wonder if that'll be the ban away here for game number 3.
With the Yuumi ban, targeting a little bit of Mark there. Maybe that Yuumi combo with the Jhin. Definitely something that IG don't want to deal with. It is the Vi, though. Some of that facilitation taken off of Gideon's plate. I wonder if we get a little bit more of that support pool. No, it is the Darius. So back to that game number 1 where Ching Tian had taken the Darius. That's 2 bans gone now. Get 1 in game 2, 1 in game 3.
Yeah, they just don't want to deal with it. So I think the next ban is just going to end up being Wukong, and then Gideon's going to be in a situation where he's going to really dig deep. Excuse the dog. He has separation anxiety. And I am the only one here.
Happy Valentine's Day.
He needs it. Oh, come. But yeah, there's the Wukong ban. And now again, Gideon's going to have to really dig deep and find a pick.
And I do wonder, especially with the counter pick still available, but not really there for the top side of the map, we do want to see kind of what Gideon's going to be grabbing and leaving Dove's choice on the table to kind of pick into Rookie. But maybe we just see that change up here, because I need to see IG get something forward with this jungle. It'll be the Elise. So a classic combo that we're seeing kind of rise in that Peruta is when both of these are on the table, it's not just the Sejuani, it is the Elise into the Maokai.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of early pressure can actually be put down. It felt like in game number 1 when, you know, the Maokai and the Sej were both banned away, and then it was actually Tien with the Elise. That's when Gideon really struggled when the secondary ban slides come in. Now he's actually got a pick where he can find some impact in some of these lanes. Top Esports looking to go towards the Renekton, try and put YSKM down in the early stages. Fiora is always still going to outscale, but being able to have a little bit of lane prowess is always going to be very potent for a player like Ching Tian, who we've seen time and time again is very capable of neutralizing these carry tops. Now it's up to Mark on what he wants to do. Something like Fiora, something like, I beg your pardon, Lux, as the hover, to actually be locked in wouldn't be too bad. You keep at range, a lot of poke as well afforded to this pick, so I like it as it goes through for Mark.
I do like it, but I was hoping to get a little bit of action between Jackie Love and Odd here. It's going to be a little bit of that background for, though. I guess with the Lux having a lot more of that catch-out potential between the two, but I am very curious at how Gideon pilots this Elise. Very typical of him to take kind of AP-style junglers, right? But the Elise, not as much. Actually, looking through his competitive games, he actually does not, in competitive, now this isn't scrims, things like that, actually does not have a Elise game under his belt on stage, but I am very, very curious with how TN has kind of tried to find a lot of these early advantages. Now Gideon with the forefront on this early game scaling Elise definitely needs to find those advantages.
Yeah, like you say, might not have a stage game, but it's kind of one of those things, right, where if you're a jungler, the picks you expect to have a jungler know and kind of be the staple picks. At least, I guess this is a lot less season 13.
I was gonna say, are you about to stick with that statement? Are you saying that's
what I will say is, if you're an old head, it would be like Lee Sin, Jarvan, and Elise, right? That's kind of the trio of competitive junglers that you would expect the jungler to always have in their locker if needs be. Elise hasn't been meta for a little while, so I wouldn't necessarily expect every jungler to always have it ready. Now that we're at a point where it's been kind of popular, yes, of course, but yeah, I feel like having that power in Gideon's hands in comparison to game number 1, where he kind of felt like he struggled, even though it's not the team fighting power and turnaround potential of a Maokai, I think we're still going to see a lot of early impact on towards these lanes, where you kind of want to try and get some of these picks going, specifically the bottom side of the map where you've got that double AD matchup situation, and especially with that double poke as well on the opposite end with the Jhin and the Lux, it can be very easy to lose a lot of your HP just getting rooted into a bunch of burst being put onto your health bar. So I think having a little bit of early impact there from Gideon is going to be huge.
I know when we came into this was a very big test for IG, but at this point it's a test for both sides, Top Esports and IG, who one is 4-1 in Top Esports, the other is 5-1. Getting a stain on that record will make that early record gain from both sides feel a little bit worse. And I think IG have had the youngness going their way, but it has led to a lot of the cockiness we've heard from them in interviews is the way they want to play the game. And the way that they feel like should be the striking of the moment, because they don't always have the prowess to be able to be this cocky. And I think that bounce back in game 2 showed a lot of heart. And now I'm looking with the very, very aggressive centered composition for them, how they're going to topple down Top Esports and try to push up to 6-1.
Yeah,
that was hesitant hearts there.
Hesitant hearts. It's always so interesting seeing how the crowd reacts to some of the Valentine's shenanigans. That's a very cute dog. I wonder if that's a meme that I'm just not familiar with. But yeah, I agree. I think game number 2 definitely showed a lot of heart. Talking about game number 3, I feel like they don't necessarily have the same level of scaling tools. Of course, we didn't quite get to see what the final pick will be. We haven't actually had official word, I don't believe, on what the pause is for. So hopefully it will
We have not.
be resolved rather quickly, but we will be here to entertain you until that point, or until we get word, of course.
So now I'm going to ask you the most serious question I've asked you all day, besides when I asked you about it earlier. Have you changed your chocolate choice for this series? Are we getting anything different? Are we getting anything maybe a little bit more adventurous for Valentine's Day here, Jamada?
Anything a little more adventurous?
Maybe something filled with like molasses now, because we're slowing down a little bit of this third draft.
Something really a caramel and chocolate guy.
Okay.
Not really a fan. I don't mind caramel and coffee. Caramel and coffee's nice, but I don't know, something about caramel
chocolate,
and
no way.
It doesn't sit right.
I think you're the weird one here.
That's fine. I'm happy to be the weird one. That's okay.
It does look like we might be getting in here very soon. Still haven't gotten word of what's going on exactly, but I do want to zone back into kind of what I was talking about earlier. Obviously, there's some of the big things standing out for IG, but also some of the big things standing out for TES has been some of that stability we've already mentioned time and time again for rookie, for Ching Tien, and Tien himself having so many of these kind of paths that lead to benefits for him in the early game, but trying to figure out how to make that work in the late game was not working out in game number 2.
Yeah, it wasn't working out. I feel like for Top Esports, at the moment at least, looking at what they have available on in the draft as a whole, I feel like they've given themselves a lot better of conditions inside the lane. I think we're probably going to get the same draft. Again, we haven't actually had official word, so I'm not entirely sure how this one will unfold. We'll walk you through it as it comes. But for now, it looks like it is the same draft. There's Maokai. On the opposite end, Ash Varric should come through. And then we'll see what IG's final pick will be. Expectation is I don't think it's a complete redraft, and by the looks of some of the players' faces on the camera, it does look like it's just going to be a redraft as coaches are just running through picks, and yeah, seems to be the case. That will be just a redraft.
So that gives us a little bit of time here while we're speed picking through all of these to kind of zone back into this this matchup in particular, especially with how the differences in what these double ADC bot lanes have wrought. I think Top Esports definitely missing that Pyke Ziggs combo from game number 1 a little bit, but they've opted into these double ADC matchups down here and really giving a lot of onus to the rest of the map on both sides.
Yeah, double AD matchup, and just generally IG giving this prio to the side lanes, I think just makes sense for them when they've got Dub in the mid lane, who's always going to be able to kind of weather the storm, right? I think game 2 is a perfect case study for that, where even though he wasn't really able to have a lot of impact on the Kassadin for a very, very long time, once he hit that power mark at the level 16 and everything else, they were very, very happy to move. As again, with the side lane priority, I'm very curious to see how Top Esports are actually going to go about things, as it's actually the Heimerdinger that they locked in this time around. So I wonder if there was maybe some kind of issue. Yeah, there must have been some kind of issue.
We still have not gotten an update from our official side to tell us what's happening. So we're with you here, audience. We're having a great date night here on Valentine's Day. Hopefully, one of these days we'll understand what exactly went down, but maybe it won't even matter in the end, as this is a spicy pick. Yone locked in for IG.
It's a first time on stage this split for Dove Yone here, and that's super exciting into this chase. I am very, very much looking forward to how this one's going to unfold in the mid lane. Yeah, goodness me. I mean, it's side laning through the wazoo, really, if they want to take it. Both Yone and Fiora scale excellently as duelists on the side lane, and with a pick like Elise as well to facilitate some of that. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how they want to actually play out the side lanes, but also how Top Esports are going to want to try and respond. I think they're going to have to need early dragons to be picked up so that they can try and bring these side laning fighters to the dragon to try and team fight, because otherwise if they're left to their own devices, Yone is going to hit 2 items, Fiora is going to hit 2 items, and then things will start to look a little bit tough on those side lanes, which we know IG love to play, and they've got 2 AD carries in the bottom side to disengage or also just try and re-engage with the Ash Arrow and the Chains of Corruption. So I think IG have given themselves the kind of draft that they want to pilot, right? And it's more on Top Esports with their own tools to try and break apart this gameplay flow.
Well, we get to see as we get onto the Rift here, that early aggression, the name of the game here, try to get on and wing to set up the rest of the team for Dove, YSCam, and Gideon himself trying to give us a spiderful performance here as we go into game 3 of our first series. Top Esports, a stalwart competition for IG to go up against. IG maybe trying to push themselves to the upper precipice of LPL, and the spring split has been something that IG Top Esports have come into with reckless abandon, and both these teams would go on to further win streaks. As we crest into game number 3 here, IG looking for a little bit of early blood.
Indeed, on top side invade.
So we did finally get an update.
Okay.
So apparently On reported a wrong champ pick after the next pick had occurred. So he had already picked his champ, and then I guess the next pick came through. So unfortunately for them, they're not offering a remake of the pick. So I guess maybe this is a little bit of a change for IG. Don't know necessarily what that's going to rot for the picks here. But I'm very, very much seeing how this kind of competition is now played out, knowing that information for IG.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well,
maybe not their first choices. I don't remember what pick the 4th one was for On. Was it the Elise?
It was the Elise.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting that came from
or
the side
maybe
of
it was On's pick. We have a little bit of not like super detailed information, just getting a little bit of the head down of it. But now we got to look at this bot lane like we had put so much focus on. The early parts could be a little difficult, as that trading forth is going to be good for both sides. I like that Mark is back on some something that can set up for Jackie Love a little bit more so.
Absolutely, and having a Jin, one of those very, very irritating duos to deal with. Poke. So much damage as well, especially in the sort of mid-game where you get the empowered grenade, long range W, and then curveball comes in. It just feels really obnoxious to deal with. And Heimerdinger just deals too much damage as well, doesn't he? To be honest with you. We'll see how Mark wants to pilot it, and how he will be able to pilot it. As this is also the other matchup I'm really keeping my eyes on. Qingtian, he's been a rock up here. Nice KM in the mid-game has really come alive and been a force to be reckoned with on the side lane. Pretty much every game so far. Picking up the Fury, a lot of priority on it as well, right? Even when I feel like it necessarily has been, I don't want to say out of place, but maybe a little bit too forced at times. Still very happy to go for it. And now you can see Gideon moving up towards the top side. The wave's in a bit of an awkward spot here for Qingtian, but he has a ward. And I think the immediate backing up just kind of signals to Gideon that there's some information there available. And that the gank is perhaps a little bit too forced, as he will now make his way down towards the mid lane instead.
A little bit of side point here, though. As Dove, this is his second competitive Yone, is on 100% win rate already. So nicely picked for them. They'll finally engage on the Rookie. Rookie getting very, very low. Not going to find first blood as Gideon dodging out of that tower shot with the rappel on TN.
Yeah, that cocoon connected. Really nice sidestep from Rookie, just to ensure that he doesn't get locked down by that. He would have died. No cleanse, don't forget teleport. So as soon as that happens, he is gone up. Qingtian, oh, wow, yeah, 8 a tower shot.
Both flashes.
And You Should Know Me was more than happy to try and pounce on the opportunity, but that's both flashes down. See how Top Esports potentially react to this. Again, I really want to see IG try and force forward these solo lanes to get their individual leads and then be able to play out the side lanes. I think on the bottom side of the map, Arn and Wink should be able to, you know, sort of hold down the fort in that kind of matchup. And even if Jackie Love and Mark get to kind of scale up for free, it shouldn't really matter too much, so long as they don't give over too many early dragons. I think that's the other big condition that Top Esports need to be monitoring, picking up those dragons earlier so they can try and force these solo lanes down to team fight when they might necessarily want to try and be on the side lanes.
And that anything early that IG can get is going to pay dividends for them. And you can see Gideon wanting to get proactive, not going to really find much in the jungle side of TN over here bot lane, but was circling around bot lane just in case they could get a dive. They will spot out TN on his blue side, and maybe Gideon looking mid now.
Yeah, again, return play here. Dove not going to be able to stick on to Rookie, and with Rookie going into Fog of War, kind of concerned perhaps that Gideon, or rather TN, is waiting in the wings. Not quite willing to take 2v2 on those grounds, so they just back away. Wave will be crashed in as I think Mark watered the cannon and made Jackie Love miss it there. Not gonna lie. Quite funny.
That's a little bit of a feels bad moment. Mark needs his goal too, okay?
It's -1 either way. That's what I say.
Now we see, as Dragon has spawned on the Rift, we didn't see as much priority there last time around, but I think with Gideon on the Elise, we will see that pick up in tempo. He is actually pushing down towards this top side of the map, though. See if he goes in. Rookie doing a great job of dealing with Dove early on. The level 6 is definitely going to make a difference for Dove. He's going in for a nice little trade, but Dove backing away immediately.
Yeah, see, I feel like Dove is okay doing that, though, because he's got teleport. Probably wants the base and just pick up boots. Something like that. If he's got the gold for it, tier 2's usually a rush, but he doesn't actually have enough gold. It looks like it would be tier 1 and a reset back into the base, or lane rather, so he's not going to miss out on too much. Still Rookie getting the better end of that trade, 100%. And I want to continue to see IG force those plays though, through Gideon, and like you also mentioned, no force play onto the dragon just yet. Oh, Wink.
Wink, no! He's going to get first blood in here, no doubt. He goes down instantly, and TN on the board for Top Esports.
That's just rough. Top Esports reading the return back to the bottom side now. The counter play will be on this top side dive. You've got a massive stacked wave here. Gideon and Dove, and no flash on Qingtian. He might have Dominus, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this.
Gonna need to try to pop it here. Does it even? As, yeah, that's a nice execution from IG as a response. Why is Game taking a couple extra tower shots? There should be some turret plates going over as well.
Yeah, a really, really nice play. And this is what we want to see, these three syncing up on a play. And that was an excellent
he wasn't even level 6. He didn't have the Dominus.
Oh, he didn't. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. we're almost 7 minutes into the game, so I was like, yeah, he's got level 6, but the wave was so big, he just didn't have level 6 yet. Really excellent then from IG. Amazing timing just to ensure that it's very, very free. And Dragon was taken by Top Esports on the bottom side. So again, that's going to be a very core condition to try and force IG into some team fights perhaps that they want to try and leave until later on into the game where, you know, Dove has 2.5 items and you can try and find these really, really irritating flank angles to deal with. Same thing for YSKM. So Top really want to try and continue stacking these, and IG want to try and respond. There's a lot of damage thrown onto Mark, but no capitalization from Wink as they both just kind of take a step back.
There's going to be some trading back and forth here. We do see, though, that Tien is hovering down this way. Maybe he's making his way back towards mid lane, trying to help out. But again, the onus is on Gideon here on the Elise to get active on the map. He is just going back for a little bit of farming here. Has fallen down in the farm department because of trying to be proactive, but it needs to continue. And you have Rip Herald now on the board, and I would expect IG to try to push the tempo with it.
Yep, absolutely. Gideon looking for a play here. Dove doesn't have Fate sealed, and Tien is also on the opposite side of the wall. They will see him walk into the river. And just know that it's time to back away as Jeffy Love looking for a bit of damage. Maybe would have opened up the curse wall if he felt as if he had lethal for it. As Top Esports now will pick up the Herald, so it's going to be both objectives early on secured by them. And IG had an answer to the Dragon, but they definitely won't have an answer to this Herald. This is a very free objective for Top Esports to get. And curious to see where they want to use it. I expect to the bottom side of the map, just because it feels like that's the one place where they're getting a lot of priority. Mid lane as well, very, very big to try and pick up when there's not really too much wave clear on a team, like IG's draft. Going towards that mid lane to try and break up so you can get constant first move onto side lane is also very, very powerful. Oh, hello.
Can be able to get the grand challenge out onto Ching Tien. Going a little bit back into YSKM though with that dominance stacking up though. He steps back up and Gideon is here to respond to a very aggressive, big crocodilian. Dodging out of that cocoon though feels bad, man. IG just get a little bit of stabilization in top side for YSKM.
Just a little bit, just to put a little bit of pressure off his shoulders as Gideon just covering potentially a dive. I think he's worried about on to YSKM. Nothing will come of it though. The back away will just come through. So I feel like Top Esports very happy about this sequence of play.
9 minute and 30-second demonic embrace for Tien back on the map. Now YSKM, he's in some trouble.
Oh,
Repulse,
no.
it doesn't matter. Ching Tien flexing yet again onto YSKM.
Yeah, he couldn't figure out when to get that riposte down. Ching Tien just waits it out. He's got more health to work with. Very, very easy. It's really nice. I think he gets the first auto in, and I think he just baits YSKM into expecting the W to come out, holds onto it, finds that solo kill real nice from Ching Tien. And, you know, that's kind of putting a stamp on the authority of this side lane, and also one of the win conditions, it feels like team conditions. It feels like IG will always work towards. Now, Gideon, you'd expect, is maybe going to make a repay visit up there to try and set things straight, as we're probably going to get a replay of the solo kill itself and see what we're talking about here.
Heads up play, it's so good here in Ching Tien.
It's this auto here, you would expect, it's kind of like muscle memory, right? Auto into W, auto reset, but he just doesn't W. And as soon as YSKM uses the riposte, he's dead.
And that's showing
really nice.
some of that great kind of rock in the top lane presence that you were talking about earlier. Ching Tien fights fighters with fighters, but he ain't gonna let you rule that map. We've seen YSKM run top laners up and down the map over and over again. That's why he's made such a big name for himself. But Ching Tien in this series, besides a little bit of side lane pressure last game, he has been so strong against YSKM.
Yep, and that's why they brought him in. And he's continuing to show.
Well, he's got the start over Wayward as well.
Yeah, exactly why he's got that start over Wayward. His dub can get chunked out. There's the Herald in the mid lane. Spoke about how with not so much wave clear, that Herald drop in the mid lane is going to be good, and now that topside matchup's getting worse. The mid lane's getting his Herald shoved in. There's a lot of plates going over. And IG find themselves 2,000 gold down, just off pretty much lane difference in plates so far. So they, need to find an answer very, very soon. Every member, with the exception of Mark, is ahead of every member of Top Esports, and now a play's coming onto the bottom side
They're
as
going
well.
to continue to find more as they get Wink. The dancing grenade hits onto On. A fourth shot will seal his fate. Double kill to Jackie Love at Top Esports. They are off to the races against an early composition that IG have picked.
Yeah, and it's just from top to bot, right? It's top side play, solo kill, mid lane play, you lose a couple of plates and the Herald gets dropped.
Man.
That's why this play ends up going so sour. A bit of a trade beforehand. Chains of Corruption not available on that dive as well. And that's how it ends up unfolding, and off the back of TN using the play mid, just rotates down to the bottom side. Easy as you'd like. Now that's 2 dragons to the good of Top Esports. And this game for IG is starting to fall apart very quickly.
So that's where I do want to get into the nitty-gritty that YSK in the side lane will have later on, but especially Dove on this Yone. I think that's where a big amount of that late game potential can come from. But I'm wondering how worth that's going to be with so much control across every lane, it feels like, for TES now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like TES, when they've got these kind of leads, usually they don't fumble them, usually. And I feel like, again, so long as they're quite clinical about how they play out, I think specifically the next 10 minutes of this game is going to be very, very crucial. If IG can try and close the gold gap and then, you know, of course, get Darv and YSKM to a point where they actually get their core items, they'll be fine. But as you can see, Qingtian is doing this by himself, right? This is just him saying,
definitely
yeah, I've got
overextended
backup.
now, though.
Kind of. He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. YSKM. Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just can't 1v3 this guy. It's not. It's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all! Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out On.
No
He's
way!
hungry Quack, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The face seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
Qingtian is a monster, and again he proves why he's so valuable to this Top Esports side. We're joking, saying, you know what, maybe he is overextended. He turns it around in the 2v1, and even in the 3v1, he manages to find another kill once his cooldowns come back up. And, you know, I'm saying, yeah, he's just joking with the idea. He's kind of just feigning that he has members here. Cocoon goes wide, and as soon as that goes wide, all of a sudden, YSKM, he can't get the procs on the Grand Challenge to get the healing. The empowered Ruthless Predator comes down, and Gideon can do nothing about that much damage. The re-engage eventually comes through from Dove and On. The issue is, his cooldowns are back up, right? Watching TN just one-shots.
That was ended up being a 5v1, by the way.
Yeah, it's a 5v1. Help! The Avengers are in my lane! That's what Qingtian is basically saying. And eventually he gets some backup. And they do clean up Top Esports. Oh, man! What a play from the top laner. And Qingtian...
What a statement, man. I'm just going to say, there is, I mean, we've seen it. Top laners have a hit on YSKM. Everybody wants to take this man down. And Qingtian is the one that stands tall in the face of Yushidomi.
My god. And we did say this would also be a bit of a test for Yushidomi. He's gone through a couple of strong top laners, but Qingtian has really been, you know, proving how strong he is and why he was brought in. And has honestly more than done his job in lane to YSKM, right? I think it's more been about how IG play the mid game that's caught Top Esports off guard as a whole, as IG are kind of trying to death brush this out, but Top Esports are kind of...
They don't know how many members are here.
Yeah, they don't know that Mark is also
okay,
here.
They're going in, but my god, they took so much damage at the end of that. Bait Seal comes out as Gideon is just gunned down by Jackie Love. Sniper in the bushes, you gotta watch out as 2 more kills fall. And there is no hope, maybe a light at the end of the tunnel, but it is fading fast for IG.
Yeah, and I fear that IG might not be looking so competitive in the rest of this game. After that play, they look for it, and I'd say a swing and a miss, but I'm not sure it was much a swing in the first place.
Okay.
This Asher land.
Setting it up here. Ting Tian still tanking up. He said, you've done this before. Are you sure you want to relive this experience? It's Ting Tian who wants to go back in. Change the corruption though, and that's the CC that you need to take down the big monster Croc.
But it still takes 3 members and 3 elements of IG just to take down Ting Tian on a side lane where he nearly gets home free. If he had the flash, he could have just flashed and changed the corruption, he would have been out. So still, even though IG pick up the play that expends so many resources that it's going to mean they give up this 3rd dragon, as we really need to see a slow-mo replay of Dove missing 2 members now from the wall. I'm not sure we did, but
our replay observers love putting these things out.
yeah, ultimate flips onto Gideon. W has to be sidestepped by Dove, and because of that, he has to walk back into the members of esports. Very happy to clean him up. Yeah, that dragon goes over to top esports. Early soul on the menu, 100%. 6, 8, 7, 8,000 gold lead for top esports now. IG, I'd say they're in deep waters, but
Jamada, I have an apology to make. I have an apology.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I said I didn't want to see the Jackie Love Jin. And I should have never doubted my boy Jin, but let alone doubt Jackie Love. And as I speak out of casting person, but he doesn't get engaged on.
Okay.
I think this comp from TES is just putting on the pressure. No brakes to be seen. It's all gas. Ting Tian taking another one in the side lane. Dove, you have no chance. Ting Tian just racking up the solo polos and 8 on. One more shot, not going to go his way. Gideon is the forefront of that one. Tian flashes forward for the kill. This should be the death knell of IG.
Yep, this is going to be a very, very fast game. I don't think top esports is going to end on this push, but it's a pre-20-minute inhibitor being taken by top esports, and IG, I think, have swung their course in this series. Unfortunately, game 3, they've fallen a little bit short. We'll see. I've seen crazier things happen in the LPL, but a comeback looks pretty unlikely here as we get a replay of the 1v1. And yeah, Dove just doesn't really stand a chance when Ting Tian is this far ahead. He only has the W initially. It comes back off cooldown, I want to say. And he gets the empowered Ruthless Predator through the shield. Don't forget the empowered W of Renekton does remove shield, so Dove actually doesn't even really have a shield poke in that 1v1. Feels bad, man. Yeah, just a lot of poke damage. 472 on an 80% HP target in Gideon. That's a lot of damage coming out of Jin.
I think he was actually trying to go for YSCam right there as well. Ooh, we get a little play here. Double CC chain.
Okay.
There is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel when you get a combo like that. It was a lot of ultis, but it works.
All right. 6 more of those, and then
maybe 8.
Maybe 8, and then I'm feeling good. Then I'm like, you know what? Yeah, they might have a chance. We'll see. It's still a very nice pick to just break up a little bit of the tempo here from top esports. I feel like even without Mark, however, they'll be very comfortable to step forward and just gain control here of the top side. And let's not forget that Dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes time, and that will be Soul, which IG right now, frankly, are just not set up to deal with. They do not have the gold or the items right now to step forward into top esports' territory, so they're gonna have to be very, very cautious. And I expect they'll likely try and give it up. Otherwise, they try and take a fight around that. I expect the game will end very shortly after.
Yeah, I mean, there's such big item differentials.
Okay.
You get rookies flash out, setting Shinji Crystal Arrow being on such a low cooldown. Changing Corruption is now coming up as well, but Ting Tian has already been pushing topside and TS are collapsing.
Top esports just dotting the I's, crossing the T's here, going lane to lane, picking up towers. They'll even maybe try and siege on the back end of this play as they send forward Nature's Grasp.
Ooh, game trying to block some of those shots there on, so that's a back off. Oh, TP. Dove is behind.
Do they really
Don't know
want this,
if they
man?
can do anything about this.
You know what? Give me a 5-man basic. Oh, they're taking away the wave.
All right. I like it. I like it.
He's
Dove's
dipping
gonna
back into
move out of
fall.
this one. 5 Vivers here. You have the wolves on the edge of the forest that are IG trying to find it into the herd of TES. They will protect their own, and they will make it out.
They can hear the howls, but how afraid are they? I think the answer is not so much. Actually,
These boys going into the bear pit now. All right.
Yeah. I think I will say, if they go into the Baron, they do set themselves up.
Qing Tian.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Run away from the croc.
Oh,
he's coming from the swamp.
Oh, he's got the chickens. He's got the chickens. He can use the dash.
No. Oh, he gets the Chains of Corruption back there as well. That stopped for just a moment, but he is not going to be stopped for long. Dove gets the trade back, but Qing Tian takes down the back line.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if Dove's able to assassinate Jackie Love. No one can deal with Qing Tian. Their supers on the Nexus towers already. 22 minutes in. And Top Esports, they're looking to try to capitalize on this one. Minions do get cleared away, which is huge, so they might have to just settle for mid lane, but they've got another wave right here. I think they want to either end the game. Yeah, they want to end the game. They don't want to stay here.
That ain't gonna be it. The test has been failed by IG. They will not take down the legends, the legacy of IG in rookie Jackie Love, but it is a moment's breath for them to finish out on the map. Top Esports have just been in complete dominance here. Almost 12,000 gold in the lead.
Oh my. IG have just been destroyed in this game 3, haven't they? First game, quite interesting from the Top Esports perspective. Very much their side. I think the draft had a lot to do with it. Game number 2, IG a little more docile in the mid game once Top Esports had a little more control, but this game 3 has been all about Top Esports and all about Qing Tian on this top side, causing so much mayhem. And in this team fight there in the back line, what is IG supposed to do about that 2-item Renekton? So many resistances so early on into the game, so much damage so early on in a team fight this. It doesn't matter if Dove finds a good target. The rest of IG just can't capitalize on it, so Top Esports still full control here as trying to find a little bit of focus.
Qing Tian might not be the one that you want to go on there. Dove is just going all out, but he has left Gideon to die. And Jackie Love is putting his mark here and goes in with the Fate Seal. Dove trying to take down 2, but they are taken out themselves. We got 1 by 1. They're falling like dominoes right now. And IG desperation has reigned, and chaos is their point. It is a finishing touch from Top Esports. A dominant 2-1 victory over IG. And again, the stability from Top Esports. They'll cement themselves at the top of the table.
Excellent series from Top Esports. Even the game 2, despite losing it, could argue played out the first, 5-ish minutes well enough. They certainly played the first 25 minutes and the only 25 minutes of this game more than well enough.
That man right
take down
there.
IG.
Take that big old strut. I want to see all the confidence. He just took down YSKM. He was able to shut down YSKM a lot of the time in this series. Yes, game 2 didn't go his way as much, but it was the approach from Top Esports that stands out so much. They had a tried and true game plan to fight and combat this fiery IG roster, and it's up to them to execute, and they did just that.
Yep, they shut them down in the early games, and it really mattered. And IG, you know, it feels like the characterization for them is a lot about some of these mid-game, you know, creative side lane attempts and trying to break up the traditional flow of how the game is currently played and has been played for so long around these dragons. And Top Esports just kind of say no, right? They just don't allow it to happen. They went out through those stable lanes. YSKM didn't have the impact that he wanted to have because Qing Tian was just such a machine. I expect he'll be getting MVP for that game number 3. I don't think you can really hand it to anyone else but him. And yeah, Top Esports cementing themselves as, you know, the team, the first of sort of the big top sort of 5 to actually shut IG down.
And it was, again, a test that needed to be passed for Top Esports. And they did so with flying colors, even in that game, too, like you said. And I think it's been such bright points for Rookie and Jackie Love, but it's been really impressive to watch Tien working with these stars, being a star in his own right. And the way that Qing Tian's stability, the fighter matchups in the top lane have been playing into that fact, right? Like tonight, we wanted to keep a side eye on bot lane. I think the drafts and the meta in bot lane definitely affected the rest of the map, but it was all about the top side of the map for the trios up there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as casters, we always kind of asked ourselves, like, what matchups do we want to focus on? And we were kind of saying, you know what, maybe this might be a series where the top side of the map won't actually have, you know, as much impact as we necessarily expect because the bottom laners are so crazy. They're scientists in their own right, aren't they? No, it was Jingtian shutting down YSKM because that is just kind of how IG have been playing for a little while now. Even though everyone carries their weight, it always feels like it's that man that's doing some kind of magic on the side lane. And even though he was able to show us glimpses of that throughout this series, it was Jingtian, it was Tien shutting that down from time to time and ensuring that they couldn't really have consistent freedom on the map like IG are so often afforded in this series. And it's a formula that very clearly worked for them here today.
And I do want to maybe get into a little bit of brass tacks for IG. It was interesting YSKM was willing to take kind of that blind Fiora matchup every single time in this series. And I'm interested to see kind of what they pull away from their draft strategies to come into the next series, because that is where like a bounce back for me will be super important for IG. Yes, they are still a very strong team. It was just that Top Esports were the better one today, but it is a lot to learn from a roster like Top Esports here.
Absolutely, and you know, I think even though they lost here, I think they put out a good showing, IG. My big concern, like you say, is going to be about the bounce back, but also because the bounce back involves JDG, Weibo, and then OMG, who, you know, for me, like, OMG have been, since I've been following the LPL, kind of that middle of the pack, like, mojo team, right? So ensuring that you can shut down members like Abel and Cream when you get around to that, Shanji as well, always a very, very consistent performer on that roster. You've got a tough run of games now as IG, and even though you might not have necessarily gone off to the races like how you would have maybe wanted to against Top Esports, I think we've still see how IG can be capable enough to take games off these top teams. So that's going to be one of the important things, trying to run momentum off of some of those individual wins and trying to pull those into full-on series wins.
And making Jackie Love and Mark sweat a little bit down there, the bot lane. Take those double ADCs into it and then trying to pick apart that one. But I actually really like the first combo from them. I do believe we are ready for our interview. We get to hear from the man at the top lane, Jingtian himself. We'll send it over to Christina for the interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jingtian, the top laner for Top Esports. Congratulations on your victory. Firstly, I really want to touch on the Dyrus pick because we have seen so many Renekton, K'Sante, and Ornn in this meta. Why did you pick Dyrus? Because I still remember your Dyrus win 1v3 maybe previous games. And how would you evaluate top laner's role in current meta? 欢迎晴天来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜滔博今天获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题啊，我们从第一局聊起，想问一下，为什么第一局还会坚持自己的一个诺手的选项？因为在这个版本，我们好像看到都是正手奎桑提、反手奥恩啊，还有鳄鱼一些其他的操作。然后呢，想问一下，你觉得现在这个版本在这个上单是一个什么样的角色定位呢？
我觉得上单的定位就是比较扛压的，因为跟上路没什么关系，这个游戏现在。然后为什么选诺手呢？是因为我觉得，诺手打剑姬这种轻装战士是比较好打的，而且我玩的比较多，所以我就选了。
The reason why I picked Dyrus is because I think it's a good counter pick into Fiora, and I have practiced this champion for so many times. In terms of the top laner's role in this meta, I do think that it is a game is nothing about top lane, just about the other things. We just need to handle the pressure and farm on top lane. Second question, how did you guys review or adjust your form after losing game number 2? Because we see a totally different Top Esports in game number 3. 那么在第二个问题想问到，说第二局失利之后，想问一下队内是怎么样复盘调整的？因为可以看到滔博在第3局一上来几乎说是全线碾压赢下了第3局。
第二把就是因为我们中期失误太多了嘛，然后就可能指挥有点乱，然后下来之后教练跟我们说让我们放松，然后不要那么慌，慢慢打，我们就能赢了。
Maybe we made so many mistakes in mid-game in game number 2, and our coach just said, calm down, don't be hasty, and try to be relaxed to enjoy the game so that we can win this matchup. And second question, I really want to touch on your own performance in game number 3 because we saw your opponent really targeting on top lane. How did you handle with that pressure, and how did you manage to solo kill the YSKM who performs really aggressively in this season? And even you got so many flash and mechanics in 1v4 1v3 maybe。那么第3个问题，接下来想问一下晴天第3局的表现嘛？这个鳄鱼可以说是发挥非常出色了。那么当对面频繁针对上路，然后他们一直来越塔，一直来抓你的时候，你是如何扛住压力，并且呢，后面也是单杀了这个赛季表现非常出色的 YSKM， 甚至多次反杀了在对面 gank 你的情况，你是怎么样评价自己一个表现？
我觉得自己这把打得还可以吧。然后那一波单杀是因为他们把我越了之后，我有 TP， 然后也没有亏太多经济跟经验，然后抓住了一波失误吧，然后就单杀。
感觉自己今天的表现打几分？
今天的表现100分可以打80分吧。
On a scale 1 to 100 point, I think I would give me 18 points to my performance. I really did a great job, maybe. And about that solo kill, I just got tower dived by our opponent, but my TP is still available, and I really find a good opportunity to solo kill YSKM. Final question for you: how would you evaluate your improvement or performance in top esports since you have been joining top esports for a long time, especially in this spring season? 最后一个问题，晴天选手也是加入了滔博有很长一段时间了嘛？你觉得自己在加入到滔博以来，特别是在这个春天，回顾自己一路的旅程，自己在哪些方面有很多进步或者说是提升呢？
在对这个游戏的理解方面会有很多提升吧，然后就是越来越自信了吧。以前就有点畏手畏脚的，然后打不出来，以后会越来越好。
Actually, I have improved something about understanding to the game, and I really become more confident. And I think I hope I can play better and better. If in the past few days, maybe I was just afraid of anything and I didn't show up. But in future, I'm pretty confident that I can play better and better. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢晴天来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Confidence looks good on you, King. Ching Tian, man, coming out with some words. Just, hey, day at the office here for Top Esports, it felt like.
Yeah, he's as confident as you like. And I mean, it reflects on the Rift. He really does kind of exude that level of confidence, that level of coolness. And that,
look at that photo.
Has given him the MVP. Look at that photo. He's half flexing it, just saying, yeah, this is me. Yeah, second MVP here, well earned. Yeah, just became too big a problem on the top side, and despite being focused down in the early stages, he kind of just said he still had teleport, and even though he got dove, it didn't really end up mattering too much because he still caught a fair amount of the wave as he returned back to the lane.
That's the play he was talking about there, as well as the TP felt comfortable coming back in, and this was the insane, ridiculous play that ended up in him literally getting touched by everybody on IG.
Yeah, it was quite insane. It's practically a 1v5. You know, top laners, we've all been there. We just go, all right, well, I guess we're going to have to try and take matters into our own hands. And he more than did that on this occasion. And also dealt with Dove when Dove decided to try and get involved on the top side action. As just absolutely just manhandled him. He just dealt with him so easily. And nothing really IG could answer it with.
And now we've seen TES really have great performances across the board through this split, right? It has not just been Tian, Jackie Love with Rookie, right? It has been Mark and Ching Tian finding a lot of respective advantages in helping TES find stuff to play around. So it's really good stuff for Top Esports as they do slam the book, at least, on a 2-1 victory over IG. And they'll move themselves to 5-1, what was IG's record here, and pushing them into the top of the table. But that is it for our first series of the night. We're going to sit to a little break. Hope you're getting relaxed and ready for the second half of LPL Valentine's Day.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TP playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. YSKM's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned out. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold. We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Trying to 2v1.
He's going to go for
Are they about to
He's
end
got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't got the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out. Counter-Strike misses. He's still alive. And the rest on. Flash it forward. On. The root ends. And YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanami going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The shine from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. Of freedom and victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world.
そうだとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさドライビングモード始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming moon を始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
下场对阵 WBG， 我觉得我们就做好自己的全力以赴，然后争取赢下来。最近我也有一直看，学习刘星中的比赛啊，然后关于他比较喜欢游走，我会多观察他的动向，比他更快一步。
Welcome back to this beautiful Valentine's Day evening here in the LPL Spring Split 2023. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we are cresting over into our second series of the night. It is TT versus Weibo Gaming. You got to hear from the bottom lane of TT a little bit, especially getting to hear that it is first on the roams that's going to find priority.
Yeah, and you know, bottom lane is so important in this meta for so many different reasons. For a lot of people, it's about stomping lane, but also, you know, if you can't necessarily stomp the 2v2 or break the tower, getting out onto the map is just as important, right? Being able to sort of stamp your authority on the bottom side of the map in terms of vision and pressure and anything like that can very easily bleed into then having a jungle lead or going up towards the mid lane as well and shutting down any kind of pressure there, simply because you have a lot of priority down in the bottom side. So first move out of bottom lane, definitely in a series like this where for the side of TT who are on a roll, a lot of it has come from some of Huang Fang's, you know, sort of more unorthodox to the meta picks, is going to be very key.
Well, and that variability for TT is such a big focus here as we're going to be going into the draft itself. But I think, as you had said, TT on that roll, this would be their 4th series win in a row. And especially coming off that IG beatdown and things like that afterwards, it's huge for this roster to be kind of firing together. And it's really off the back of Yucal and Huanfang being the main staple carries. Obviously, we have a little track record with Huanfang in that, right? But Yucal really coming into his own this split for TT. And on the other hand, Weibo You give an inch, they will take the entire board.
Yeah, for Weibo, I think it always depends on how they want to approach any given game, right? I think when you've got the discipline and the name power that you have on this roster, you can kind of do whatever you want when you play a League of Legends game, and there's not really too much to challenge you. So I feel like a lot of the onus will be on TT to try and find a lot of answers that Weibo throw down on the table. And I'm looking at specifically the mid jungle of both sides, right? I think when you've got Carson Xiaohu on the side of Weibo, who are just they're the infamous duo of the LPL at the moment, aren't they? Really, you've got a lot to step up to from the side of TT, and I feel like Weibo have already shown us time and time again that they are more than capable of playing just about any kind of style they feel like. So I think for me, even though TT have come out with a bit of an unorthodox style from time to time, you can see some of this flexibility and variability here from team stats and the champions picked as well. So, such wide champion pools specifically for Yukao and for Huangfang. Weibo will have an answer in one way or another. So I feel like TT are going to have to dig even deeper than what we can see right here on the screen to try and, throw Weibo off kilter a little bit. Because I think if you really do catch them off guard, and I mean truly off guard, then you have a chance here at trying to sneak away a series win.
That is very true, but Weibo no slouches, right? They are on their own roll. This would be 3 series in a row, and they just came off beating one of the best teams in the LPL in JDG 2-1 hard-fought series.
Exactly.
And we see some of their siding here. They definitely have a more standard win rate style on both sides, where TT definitely heavily favoring that red side. I will say it's been really good. They started at like 15% last week, and now they're up to like 38%. So they're making waves, but Weibo Gaming will be no easy wave to crash down on.
No, absolutely not. And like you said, very hard-fought victory against JDG, the first to make JDG bleed. I don't think there'll be many other teams that will accomplish that feat this split. So it's an uphill battle for TT, right? Even though TT are on a roll, not to take anything away from them, but it's LGD and Ultra Prime that they've taken down, right? So it's not been heavy hitters. It's the IG series that was obviously the eye catcher, which has obviously been built on with a lot of momentum. Now it's about trying to put down a little bit of pressure here onto a Weibo side that are looking with aspirations a little bit higher than where TT are.
Well, we're back in Shanghai as we get into TT versus Weibo Gaming. We take to the stage, and I think we've already set up a decent amount of the big focuses here, and something when we get in the draft that we want to keep an eye on is, especially after the first series, how much bot lane affects draft meta. But we're getting the presence of TT onto the stage here. It'll be Hoya in the top lane, Beichuan in the jungle, Yukao in the mid lane, Huanfang and Yao Yao in the bottom lane.
Let's see what
we had some spicy intros.
That's what I'm saying.
All right,
we got
just saying.
Good walkouts earlier on.
Okay.
Casual
all
battle.
right.
Okay.
All right, Hoya.
Keep it humble.
I'm just saying we're judging every single one of these guys now.
yes, we are. I don't
think you could ever live up to the expectation of IG, although TES kind of rose to that expectation in their intros. But Yukao, give it the little heart out. Let's go.
My hopes, very high for Huangfang. Surely. What's he got?
It's Huangfang's a kind boy, man. Huangfang's a wholesome brother.
Yeah, I mean, AD carries though. In my head, they're always the ones that are willing to kind of flaunt a bit, but don't get anything too
Yao Yao
spicy
though.
from.
Little point there. I just want to say it's been honestly reassuring since Yao Yao being brought on the team that we have seen some of the stability in play calling. I feel like Yao Yao has really brought a reassurance to me for the team of TT, and I think that's something we can revisit a little bit later on. But now it is Weibo. I would say the favorites in this matchup for sure, as it is the Giga Shy himself on the top side of the map. You got Karsa, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. As this Weibo Gaming team has again come out maybe with some spice here in the invite. Okay.
What's he got behind his back?
He's got something.
He was hiding something, it felt like, but. They're staying on the stage. Okay.
Xiaohu's coming out here. Okay, nice. Oh, they're so sweet. Okay. So far we're missing Karsa, and Karsa has been the one that's had the craziest stuff. That he had like the dice with the emo and stuff. We'll see what it's gonna be the grand opus here. They keep moving to the side. There's a middle space open here. We'll see what Karsa brings out as the coach coming out. Karsa, come on! Don't make us win any longer.
There he is. What? Wait, happy birthday? Is it his birthday today? Is it someone's birthday? Is it?
I mean, it must be Carson's birthday. I guess
Carson's birthday, yeah. I know. Well, there you go. Happy birthday, Carson. My bad. My knowledge. Very poor.
Yeah, it is Carson's birthday today. All right, awesome stuff. They even did it all out. Oh, okay. I loved the cake. Thank you, Light, for bringing some goods to Karsa especially. But no, Weibo. That I loved all the stuff from earlier. But happy birthday, Karsa. Happy Valentine's Day. And honestly, Weibo with probably my favorite intro so far of the split.
Yeah, I like that. I like that was wholesome. That just felt really, really cute. Really, just kind of team bonding moment almost. They're just all there, just holding all their little card gifts for Karsa. And like you say, best walkouts. But as we, I think, take a step back and start to focus back in on the game, for one.
I just feel like it's unfair. He's got the birthday buff.
That is exactly what I was about to factor into my analysis as well.
Dude,
for one,
great
Weibo now have a
alike
birthday buff. Yeah. So I'm not sure TT can win anymore. It might just have to be a pack it up and send it over for TT now, all of a sudden. But yeah, I think for TT on the other end of the best walkout that we've had so far from LPL team. I think a lot is going to have to be answered for. I think that TT have had a lot of very creative picks and, of course, answers. And I especially kind of want to use their IG series as a bit of a sort of case study, because I feel like they really did sit down, and especially after losing to WE, it seemed like they really thought about what kind of way they could try to crack the IG code. And it felt like they answered it really, really well with a massive change up in going towards the AP junglers and the AD mids, right? That was what they really, really hammered home. They brought out the Zig as well for Huang Fang, and it feels like that's the kind of positive mark and stride that they've hit, which gave them a lot of success. They brought it out since as well, and it feels like whenever they do, they look like a very, very strong team. So I feel like that's something that Weibo on the opposite end are going to have to try and pin down and try and prevent in terms of that comfortability, because TT definitely looked the strongest on some of those kind of picks.
Yeah, and that's where draft is really going to be interesting. And I want to take some lessons from our first series of the night, in fact, of what the bottom lane meta kind of led to, looking at the rest of the map as well. And with, as well as we've said, so much variation for bottom lane for TT and a little bit so for Weibo Gaming. I think it's going to kind of bend the priority in this matchup a little bit more, in the first phase at least.
Yeah, in the first phase, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Huang Fang's Ziggs banned away, just because Weibo don't want to deal with it. And I think definitely a couple of focus bans, or potentially like picks away from some of these powerful AD mids. I feel like Jace is also going to potentially be up there in terms of priority for maybe a ban on the side of Weibo, but definitely looking to pick that one away from TT has been a very, very powerful pick, even today when shown. Even if it falls behind, you can just always find a lot of return damage and poke. As long as you hit that 2-item spike at a reasonable time, you'll always be very, very useful. So very excited to see hopefully what TT have cooked up for us, because I feel like into an opponent like Weibo, they are going to be willing to come in and just say, you know what, we know we're not necessarily the favorites, but we've got some wacky picks to try and throw them off their guard. And that's the kind of way that I feel like in these kind of underdog-ish situations, you need to approach some of these games at times. So maybe, game one, I think that's always the strategy, right? You either game one, kind of just test wars, see what you can kind of do, maybe playing your own standard style, and if that doesn't work, then you throw the curveballs in. But I feel like into Weibo, they'll be a lot more willing to just throw in those crazy picks from the get-go.
And that's especially where I want to know, are we going to actually get Cassante today? Are we going to see both these guys, Hoya and the Shy, themselves have been very much favoring that champ, as I would say rightfully so. I wonder if we get those ban priorities there, but looks like we're going to be getting into it here very soon. So we have seen a little difference from both of these junglers. Beichuan obviously going with some aggression, but as well as Maokai having a lot more priority there, where Vi has been opted into a little bit more. We have seen some of that Sejuani gameplay coming out from Karsa. And just like last series with Tien having a lot of big brain pathing, I think that's where Karsa is going to play to his strength into this matchup against Beichuan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like especially because of the evolution that we've had in the jungle meta, where at the very start, of the patch and this year for a lot of competitive teams, it felt like it was, full clear into gank. That's kind of just evolved into straight up, you know what, because a couple of the changes that have come through, not only in the jungle directly, but also because of the bot lane meta that's evolved, there's just 3 camps, gank bot, 3 camps, gank bot, 3 camps, gank bot, and that's all you really do. And I feel like for a player like Kasa, who's always been very intelligent in terms of his pathing, this is a meta that really suits him, and especially because they've got such a strong set of side laners in both the Shy and of course Chris Manon, they're very happy to just, let Kasa kind of run wild on the bottom side of the map, whilst also, whenever it suits them, going up towards the Shy, because he's such a strong mechanical player that you can always rely on to, give resources and provide back for the team.
Something, though, for Weibo that always just stands out to me is just the mind that they have on this team now. With Xiao, who we've already seen some of those shades of RNG glory in terms of, like, moving around the map, the roams from mid lane really working out for him, and everybody just seems to bring something to the table on this Weibo gaming roster, and that's why, like, going into the later parts of the season, it's so important to keep an eye on this, because this is a roster that if they find their stride, they will be one of the bloodiest teams coming into the later parts of the season. I guess against TT, who are on that run, it still would be a big moment for Weibo to kind of push themselves to that 4-1 and join that top of the table.
Yep, they want to get back up there, of course. They've only played 4 games, hence why, at least by scoreboard. Yeah, they got a little bit of catching up to do, right? They've got a lot of games in hand over the teams above them right now, and this will very firmly place them sort of in the top 4-ish region with this 4th series win. Hello, guys, we're back. Well, we never.
How you doing this fine Valentine's Day? You come here often?
Oh. Yeah, actually, it's quite nice. I like it. It's pretty.
It's nice here. It's nice here in the LPL. No, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. But I'm sure we'll get a draft hopefully soon. And I think that's where, again, I want to zone back into that fact that bot lane gonna potentially have a lot of priority given to them in the bans early on. We already see that 3 off the bat for TT. It's gonna be that Ashe ban, the Lucian ban, the Zeri ban by TT on the blue side. We get the Jax and the Elise already by Weibo. We'll see what their final ban is going to be in the first phase.
We'll see. I think Weibo very happy to just remove away enough jungler. Yeah, there you go. That leaves up the Sejuani if TT won it. Hovering over the Varus, though. It seems like they want to put the priority there, and they will. So if Weibo want to go something like, Sejuani plus top laner, they definitely can. They're not going to really go Yuumi, surely not. Yuumi, it's just going to be boring. But
the side,
of course.
The side looks over.
He's like, I'll do it. I'll hostage us all and put us in a huge game. All right. Weibo will go towards that pick. And also, it looks like the Wukong. So a lot of dive threat, especially, I always say picks like the Vi or picks like Wukong really flourish when they have the Yuumi on their back as well, and it sets up for a lot of easy follow-up. So excited to see what Weibo will also continue to go with the draft in that regard. TT, though, have the opportunity to try and answer with some kite-back tools and also a jungler of their own, expecting that Vi to come in, or of course the Sejuani, which is still up and available.
Got a lot of that engage tool there for the Sejuani locked in for Beichuan. I do really actually appreciate the Karsa Wukong here. I think obviously plays into that kind of big brain pathing style that we know and love, but also just gives him a lot of onus here on his birthday. That Heimerdinger, though, terrifying the bot lane. Varus Heimerdinger has just been dirty. It is the Sivir Yuumi, though, so play safe is the name of the bot game for Light and Crisp.
Yep, seems to be the case with so many bottom lane bans in the Varus first pick. It seems like Weibo just decided to opt into the full-blown scaling aspect, the only one really left up and available that we see every now and again in the Civ. I forget, we're still on 3.1, aren't we, here in the LPL?
We are.
Patch, so Yuumi isn't dead. Haven't transitioned just yet, but Fiora gone, expecting another pick away from player. I wonder if they'll be tempted to remove away the Cassante from player. Or whether or not they'll look towards something else that's a little more lane dominant, perhaps like the Renekton as well. But for now, TT, having removed away the Castellan, could be eyeing up a Sylas pick up of their own. They're actually going to ban away the Jace, of course, very high priority and very strong, and also a flexed pick that can go not only to but to Yukao as well. They've shown that a number of times. Could have been a very, very powerful option, but taken away by Weibo.
True. We do get that Cassante ban finally by TT, so kind of take away that 4th pick for Weibo Gaming. We'll see what the response is, where they want to put this counter pick. If the Shy, the trendsetter in the top lane, feels like always, is going to get that counter pick, if they're going to give that to Xiaohu here. Xiaohu has been favoring the Syndras, the Ryze, a lot of that movement out of the mid lane. But he's going to have the counter pick this time as Gnar locked in for the Shy blind.
Okay, Gnar goes here for the Shy. And what will Hoya want to do? Does he want to go something like Camille here? Try and pick on and lock down the back line of Weibo. I think it could be okay when you've got the Sejuani and you can still find a melee mid if you want it through Sylas. I think that could be a really, really strong rotation here for TT, to be honest with you. Sylas just to steal away something like the Yuumi or the Cyclone. Mega Gnar ult as well, very, very powerful. And then you can go something like Camille if you're Hoya, if you want it. Or you can go something very stable in the top side as well, if you feel like you don't necessarily need a little bit more damage or dive threat. But I think it just makes the most sense in my head. I don't want to tunnel on it too much unless there's something else I think that could go here, but I think it just makes the most sense. Oh,
let's go, let's go, let's go, let's
this could be super fun.
Go. Come on, lock it in. He's already played again, but I want to see some spice. If we do still get it, this will be the 3rd time that UCal will whip out the Yone.
Yeah, it will be. Funny enough, if Hoya was a Yone player, I would say, by the way, this could technically be a flex if they really wanted to, because Sylas, back in the day, used to be a bit of a counter to Gnar in lane. I don't really see it played ever these days, but it's going to be the Ryze response here for Xiaohu. So this very standard front to back scaling. I'm going to hold my breath on the fact that it could be Sylas top, but I don't think it will be.
It could be Sejuani top. I would wonder how that kind of matchup would go, but I think this is kind of the setup we're going with here. And I really, really love that Weibo kind of capitalized with this Ryze pick for Xiaohu. It just enables the play style of Weibo a lot more. They have so much scaling team fight for Weibo Gaming, and I think you're going to have to try to find a way to pick that apart for TT, who in their own right don't have, aren't slouching on their own scaling, as I think they do still have some options, but a lot more of that early game focus for them.
Yeah, I feel like the key difference is that for Weibo, it's a lot more, you know, as you say, like kind of tried and tested. We're very familiar with these picks and how they scale into the late game and what they're capable of doing in the early game, albeit sometimes very limited. On the opposite side, the scaling definitely available, but it's a lot more about, you know, kind of getting to item breakpoints at very important timers in the game where you can actually look to try and contest some of these neutrals, and it will be Hoya on the Sylas. This is a very, very old counter pick into Gnar. We'll see how he pilots it, because it's definitely one where if you get the lead, it is so obnoxious to deal with on the Gnar side of things, because Sylas kind of just mauls mini Gnar for breakfast. It's as easy as that. As soon as you find any angle to find one trade, back away, and then kind of just look for a retrade after the fact, it's so difficult to not get run down. So the Shy's going to have to be careful. I'm assuming it's a matchup he's probably not experienced too many times, especially in recent history.
True.
So maybe Hoya will have, you know, a bit of an up and advantage.
We'll see as we get into the Rift here for our 2nd series of this Valentine's evening. Both of these teams, Thunder Talk Gaming and Weibo Gaming, are on rolls in their own perspectives. They need to continue that here. Will they find it through the mid-jungle duos, or do we get some spice from this top lane you're highlighting as the Gyos come out? We are on to Weibo Gaming versus TT.
Wow, and one thing I immediately want to draw attention to is the Shy's actually gone Hail of Blades. And I think this actually makes a lot of sense. In the context of the matchup, I actually think it makes a whole bunch of sense. Sylas wants to try and thrive in these kind of short-ish trades where, you know, you land the E and then you kind of just unload your kit and then try and walk away. Hail of Blades is always going to give you the immediate, you know, sort of 3 quick auto return damage to try and even out that playing field. So I quite like the adaptation. We'll see how it plays out in theory, or in practice rather than theory, as you've got the junglers starting up on their buffs, both on the bottom side respectively. So we'll see where Casa decides to go. You can still technically, you know, 3 gank into the bottom side, whereas Chuan is kind of hovering down towards his Krugs, rather, expecting him to probably full clear the bottom side and look towards the top side of the map. That's a very aggressive dash from the Shy.
The birthday gift still kind of holding over here as Light and Chris helping him get a quick start on his jungle clear.
Yeah.
We'll see if maybe Carson wants to replay that in the back line into bot lane. But now We've had Night of's first, and Light will be cresting his 300th game in the LPL.
Wow, that is a lot of League of Legends to play.
And especially where he's a transplant from a stunningly unsuccessful in their Miracle Run repeat last year, LNG, who had a lot of their pieces kind of picked apart from the successes they did find in the playoffs. I think Light was a integral piece, especially in the series versus V5 in last summer, going against Photic, who's so lauded. We saw so many great performances from Light. But we'll have to get back to that conversation as Yucal and Beichuan have found this mid lane fight onto Xiaohu. He's locked down. Beichuan blasting for it, but can't find the kill. Xiaohu nicely done to get out of that one. Yucal wants to go to Karsa. Karsa will have to flash as well.
Real nice aggression though from TT. I think they just recognize that they are going to have the winning 2v2 in the mid jungle, and they force Weibo back. Karsa has to blow his flash. Xiaohu holds onto it for a very long time, and does eventually lose it, but almost lost his life to a first blood attempt. But real nice from TT, and now there's no flash, especially for the level 6. That's going to be crucial, right? Ryze is an immobile mage at the end of the day, so Xiaohu's going to have to be careful at that level 6 point. We'll see if TT can find a repeat gank towards that mid lane at that point. Yucal goes forward, even with Karsa right there in his face.
You gotta play aggressive, I feel like, in this matchup in mid lane, but we have put so much onus on these mid jungle duos, and we get to see some of that try to be paid off by TT.
Yeah, so really nice engage here from Yucal, finds a knock up. Xiaohu doesn't flash away from it, and if Beichuan, I feel like he can commit for the kill. I'm not entirely sure why he backs away, other than kind of just feeling afraid that he might get run down by Karsa, but it seems like Yucal was very, very quick on the re-engage, so definitely a little bit afraid to try and get his hands dirty. I'm not sure whether or not he would have caught him, but that's how the play unfolds, and summoner spells are down on both sides for all parties. So again, I feel like now in the mid lane 2v2 matchup, it is going to be a lot about who's first to the next counterpunch, right? Who's first to actually try and find a little bit of action as Hoya.
Oh, Hoya going down the Shy.
Wow!
Shy solo bolos the Shy Hoya! You mad monster! Beichuan has found out Karsa. Hoya might find another one. Beichuan doesn't want to go in as that tower shot does hit him. He's going to back off the Shy coming through, but wow, what a play from TT.
Dude, this is what I was talking about in the draft. This is why I called it out, even though Yone could have gone into this top side, into the Shy, because he knows he's just got away with daylight robbery. That's why he's got a smile on his face. Look at him, he goes for hits 5. Kingslayer being maxed as well, I think crucial to note, because a 157 heal is massive, and Mininar just doesn't have the resist to deal with all of that damage so early on, and it only kind of gets worse because at some point, or at the next, couple of creeps, once the level 6 comes in, Hoya's going to gain access to Mega Knight, and it's got some pretty gnarly AP scalings on it. So the Shy is going to have to be careful as this lane progresses. A blasting one as well now to boot. So much damage Hoya was doing before that as a Light. He's going to be alright. He's just going to be pushed back a little bit and have to be forced around the long way to return to lane. But really nice stuff from TT top lane.
The style is already paying up huge. We see Beichuan going for the early dragon for themselves. So it's continuing to kind of stack these early advantages, and exactly what we said they need to do. They're starting to cross some of those boxes off their checklist, and the early game is going their way, at least for the moment. Still got to deal with the inevitability that is Weibo gaming and their late game scaling, but so far so good for TT.
Exactly. Yeah. You can pick up some of these early dragons, you avoid running into a situation where, in theory and on, you kind of do get outscaled, one-to-one. Scaling is subjective and very contextual to a game, right? But if you're talking about Sibir, Yuumi, Ryze, it's going to be very difficult to beat that ceiling, right? And as TT, you don't want to be running into a situation where you're down dragons, Weibo could be at soul point, and the breakpoints are starting to come in, right? 2 items Xiaohu, 2 item Light. Very, very scary, or 3 item Light rather, the Sivir. Very precarious situation to be in, but you can see how much respect the Shy is giving to Hoya right now. Not only because he doesn't have the vision, but also just simply because the damage threat and the lethal range on this Silas can be very, very surprising with how low the base stats are on Mininart.
Definitely. We do see Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute. We had that first dragon taken by TT, and Beichuan is going back towards this top side of the map. Knowing the Shy doesn't have flash,
Wow, I think
does
they
have
just wanna dive
Meganar
in.
that's starting to stack up here, so they're going to try to
They just
dive.
wanna
He
dive
doesn't
in.
have level 6 for the Glacial Prison, though.
I don't think they need it. I'm going to be honest. I think with Hoya having Meganar, it's enough CC. And I think the Shy just gets the correct call. And he's just going to back away. He's going to lose a lot this wave. Beichuan is going to get onto the Krugs. I don't know how close Beichuan is to 6, but I suspect he should be close. However, he's not going to ticket on those Krugs. So Meganar's going to come through, and finally Shy can collect some of the XP here off the back of this wave.
See Beichuan moving towards this Rift Herald spawn on point. He's already there. Karsa's on his way towards this top side. I don't know if there's going to be a contest necessarily, as maybe Hoya with this first movement can help out if the Shy decides to. He's going to go Meganinar here, so has to be a little bit careful. Looks like Karsa wants to spot this out. Control ward over the wall, knows that Rift Herald is being started, but with movement from mid lane, Xiaohu was there just in case, but TT will continue to rack up these objectives.
I just feel like this duo is too strong at the moment. Sejuani, Silas, Meganar as well. And the thing is, it's so easy for Silas to, you know, get into positions where you can use it in a combo. Just because he can dive in so freely. And Weibo just have to respect it. Nothing they can really do. The Shy's not got Meganar. Yukao gonna go back on that spirit form there. Castle was waiting in the wings. Isn't able to pounce and find a potential summoner blow. Or maybe even a kill. That's not burst damage once that level 6 is available. But TT, they get the objective, and Weibo don't really have much to show for the early game so far.
But that's
of course,
fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's still fine, because you've got Sivir, Yuumi, and Rice. So you're there scaling, and it's more about what they can do kind of at the 20-ish minute mark. They just need to not fall too far behind the neutral objective game so that they can actually have a bit of grounds to work around, and they don't feel like they're necessarily on some kind of neutral objective time.
Yeah. Man, about a 9-minute Roa completion for Hoya, the top side of the map. I know it's a little bit looking at the later parts, though. But definitely opting into that scaling build on the Silas, going to try to match a little bit of what Weibo's bringing to the table here. And I think the Roa is really big for him. Going to start stacking that one up super early compared to everybody else who are still just on components. And now I'm looking at Beichuan on the map with this Rift Herald, where they can kind of put these resources back in.
Exactly, I think. Oh, you probably want to try and get Yukao going at some point. Accelerating Ione definitely doesn't feel too bad. I feel like Hoyo's okay, and there you go.
Xiaohu with an expert flash out, though. That is the engage tool down. Yukao and Beichuan. Hoya is here, though. Xiaohu, you stayed a little bit too long, my friend. He's going to go down. Yukao gets the kill. In the side, though, you get the trade. Yao Yao is down. Karsa falls immediately after. Now, Chris, you're just the lonely kitty cat, and it's Valentine's Day. You got nobody. Chris goes down, and TT, they smack back Weibo Gaming.
Weibo just picked apart in multiple avenues. Even though Weibo find the pick onto Yao Yao, it doesn't really matter if you're getting picked in the mid lane and then the follow-up from TT is just there. Hoya with an excellent roam as well. He's going to return back to the top side and defend some of these plates being taken away by the Shy, but that's 3 plates going over to Yukao and Beichuan, and Mininart just picks
Shy's
over
in
Hoya
trouble
monsters.
here. Does have the hop, though. Does dodge
no
out
chains.
of the abduct, though. So Hoya finding a little bit of precipice onto the Shy. We're not going to follow it up. Dragon up on the board now with Karsa headed down there as well. But Yao Yao has already been on the roam and setting up for Beichuan's arrival to contest this objective.
Absolutely. And as soon as the ultimates come back off cooldown, TT are going to feel a lot more free by actually making something happen, which is why I believe Weibo are trying to get this dragon rather started up. They have the ultimate economy, but unfortunately they're not really the impactful ultimates for combat that you need. Cyclone, Yuumi are both down, and what saves Xiaohu here is the fact that he's actually early picked up the Merc Treads. So Yukao tries to maximize damage before he gets that fate sealed in, but he just mistimes it, not expecting the CC to be so short. And Xiaohu, having just blown his flash, immediately gets jumped on by Hoya and dies. You can see on the bottom side of the screen, the assassination attempt from Karsa is good. The damage is there. Unfortunately, the damage is also there for Bong Fong, who's made his way up from base and very happily cleans up Crisp. So
the collapse, man.
Yeah, just get collapsed on a little bit too hard, and they're not expecting that many members there.
This is really about to be a 12. Oh, he gets stopped! Xiaohu! He's down again. 0-2 for the mid laner Weibo Gaming, and that should be first tower as well.
Yeah, Weibo not really up to the shape that we usually expect them to. Right now, TT are just winning everywhere. Top side winning, mid lane winning, bottom side as well. A couple of kills, the item's already there for Crisp, but 1-0 up. What happens? This is the initial trade we didn't get to see whilst we were in the replay. Yukao just hits everything.
Yukao's just too good, man.
He just hits everything. And ultimate just...
He didn't actually hit the fade sealed, but it still got him in the
gap
way.
closer. It's a gap closer. You know,
Yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was. Now we are looking back onto the map, though. We have shield bows, 2 of them completed for TT. Meganar from Hoya will push the Shy back. He'll get the hop over Hoya's head. But Kraken Slayer is there for light, so something to say for the bottom lane of Weibo. Not much else to write home about after that one, though. And TT back on the map with these one-item spikes. They are feeling confident to push forward.
Yep, across the board. H1's got the Sunfire Cape. Yukao has a shield bow as well, and that's a really big spike for Yone. That's when he can really start to kind of limit test. That's when he becomes really, really obnoxious with that additional shield.
By the way,
Yukao's
level 11.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. I kind of... All right, I'll keep my eyes out to see how far behind Xiaohu is.
Farm. Yeah, I mean, this guy is just pumping it out. And I think that is where that bright spot of TT for Yukao, that growth it feels like in the offseason, whatever he did, it's working. Because last year, he was always trying to clean up after what was happening in jungle, the skirmishes. It was tough to connect with the rest of his team. And this year, it feels like him and Beichuan have really found a groove together.
Yeah, they have, indeed. Yukao looks a lot stronger this year. And I feel like, again, some of that, you know, sort of creative flow, not necessarily playing all of the, you know, meta stuff that's getting played in the mid lane right now, and kind of adapting his own champion pool kind of away from some of the control mage picks that we're seeing from, you know, a lot of the rest of the league. And sure, some teams, of course, are adapting some of these AD picks into the mid lane, but it feels like TT have really, you know, found a flow that works for them best, as Yukao just gonna dive onto the Shy. He does have
He doesn't have Meganar. That's a solo for Yukao, the Shy. That's twice now, man.
Yeah, I mean, Yukao's just level 12. He's got so much extra damage in comparison, and the Mininar just doesn't have resist, right? He's got Merc Treads to deal with a lot of the CC and damage from Hoya and Beichuan, and Yukao just annihilates him. There's nothing he can really answer out with. Xiaohu's going to get a tower on the bot side, which saw, you know, some gold answers back out, but the state of the map right now is in shambles for Weibo Gaming, and Tier 2 is even going to go over to Yukao, so even more gold injected. 2 towers, a solo kill. The guy's just got about 1.5k, 1.6k off of that alone, with all of the waves added in.
Dude,
so he's going to go back to base with like a
charge.
Yeah, third charge as well.
That is all towers almost down to the top side. We'll look at this replay, though.
Doesn't even hit the
just has
Q3.
no chance.
He doesn't even hit the Q3 on the way in. This is just all
dealing
auto-attack damage. Yeah, this is all auto-attack damage. See, it's moments like that where people complain about Yone.
Yeah,
like,
I just gotta
dumb.
I gotta highlight, though, this power combo of Hoya and Yukao being reunited again after having been with Griffin in 2020. It's interesting to see how this kind of synergy has developed. This top side of the map has gotten so strong for TT, and yes, that flexibility of bot lane has helped them play with that, but it is just opting into these kind of crazy matchups and executing on them.
Absolutely. I'm definitely feeling comfortable and confident in one another to execute on these picks in particular is very key in an atmosphere to a team, you know. Ensuring that, you know, you get that push from your teammates. Hey, you want to play this? All right, yeah, sure. And it feels like TT across the board definitely kind of reflecting that on the Rift in their gameplay and the confidence to move forward with a lot of these picks.
I mean, this is TT's third dragon here, and Weibo got to start doing a little bit of something to stop TT's early advantages. They still have their scaling to write home about, but You gotta make sure you don't give up the whole map before that happens. Now Dragon contested, Karsa in the pit. Karsa steals it because he's just that good. And decisiveness for Weibo will get them a little bit of something back. UCal chasing down Karsa though. Karsa down, and UCal will pick up yet another kill.
That's really important for Weibo that Karsa manages to get that smite ahead of H1, because if they don't, that's sole point. 17 minutes into the game, Weibo probably aren't going to be ready to take on TT in about 5 minutes time. They're going to need a little bit longer until they're actually on spike and ready. So massive time delay there. And, you know, a pressure sink removed all of a sudden. That's not necessarily going to be there for the next 10 minutes, which is definitely more than enough time at that point for Weibo to be ready to fight TT head on.
Hoya's coming down here. Xiaohu feels pretty aggressive moving up now as Hoya will just take that blast code to get out. Rest of Weibo, we're back right behind Xiaohu, giving some reinforcements. We'll look back at that play though, and honestly, Karsa buying Weibo a lifeline.
Yeah, absolute lifeline. Let's see how low it gets before the smite comes in, because I think it was also an arrow trying to burst it down, and yeah, it's just so much damage that H1's not expecting at that time. I'm not sure if they were trying to sync up the damage or not, but either way, doesn't end up working out. Karsa gets the steal. UCal kind of almost feels like a frustration.
That's
picks
an
up that kill, and
second item
IE.
at a sub 19. Oh my god, UCal is going to be disgusting.
He also has an extra pickaxe, as if he needed more damage anyway, so UCal's really fed. Hoya is also really fed, but probably can't survive
little
this.
Picks, little moments like this make the world go round. CT can't find it though. They give Weibo's realm warp out for Xiaohu. And Weibo actually
really
able to get out after that attempted play. Now they're also moving into mid lane. Going to be a little bit more careful, and it's just about clawing back some of this 5,000 gold lead that TT have for Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely. Just finding any opportunity you can to get resources out of TT's back pocket whilst expending very little in your own department is going to be crucial. And again, we're just kind of playing the waiting game, right? Xiaohu's about to hit 2 items. He's very, very close to that. Light is also very fast approaching a second item completion as well. The issue is that TT kind of just have theirs now, and they're on the map already, pressuring Weibo high up against enemy lines. So I think the wave clear might be able to pay dividends between Rise and Sivir to sort of stave off this pressure for now. And again, I go back to that dragon that was stolen away by Weibo, because imagine if we're 2 minutes away from a soul. Weibo, they should just about hit 2 items. But again, you know, when you're kind of stacking up to the 2-item power spike of Avaris and the 2-item power spike of Ione, you would still feel like TT have more in their locker to actually win out on a 5v5.
Those 5v5s are definitely going to come to bear here. It doesn't feel like necessarily out of grasp for Weibo. But we have seen just that Beichuan rather, has really had that proactivity to help UCal, to set up UCal, consistently going mid lane. And Karsa didn't really have much of an answer. He had a couple good looks earlier on, but now TT with this kind of death ball comp they've got going, they're going to start up the Baron. Yao maybe got a little bit scared there.
Yeah, I think he definitely should have been, though. He's in a bit of an awkward... Yeah, there you go. A flash out. But Hoya's got flat.
is there for Hoya. He does use it. That was just the clone, though. He's now maybe Weibo capitalizing on that here. Baron very, very low. The health bar is a little bit lower for TT. And Weibo actually do a nice little defense of the Baron play from TT.
Yeah, that's really, really awkward there. I think Hoya, thinking that was the real Karsa, kind of selling on that ultimate there. If he was able to lock down multiple members of Weibo, perhaps TT could have considered finishing the Baron, but gets a little bit too sketchy. They disengage, and at the end of the day, they don't really expend too much. 2 flashes. Definitely going to feel kind of bad on the side of Yao Yao. He's going to have to watch his positioning now. But other than that, I feel like Weibo are very happy that that Baron didn't end up going down as, yeah, just the blast code you can see in the picture-in-picture. Which, yeah, perhaps
just had to see that again.
Yeah, just wasn't expecting to be there, and sends him down that very precarious road.
So we got the Seraphs completed and a transform there for Xiaohu. So We'll get a little bit of that second item spike for Weibo. I think third item still is the big kicker here for both of them in terms of Light and Xiaohu. The Shy will get a bounty in the side lane, so getting a little bit of gold back, sending some gold home to Weibo Gaming. And Carson's just kind of trying to measure out Beichuan as Yucal soloing the Soul Point Dragon for TT.
Yeah, I think Weibo just fully understand that that previous Dragon sneak away with a lifeline and an opportunity to just buy some more time to get towards a more comfortable setting. And they happily give over that Dragon. I think they kind of recognize that that Baron, you know, the way that it unfolded for TT was kind of just a little bit too chaotic and likely won't happen in front of the Dragon Pit. So they just step away and we'll see what they'll look to try and pick up once this next Dragon spawns up. I mean, I don't feel like they're going to hit 3 items before then, Weibo, specifically looking towards Light, but perhaps they can find a pick on the side lane, maybe try and hunt for Yucal's bounty, try and hand it over to Light. It's pretty optimistic, but it's about the only way I feel like they could get him to that point. Before then, I feel like Yucal, Huangfeng, they're going to hit 3 items before this next Dragon, and that could be a little bit too much for Weibo to bear.
Yeah, that could be just the difference maker. As Carf's actually spotted out walking through here, and needs to be a little bit careful. Has Crisp on top of him, so a little bit of help is there. He's locked down though, has to flash out as well. Crisp separated from the team. Gets engaged on Crisp. You got to get to your teammates. Karsa sacrifices his life to get Crisp out of there. It's your birthday, man. As now the Shy trying to defend under tower. Light going forward. Light gets 1 kill. The ricochets are starting to put back some damage. And TT maybe overextending, but you're starting to see some of that scaling action come online for Weibo.
Yeah, and this is kind of the point where if you're a TT fan, you get a little bit worried about how the course of this game could unfold if TT aren't a little bit more clinical. They do find Castle, they don't get Crisp. And the idea is find the jungler, go back to Baron, but they just overextend a little bit, get a little bit too hyped. And Weibo now just very cautiously approaching the Baron pit. I actually think they're unsure whether or not the Baron is going on. It's not. And TT will happily just back away for now, but again, Sivir, Yubi, Ryze. It's like a... It's like the old days. I actually hear the voices. I'm scared. You know, if they hit 3 items, it's gonna be really hard to deal with in the front to back.
And I think that plays into something that Weibo felt like they were comfortable going into this game against TT, is they were relying on their veterancy, their experience here. I mean, you have world champions on this roster. You have MSI champions. You have stoic names of the LPL. I think you can see some of that opt into from Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely. Weibo just standing steadfast for now as player just oversteps, right? Gets CC'd back underneath the tower. Too far gone to be saved. As still waiting for these third item completions to come in for TT. I think that's the specific window they need to fight on, because even though Weibo find themselves around 4,000 gold down, once the total gold comes back down off our screens, you'll see they're technically at item parity, right? And obviously, item parity isn't necessarily everything, but you can't just take the gold value at face value. And
This should be third item for Yucal. I think coming back to it. Yeah, it's the Death Dance completed.
I think Huangfeng, I can't remember the combined cost for Wit's End when you have all 3 components, but he's not far off. So I think maybe another wave, maybe a jungle camp, and he should just about have it. And at that point, TT will have a couple more completed items over Weibo. But as I say that, Light's actually finished it quite quickly. So it's not like he's lacking on that front either. And Xiaohu has a stopwatch. So, you know, it's kind of a baby one, he's just missing the stats. It's not too bad for Weibo to fight on, though. If they get caught out like this, it's problematic.
Karsa can't steal if he's dead. He's just gone. Fate sealed onto Crisp. Crisp is gone too. And so is Xiaohu. The pillars of Weibo Gaming's faith crumble between the might of Thunder Talk Gaming.
It's turning to ash for Weibo right now. Thunder Talk very happy to have Weibo walk into them. They'll pick up this Baron. They've got Dragon in 45 seconds. It's the Ocean Soul. I'm sure they'll go and defend that and look to pick it up. And Weibo are going to have to deal with so much pressure in the next 3 minutes. As we get a replay, it's just Q3 over the wall. Caster gets hit by the knockup. And even though the chains don't connect from Hoya, so much damage is immediately laid in that it doesn't even matter. Beishuan finishes up the kill with the Glacial Prison. And Xiaohu in no man's land.
Oh
Basil
my
connects
God.
onto an unmounted Crisp.
That is just disgusting. The timing there, beautiful stuff from UCal, and they are having themselves a highlight reel performance for TT. We had sold them as underdogs coming into this, or say, yeah, TT, you've had a streak, but it's been against Ultra Prime LGD. What are you gonna do against Weibo? And they say, hey, it's Weibo that needs to be scared here.
Absolutely. Truly a definition of you're not you're locked in here with me, not the other way around. And TT pick up the soul. 2 minutes on the Baron, and they're sieging on the bottom side for now. Expect UCal probably go towards the mid lane alongside Hoya and just act as a two-man unit. Just too difficult to be 2v2'd. Now, one thing that has to be noted is, of course, the amount of wave clear available to Weibo will make sieging kind of difficult. So TT might decide to eye up a dive opportunity. And Shy dashes back, they'll lose that tier 2 in the mid lane. And now it's just the base towers to defend. It's going to be the toughest for TT to crack. Without any, ranged damage outside of Huangfang and Yao Yao, they're going to have to fish for that damage. I think TT...
Oh, Weibo, they're opted into the fight. Their health bars. I don't know if that's the fight you want, Weibo. Oh, my goodness. They just opted into a slaughter. It's like they just walked into a meat grinder and said, hello, hi, I want to be made into sausages.
Wow. Well, Weibo said, you know what, get us out. Game 2, please. Thank you very much. They go for a creative play with the Mega Nut. It just doesn't work out. Simple as that. TT were ahead, but I don't feel like they were so far ahead that they would have ended the game on this Baron, but with an engage like that, they definitely will. And TT, like you said, we sold them as underdogs. I feel like they are. But they're going to take game 1, and they're going to take it damn comfortably. And Weibo are going to have to find answers. Plain and simple, because they did not have a foothold in this game from start to finish.
Yeah. And you can see disappointed faces on Weibo's side. Immediately, the Shy walking off the stage. They need to regroup, refocus, figure out what to make work against TT, who have just come into the series and shaken up everything. The execution from the solo lanes, canceling out whatever is happening bot lane, and especially Beishuan getting those resources to UCal, fighting so many advantages, and Carson not able to on his own right.
Yeah, it just felt like Costa didn't really have the lanes to play around that. You kind of lose out on the 2v2 on the top side, mid lane, and the bottom lane. So it's one of those situations where even though you want the onus to be on Costa, and usually he is the guy that gets, his lanes ahead or, works off the positive lane states that his lanes will get for him to push an even further lead, it just simply wasn't there because none of the matchups are winning. And I think especially after that level 3 shenanigans in the mid lane at around 3 or 4 minutes, the mid lane situation, gone. Hoya's winning the top side matchup, gone. And the bottom side, there's just no real setup to consistently find picks. So it's a difficult situation for Weibo to be in, but TT capitalized handily and so quickly and clinically.
Yeah. I mean, there was a timer still ticking. And again, that engaged fight from Weibo definitely feel like, let's try one more thing. Let's get regrouped. And because Weibo are no slouches. I mean, again, I highlighted some of the veterancy on this squad. They were opting into that late game scaling kind of team composition for them. It didn't work out. I wonder to see what kind of draft adaptations they get, because now you got to think, does Yone get banned away from UCal? What does the Silas do now with that flexibility possible, as well as the Sejuani definitely getting the upper hand of the Wukong matchup here?
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think a lot of it does play into the fact that TT just have winning 2v2s, right? But Beishuan still took, things into his own hands, still picked up a lot of the early objectives, and got TT to a situation where UCal and Hoya, even though Hoya definitely kind of worked for his own lead a lot more, were super comfortable to just kind of advance forward whenever they felt like. And Huangfeng and Yao Yao kept light and crisp in a situation where they weren't, necessarily getting ahead, and ensured that they weren't allowing Caster to make plays onto them. So everyone played their part here on the side of TT, and they had a very, very on-theme draft with one another where everyone wanted to play off the back of pick tools, off the back of burst damage, and Weibo didn't have answers because their composition wasn't built for answers into that. It was built for front-to-back team fighting, which they never got to exhibit here.
We saw a little bit of movement as well from those supports, or at least just from Yao Yao, and it actually paid dividends for them. But TT come out with a nice little uppercut into Weibo Gaming. We'll see what Weibo's answer is now, as we're going to take a break for game number 2.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TB playing?
FBX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wildcan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned out. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor trading, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Trying to 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
Got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LTT in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Castra. They get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪もかい
드디어 이제 웨이보를 만나는데 잘한다고 생각하지만 이제 그런 거를 신경 쓰다 보면은 결국 불리하게 시작하는 것 같아서 오히려 자신감을 갖고 시작하는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 더샤이 선수 진짜 잘한다고 생각하지만 저보다 잘한다고는 생각 안 하기 때문에 잘해보겠습니다.
Hey, flex on him, Hoya. My goodness. Powerful words from a powerful top laner for TT against the Shy. And they just got to stick to confidence. They got to stick to what works for them. And they did just that in game number 1. So that begs the question, the response from Weibo. Will we get the angry fighting fists of Weibo Gaming, or will TT continue this win streak and go up to 4 series wins in a row?
Yeah, that would be the question to ask, right? I think for TT, try and find that same kind of, you know, I don't want to say out there, but like, who's playing Silas and Tanar? We haven't seen it for years. It just doesn't happen, right? If you can find something like that.
This isn't to the Shy, by the way, who is the trendsetter of the LPL. Hoyo's just like, hey, let's see what you got.
Right? Like, he just didn't care. And even there in the interview, he just kind of said, you know what, the Shy, you're strong. I feel like I'm stronger. And I feel like that kind of confidence, which he also highlighted as kind of being a strength for the team in general anyway, is what you kind of need coming into a matchup like this against Weibo, who can be very daunting, have the star power, have the capabilities to always kind of throw you off your game, and saying, yeah, you know what? We don't care about the names. We're here to play our game. And they played their game excellently. And now, because of that, the onus truly is on Weibo to find an answer on whether or not A, that was a bit of a one-off that they got caught off guard by, right? Or B, whether or not this is truly TT just saying, you know what, we're going to play our style, do you have an answer to it? And so far, Yukao was the front of that question that they were posing to Weibo.
Now picking up the Yone for the 3rd time, and will get his 3rd MVP. I don't think on the exactly the Yone here, but still really good stuff. That like 19-minute IE second item completion really just played into the hands of TT, and it was constant mid-focus from Beichuan that set up Yukao.
Yeah, exactly. It was just, you know, the constant early attention, but then as soon as Xiaohu was ever vulnerable with Flash, it just put too much pressure and gave too much freedom for Yukao to do whatever he wanted. And it was this skirmish here, which to me really kind of broke the game. I think at this point, when you lose a skirmish like that, you lose the dragon, then kind of snowballs into also having the Herald drop to the mid lane, too much of a gold swing given over. And at this point, at just 1 item, and I have to say, looking at the replay, Yukao does roll pretty high on basically critting every auto attack with just 1 crit item. But it's still, you know, the kind of mojo you need to get ahead and move forward against a team like Weibo. So, you know, Fortune favored them there. I guess we're going to have to see whether or not Fortune generally will favor TT moving into this game too, because Weibo typically don't take losses particularly well in the sense of they will come back into the game following and smash their opponent.
Yeah, they also don't take wins very well. They seem to always have a little bit of struggle coming off some confident game wins to close out the second games usually. But now, obviously, we're getting back into picks and bans here, hopefully very soon. And we put a lot of focus on what the bottom lane draft in the first phase is going to be. We had 3 ADC bans from TT, and I do wonder if we continue to see that. But for Weibo Gaming, it's about, do you have to take away some of these pieces?
Exactly. Do you feel like you need to keep Sejuani off the table so that these melee champions can't be enabled, but then you can still run into the the AD mid, AP jungle
Officer
route?
the Shy.
So
FBI the Shy.
Yeah, open up. That's top lane was kind of open last
Hey,
game.
I know what that means. That's light.
Ah,
look, I'm good. I know exactly what that drawing meant.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Thank you. I needed that. But I think Light's going to need a little bit of that fan love, maybe a little bit of that backing here to motivate Weibo back into this one. Again, you said they don't take losses lying down, and it is about what they set themselves up with in this second draft. We have that switch up of sides, so Weibo will be on this blue side, banning away the Jax, the Sejuani, TT back, or on the red side, back to banning Zeri, Lucian. The Elise also banned by Weibo.
Yeah, I was about to call out, I think the Elise is probably going to follow to try and just keep TT off of these AD mids as much as they can. Now, the question really lies in what TT actually have in their locker. Beyond that, right? The Maokai still up and available. You would suspect, perhaps, that Casa would like to first pick that one away, but TT are going to ban it. So that's at the point now where we start to look at things like the Wukong and the Vi for the jungle pool. Weibo will pick up the Varus as the first pick to ensure that they can try and guarantee a strong lane. Unlike last time where, Sivir Yumi is going to sit there and scale, but it's not going to be much in the means of agency. And now TT, with the bans having been swapped up, have the Ashe up and available to lock in.
No big Maokai combo there, obviously banned away, but still the Ashe provides so much of that utility. Still has that flexibility as well. Can be played in support or in ADC position. We do want to check into this priority of the Vi, which would be an interesting choice, at least in the setup for TT here with the Enchant Crystal Arrow. The Cease and Desist really leans to them. And it would also be a takeaway of Karsa's more played champion, the Vi, there as well. So that'll be the first 2 lock-ins for TT. And now we get the final picks for Weibo in their first phase.
Heimerdinger plus Wukong, probably, likely.
Think he's gonna go back for the Wukong?
Yeah, you can't really go towards anything else unless you have some kind of weird matchup that you've been testing out. I feel like typically Karsa stays on the beaten path for meta. We'll see. Maybe goes for something similar, or maybe Weibo prioritize this Cassante, which they're hovering, which the Shy of course had a fair amount of success in the early weeks on, but Wukong, you kind of want a jungler here, otherwise the pool gets really pinched out with 3 bans and a pick already on the table. So there's the Wukong, and now TT, Jinash. Okay, it's the bot lane now. It's what we've come to expect, but it doesn't make it any less boring sometimes. We'll see what TT want to ban away though. It seems like Sion taken off the board. I feel like that just says to me that they're not going to have a tank killing champion, and they were afraid that the Shy would press the Sion button with the Jhin and the Ashe and the Vi. Not the best tank busters in the world, so they just go for that arena. Now Weibo also have the opportunity perhaps to try and strip away some of the more problematic champions which TT could look to pick up in the next phase.
Now we're in that second phase of bans on the Weibo side. They do ban away the Fiora against Hoya. And Cassante, I feel like, might be a bait here. We have seen a lot of very strong responses to Cassante's. I do wonder if it is going to take this last ban here, but if it does, I'm very interested to see which one of these top laners is going to be willing to go into it. And kind of, especially for TT, where their counter pick comes through.
Yeah, for me, you ban away the Fiora. That's obviously one of the more picked champions into Cassante. So it feels like you're trying to set up TT to lock that in. And then the Shy goes something which he feels like he can try and slam the lane with. I mean, Gwen could be a technically very
We've seen like the Olafs, the
answer.
Dariuses also be answers. We've seen some of the Nars as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a little more creative, but it looks like Weibo are just going to go towards the Gnar in the end. And I feel like TT, UCal in particular, will probably still be okay locking in the Silas. However, if Weibo just decides to snap it away from TT, then of course it's just not available. We'll see what Xiaohu wants to go towards as he's playing with a couple of hovers. Crisp, it seems like those would be two strong answers for Xiaohu rather in this kind of spot. Anyway, going towards the side lane to impact, and that'll be what it is.
That's what fits him the best, right? That's what we've seen him getting into those side lanes, getting proactive at the level 6 mark will be really, really big for Xiaohu. Not able to really find that last game. We'll be looking for that this time around. But now we got to put all eyes on UCal, see what he's going to choose into this one. It is the Cassiopeia that comes through, and he's racking up these unique champ picks as well. It still will be the second time he's played it this spring split.
Yeah, okay. So Cassiopeia here. I imagine, off the top of my head, that the early laning phase might be a little bit rough for Xiaohu. Talia, in the early stages, doesn't really have like super strong trading patterns if you end up missing out on the Unraveled Earth plus the W combo. So UCal in the extended trades is going to have a really, really good time, as Cassio often does. And I think it just sets up for a very, very strong 2v2 in the mid jungle, which again is something that Weibo have typically, at least, you know, by player name. So you want to try and shut that down in the draft. And I feel like a pick like Cassiopeia in this particular instance is pretty strong, especially into the top side of Weibo here, who all kind of want to dive forward, right? Xiaohu wants to try and get involved and combo up on some of these CC chains. So I quite like it. We'll see how it gets down.
And you get Huanfeng's classic Jin, right? I think you can't go understood with that one, making his name known with it with Suning back in Worlds back in the day. But especially being able to see like TT with this composition, putting all the eggs into UCal's basket. I think Hoya does have a lot to say, but there's so much setup and engage for UCal to sink his fangs into. And now it's about Weibo's bounce back into this series, Jamada.
Absolutely it is, and like they've got a good couple more proactive tools than they did in the previous game. Weibo, it's about how they're going to end up using them. It's still not, you know, true hard engage tools that I always like to see teams fall back on sometimes when you have a game like the last, but still very much able to impact the side lanes with this Talia pick, and that's what we're going to have to track the most, I feel, for Weibo in the early stages.
TT getting that 5 gold on UCal. You know where that resource is going. Get to hear those Jaios though started up from both sides of TT and Weibo Gaming. A little bit of vision game played out by Karsa early on here, and for me, all eyes on Karsa. Again, not having that game one that he maybe wants to have, and Beichuan having exactly what he wanted to have. Weibo looking for a little bit of cheese here though with a late fight on bottom side. Xiaohu has shown up. They see him though. And that means Huanfeng and Yao Yao will play very defensively. It's double Arcane Comet bot lane, though, so some of this poke can really do some work.
Yep. When that starts to stack up, the Scorch as well. Probably been taken by both Light and Crisp. We did have the runes up a second ago. I didn't actually glimpse at them. I'm pretty sure that's likely the runes they've gone for, so just maximum poke inside of this lane. UCal just coming away from that red buff. I'm just looking for a little bit of information. Yeah, interesting to see this Cassiopeia come out in this spot. Excited to see how he pilots it. And again, I feel like inside the laning phase, I expect it to fare pretty well. And I feel like it's a lot to do with kind of that 2v2 situation. Trying to shut down Karsa on his engages as well in the mid game with the Petrifying Gaze is going to be massive. So I quite like it in this spot, to be entirely honest with you. And even if it can maybe get a little bit outranged by the Lethality Barriers and the Heimerdinger, it shouldn't really matter too much as long as he can execute on those diving members of Weibo.
And we saw last game as well, Beichuan had so much of that bounce back towards mid lane, the repeat ganks onto Xiaohu, and I do wonder if we continue to get that here. Hawk Shot does come through to spot out Karsa though, and that's a key piece of information, especially in the early machinations of TT.
Absolutely. Now Hoya will have a good intonation on where Karsa is likely going to be in the next 30, 40, 50-ish seconds. And just ensure that he can position himself in a way which can't be exposed by a gank. Beichuan is pathing down potentially to a bot gank, but just getting a little bit more vision with the Pixel Brush Ward. And we'll just go back to clearing. So see what the early jungle action will be, but for now, at the very least, Beichuan is going to be here on the bottom side and covering with Huang Fong and Yao Yao. This Castle will go towards the top side and likely try and secure this Skullcrab.
Even the trade down looks like a pretty reserved early pathing for both of these junglers, even though we put so much of that positional value on mid-jungle duo. We're getting more action to the bot lane, and as expected with these kind of compositions that we've gotten before, as TT pushing in that bottom side of the map, we'll get Karsa on his move, will be known to be up here, trying to take this Scuttle Crab, finds a little bit of vision there to get himself some gold, but a little bit of stagnation in the early parts of this game, even after that try from Xiaohu down bottom lane. Huanfeng taking a good amount of poke, though. Crisp, little sidestep there, look at that.
Crisp almost steps up too far forward, to be honest with you. If that W connects, he'd be in a little bit of trouble. Maybe have to use the summoner spells at the very least. There's, speaking of summoner spell usage, healing cleanse has to be forced out. But a lot of damage was also still traded back onto Crisp. So Beichuan,
he's not spotted.
Shark to blood in the water, has come down here. He's not
I thought he was going to go the other way.
So did I. He's going to just make his way through the track rush. But he's going to see Castle on that wall.
Like a vault breaker over the well, but yeah, that was a nice little ward position there. See Huanfeng with no mana, but a fourth shot available does just clear that last minion and pull back with TT. This is the vault breaker used for a little bit of distance there, but Karsa wanted to just check if there was a Scuttle Crab still available down there. And ships in the night, it seems, so far for Beichuan and Karsa.
Both just backing away, so I feel like in terms of first dragon, as that spawns up, all the pressure has actually been on the side of TT with Huanfeng and Yao Yao, so curious to see whether or not TT want to try and put a lot of early priority on that one. They do have very strong team fighting tools and ultimates at their disposal. So I feel like if they do end up letting this one go, as long as they don't fall too far behind in terms of gold, they should always be okay to find some contests. So
loving this though. Look, move from UCal up towards top side. You got pings coming in. Beichuan is up there as well. Was looking for some movement, trying to get proactive before Xiaohu gets his Weaver's Wall, even if you're in that scaling pick of the Cassiopeia.
Exactly. Cassio can be very, very immovable at times. It's a very, very strong pick when taken so late into a draft, and you've seen everything. So UCal very confident that this was a Cassiopeia angle, of course, as spoke about first dragon, who'd want to go where. TT are in a position where they could technically come down and interrupt this. And it seems like Karsa and Xiaohu also get the same read. Though TT, for now, are just going to be on the back foot in terms of that contest. Karsa's definitely feeling very tentative about actually starting it up. He's just hanging around in the river, perhaps waiting for Light and Crisp to get the shove in before he truly commits to the dragon.
I mean, they're putting a lot of work into Yao Yao and Huanfeng. Beichuan will come around the edge here, being seen by Karsa. First move from Weibo. His mid lane, UCal taking a decent amount, but will be able to connect with his jungler. Yao Yao coming around the edge though. Crisp want to find Beichuan. Doesn't find him, dragging down about 2,000 health. TT should back off of this one, but they're still hovering. Maybe looking to pick up some kills on the back end of it as the separation comes through. First dragon to Weibo gain.
Not too bad. And they don't really lose anything for it, Weibo. So very happy on the takedown. And I think now it's just going to be about the neutral objective game. I think once level 6 comes in, TT will have a lot more agency to work with via, you know, it's plug and play. You just queue forward, and that's it. Find your lockdown target, try and burst them down. I think for Weibo, they're going to be very, very weary of that. So I'm looking towards TT maybe in about 2 minutes time once Beichuan has that, and Yao Yao a little bit further down the line once he hits level 6. That's the combination I've been seeing a lot as well, the Vi plus that Ashe. Firing out the arrow and then trying to lock down the target with the cease and desist on top of it. It's just chain CC for days that you can't really get away from, and it's very, very potent. So I'm expecting TT to try and use that one to their advantage.
And I've been waiting to see how long it is going to be till we get a roam from both supports. We actually saw Yao Yao stop off in the jungle just to maybe roam towards mid lane, but not having that level 6 mark. You got to get that before Yao Yao can really have that engaged potential. And now the siege for Weibo is very strong in the bottom lane. They will get this turret plate here. Chains of Corruption connecting. They have a decent amount of poke back. Hail of arrows, so close to getting first blood for Weibo.
Monka S, man. That was so much damage. Yeah, they're just going to take a step back, chug on a couple of pots, but...
Chris has level
man,
6
man.
now.
He does. Oh, base one's on a wall. Doesn't matter.
Curtain call. Crisp, you're going down, and first blood turned back. Yukel has showed up in a flash from light. The fangs sink deep. The deadly flourish forces the cleanse out for Weibo. And you think they're going to get first blood. It's turned around on its head by TT.
Yeah, really nice collapse there from TT. And we said, you know, we'd expect Xiaohu to be down here on the first moves, but Yukao just gives up the wave. The Herald's traded on the top side, so maybe Caster can come towards the mid lane and trade out some gold here. But that's a massive swing in the bottom side tempo that was going on because Light and Crisp were smashing Huangfeng and Yao Yao in the pressure department. This should be about 4 plates here from Caster and Xiaohu. Help, they could get
That's
the whole
actually so big.
tower almost. If they have enough time, I think they do. 1k HP. Xiaohu's left it. I feel like it's perhaps not worth it, or that Castle wants to commit, they can. I feel that's a bit of a misstep. They could have definitely taken this tower here. I think they should commit for it in my mind. But maybe expecting TT to respond a little more heavy-handedly than they actually ended up doing. So the tower still stands, but the gold that swung back isn't too terrible as Beishwan just over the wall. Vault Breaker into ultimate. What can you do at this long range, right? It's too difficult with the cease and desist and the curtain call. Crisp was just blown up, and I will give credit to Light. Very fancy feat. Dodge on the first Noxious Blast. Dodge on the second one as well, to ensure that he can at the very least walk out of that play. But great collapse from TT.
Some of the moments, the decisiveness leaning in TT's favor here, where you're seeing some of those moments from Weibo last game really lean to their side. Now, that gold given over because of those plates does give Weibo this early advantage, but TT know they can collapse potentially onto Xiaohu and make a play in mid lane. Not going to come to fruition though, but they are looking, they are hunting. And we have first item completion on the map. It is Frostfire Gauntlet for Hoya.
Yep, and he's even ghosted back to lane. See, by
you gotta go fast.
The scoreboard's gotta go
the
fast.
The food's getting cold on his date with the Shy in the top lane, man. It's Valentine's Day. He went back home. He got roses. It's coming out. They're gonna re-establish their 3-course meal.
Oh, hello. With the slow. Yeah,
they're in the second course now.
The Shy down.
I don't know if the Shy likes any of this food that Hoya has chosen as another solo kill to the top laner of TT. And he said he's better than the Shy. Well, in this series, he is.
My goodness, he just one-shots him, man. What can the Shy do there in mini form? Hoya has that completed item, the Sheen procs as well. So powerful in a situation like that.
Game.
Yeah, it did. It did. And even Yukao went up there and got... That's how you complete the circle. Yukao now has to go top and also solo kill the Shy.
I see where your head's at. I see where your head's at. Yeah. Now, Carso is actually hovering bottom side. I thought maybe they might make a move. Weaver's Wall has not been used from Xiaohu from the mid lane, and we needed to see some of that proactivity. And speaking of, Hoya getting the better of the Shy.
And the whole reason why this happens is because the Shy is still exhausted. He just came out of Mega Knarf form. And Hoya just recognizes this, dashes onto the minion, extra range when you dash onto an ally. W in, and of course when you all out, the W cooldown gets refreshed, so he knows he can just use it for a bit of damage in CC. And as soon as he sees that first bit of damage come down onto the Shy, he's like, yeah, I can probably just one-shot this guy, can't I? He just presses his R key, it's great. And Hoya finds himself a lead in the top side of the map.
We see a crown completion for Xiaohu in the mid lane, so not opting into any kind of damage centric. You can go with a little bit more of that sustained damage mitigation, especially against Yukao's straight up burst with a petrifying gaze. But Dragon is on the table here. Weibo floating down this way with Beichuan going towards top side. I wonder if they can capitalize, get a second Dragon in a row. Beichuan actually hovering over mid lane. Flash is available for Xiaohu. Yep. He has that crown completion, but it's already down. And intended Crucero dodged out, but Xiaohu, he'll go down. A kill to Yukao. And TT, they're making Weibo look like fools.
Yeah, Kral's not going to save from that. I like the idea of the itemization, though. It's more to do with sort of mid-game picks where if you get jumped on super quick, it could definitely save you a lot of HP, that crown, but in this instance, Yukao flashes forward after it's shattered, and at that point you just die. Now Weibo will get the second dragon of the game. What would be a little bit unfortunate is if they roll Cloud, but they roll Mountain, so they're fine.
But at this point, we've got a lot of Outtracks too, so we might have to
we've got a lot of Mountains today.
But I do think that Weibo, they're going to be relying on some of that veterancy to keep a cool head here. Finally, that mid lane tower falls. They got the second dragon. They are pulling back resources, but Hoya wants to get another kill here as Beichuan coming up. And the Shy, you ain't got Megadar. You need some stimulants here, but he doesn't have what it takes to get it up, and Beichuan gets the kill.
Just run over, and I'm going to be honest, I think in the extended play there, the Shy was so out of position. Hoya probably could have solo killed him without the assistance there of Beichuan, but nonetheless, he has it, and they lock down the Shy again. The Shy has not really been able to get out to his usual shenanigans. Hoya really has had his number so far in this series. First of the Silas pick now with Kasante. And TT as a whole have come alive. Given up these first two dragons, I suspect they will look to contest this next Rift Herald and of course then the subsequent dragon in 4 minutes time. They've got items starting to come in now. Cleaver first for Beichuan. Has a lot of physical damage on his team. Not going to go towards the Chem Punk. Looking to amplify the damage of some of his teammates. And Yukao going towards the Archangels. Once that second item comes in, it's going to be so difficult to ever kill the Snake through all of the damage you have to run through, but also the HP plus the lifeline shield. It's just so obnoxious, and it's one of the first things I immediately said in my head once I saw those changes come through. Now TT should look to try and use some of that power that they have right now, but also in the next couple of minutes.
Oh, they have no idea they're getting flanked right now. Yao Yao flashes out though, that Tectonic. As now TP coming in, this is Hoya. They have caught out a Weaver's walling Xiaohu. And that's 0-2 for your solo laners, Weibo. What's going on?
I mean, Weibo are just out of sorts right now, and TT are happy to scavenge as they're going to pick up this Herald. TP is going to come and defend this bottom side tower from Yukao, so they're not even going to get much across map. Maybe Carson can look for a Miracle Steal just to deny the objective, but do you really want to give up your life? It looks like
playing themselves. Oh my God, Crisp is taking up, but now Carson's trying to come back in. Piercing arrow hits Yao Yao. Yao Yao getting close, but Carson not able to finish up the kill. And that's 7-0. And I hear the thunder rumbling.
My goodness. This is a bit of a smacking. I don't know what else to say. I'm a bit gobsmacked, to be honest with you. I like the initial idea of the pick here, but the flash just comes out in time from Yao Yao, and after that, turnaround is just on. Yao Yao fires the ult really nice over the terrain to try and give as little reaction time over to Xiaohu as possible, but he's just in the middle of too many members. And then the turnaround, though, remember, the ease of access for a target from Beichuan is just there. He sees him on the wall and with Hoya standing there, and Crisp just gets one shot, as he should, for stepping up that far forward. Carson tries to turn around the damage onto Beichuan, but he just doesn't quite have it, and Crisp also survives. Really nice knockback there from Hoya.
See, picture-in-picture, they tried to get an engage there on a Xiaohu. Sideline tower will go over to Weibo, so they'll get their second, while TT just claim their first. But man, you asked, coming off that game number 1, coming into game number 2, was it a fluke? Did Weibo just not approach the game number 1 the way they should have? Well, right now, TT are making a statement in this series against Weibo to push them into a 4-series win streak. And it's off the back of these solo laners. It's off the back of battening down the hatches bot lane and seeing what Yukao and Hoya can say. And it's been yelling from the top of the mountaintop since this series had started.
Absolutely, and you know, there's things to say about the win streak where it's like, well, you know, 2 of them have been kind of low-standing teams, but if they add Weibo to that list, all of a sudden it doesn't really matter if they took down some of those lower-standing teams. You've taken down Weibo and IG in that same win streak, so you really start to establish yourself as, you know, a potential playoffs hopeful. As now TT kind of have a bit of an awkward position here alongside Weibo, who are trying to get a little bit of vision in. Weibo really want this third dragon to just keep the soul hopes alive, but I think the engage tools, it's
Light cleanse down.
That's a cleanse, yeah.
That's like a 45-second cooldown for the cleanse cooldown. You'll take that. And
Absolutely,
that dragon spawning mid priority is now taking the name of the game.
Exactly, and Herald gonna get dropped here. So Weibo gonna have to answer this. We'll see how much TT actually want to try and guide this one through, or whether they're just gonna use it as a means to enter the river. As those turrets will actually temporarily slow it down, but it's still gonna go in for the charge, and that dragon is being soloed down by Yukao. I think the rest of TT
Yukao doing all
should
the
supplement
solo
it.
dragons now. The Yone, now the Cassiopeia. He's on his second item spike. He's feeling confident. He got a little bit of help from Beichuan. As the Shy trying to take the tier 2 tower in the top side will get responded by Hoya. And Weibo just looking for some more resources in TT's top side of the map.
Yeah, whatever they can get right now is going to be crucial in just trying to keep the gold even, right? Even though they're down 7 kills, they do have the gold in total to stand up for now. But it just feels like TT have been a lot more on the ball using their tools to actually look for fights, some proactive fights. And if we get to a point where, you know, a Baron's on the cards and TT find another successful fight, they'll no doubt go towards that objective and try and pressure Weibo, if there are any members left, into a poor situation where they have to contest it, and then potentially they'll end up losing more. For now though, Weibo still remain in arm's reach, definitely in terms of the gold, so they're definitely not out of it yet.
Not out of it any means necessary here for Weibo to get back into it, though, as it will be Baron now on the map. I don't think it's a necessary instant startup, but it's something that TT can play around. Umbral Glaive has been completed for Yao Yao. You got the lethality items starting to stack up in the bottom lane, and now that you have some of that response in item completions or both sides, I feel like those fights will be more contested, but you gotta expect TT continue to look for these picks with all the tools they have in their disposal.
And I've also got to mention, Yukao very soon is actually going to hit level 15.
They are all
because
by
the
themselves over here?
Yukao is very, very strong right now. I don't think they mind. If they dash into Yukao, Yukao will eat them for breakfast. As that row is about to fully complete, and he's going to be super far ahead of everyone in the XP department. He already is individually. That whole additional level is just going to get him to an even more unkillable state as he kicks over. And TT slowed down the game. Remember, they are the ones with the agency tools. It feels like for Weibo, they really have to, you know, go over the mountain to force an engage between Casa and perhaps Light.
But do you see any end of the tunnel here for Weibo in the late game? I know in game 1 they definitely had more of a, oh my god, if you get this team fight comp to 35 minutes with items, like, oh, you're not going to have fun for TT. But in this one, it feels a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't feel like Weibo have the same level of scaling afforded to them like they did in game number 1. I think TT, honestly, almost Yukal alone, I have a lot of faith in a pick like Cassio. In a spot like this, where so long as the cast doesn't get bursted down, you're always going to be okay. And building towards a Rod of Ages as well, or not a Rod of Ages, rather a Rylai's. They both start with an R, forgive me. There you go, Force maybe.
No, Hoya going back in though. The Shy doesn't have Meganar. He's still on cooldown, starting to stack up that Rage bar now. As TT moving on to the mid lane tower though. Got a potential for a reverse engage. Weaver's Wall coming out from Xiao to try to get in front and center. Huanfeng having to use that cleanse. They found a little double knockup though. Hoya will be onto the Shy. Got to be a little bit careful about the setup. Huanfeng ready to open the curtain call from the back line as Weibo defend against their mid lane push from TT.
Yeah, all right. Defended really well there by Weibo. They don't even lose their tier 1, which, to be honest with you, I feel like it's quite fortunate TT had first move onto that one. They're actually going to turn it around and maybe get this tier 2 tower. Ultimate's almost back up for Yao Yao, and you can see Beichuan, he's eyeing up potentially a flank. It's going to be a long one.
Curtain calls open up here. Light flashing away already. Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects, but they've already found the engage they wanted onto the Shy. He's little mini Nar, but Beichuan, he's not going to go down just yet. Corsa, he wants him so bad, but you can't have him today. And that's a big turnaround from TT. A Xiaohu drag back will not go down just yet. Yukao gets some shots back into him, but TT, they've fought so well in so many fights, and they pull another one back.
Yeah, Casa isn't able to find the execute there to anyone, and TT walk away with all 5 members. They've lost a lot of summoner spells though, and that could be very crucial for this next team fight. If Weibo can actually find a bit of a disjointed TT, without those summoner spells, it could get really, really tricky as the Shy gets focused down here. by Beichuan and by the last couple of shots of the curtain call. You can see he just wants Beichuan so bad, but the ally shielding there from Hoya, excellent, and nothing he can do. Gets 4th shotted down by Huang Fang. The Shy almost gets burned down by Yukao. Yukao doesn't quite have the Rylai's. If he had it here, my goodness, it'll be so scary.
Do TT know that it's Karsa's birthday? Like,
No.
I feel like if they knew, they
You know
would
what?
give him a little present.
In fact, I think they do know, and I think that's probably spurring them to play
you
like
had
this
too
right
cool
now.
of an intro. We can't let you win. Dragon is on the table. Karsa into the pit. He's done this
Karsa?
again. He doesn't get it this time. Not going his way. Now TT, though, Huanfeng is very, very low. Oh, my goodness. The curtain calls out yet again. A little bit of poke back from Light from Crisp. Now Hoya is by himself, and he will find himself on a gray screen.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Hoya path back down like that towards Weibo, it's because he could maybe get the extended dash there. Oh, Beichuan not going to get Mega Nard ulted there. Towards the rest of TT. Now, Weibo, having lost that Dragon, are actually eyeing up the Baron just because Hoya's dead. There's no teleport on him. And
Decisiveness.
the Shy is keeping Beichuan away. He's zoning him so far out.
They
This
have
Baron's
to know.
dropping so quick. It's gone. It's gone. So they're going to try and turn this into a pick onto the Shy.
They get the deadly flares. The Shy getting lower and lower. Kill going over to Huanfeng. Baron down. Yao Yao going for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. No follow-up behind, though. Maybe he can get some down onto Chris. His back's completed from Weibo. They lose their side laner, but the big bonus is the fact that they have this Baron for 3 more minutes.
Yeah, honestly, really, really smart decision-making from Weibo there off the back of that pick. I think you can't really do anything else but just take that Baron away. At that point, with no Dragon available, you'd have to expect TT would put so much pressure down to a point where it's just going to be impossible to ever walk in to that top side of river. So with that objective gone, like you say, 3 minutes of respite to take a breath and hopefully try and collect some gold, get Xiaohu to a point where he's 3 items, get Light into a position where he can actually layer in some damage, and maybe then you can really look for something. You really have to try and leverage the very limited poke that Light is going to be able to provide for you. There's no extra poke from like a Jace or anything like that. It's just him. As this is an extremely close smite. I believe it went down to 20 HP from Karsa's smite. Yeah, that's really unlucky. Almost did it again.
That's so close to what we saw in game number 1. No deny the scaling, the stacking from TT. Hoya, like you said, trying to get a little bit of movement here, but
yeah,
not able to find it. And I think that decisiveness definitely showing in that moment from Weibo, but you still have to be very careful because you're at 2 items, now 3 items for Yukao with the Rylai's, but you're looking down the barrel of a very stacked team that with an early advantage that they have been really doing well with, but even with this even lead, at least for Weibo Gaming, it's the execution that's really been there for TT.
Yeah, exactly. Baron definitely done its bit in just ensuring that TT don't snowball a massive advantage that they've already had for a little while. It's a curveball open up, but I don't really think this one's going to get too much. Cancel it even early on, but still, it's going to be within that 2-minute window of the Dragon spawning up. So I expect TT will wait for that one and then actually try and look a little more proactively.
And try and catch Yukao here.
Oh.
We'll stop early,
wow.
though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow came out from Yao Yao just in case, but it won't be a flash or anything. Utilize both mid laners. Button heads a little bit, but the Weaver's Wall's down. Petrifying Gaze is not. Goes on to Karsa, though. Now it's down.
Yeah, that was great knowledge there from Yukao, just to know that you can interrupt the Talia ultimate, and even though he does technically get walled off, no one can actually follow up on any damage, so Yukao safe and sound. He's in this brush, no Petrifying Gaze this time around.
Has Hoya in front of him, though. Maybe it's enough to petrify Weibo. Chain Corruption connected, though. You got the knockback as well. Seismic toss. Yukao gets out with the blast, though. And TT, for now, defending. The Shy on the side wants to get a big Mega Nard into the wall. Hoya baiting him out here, maybe. Huanfeng gets that last minion cleared. TT, man, the defenses for both these teams, they do not want to budge.
They do not. There's actually a teleport coming in. That's on a control wall, so they know it's there. They know it's there.
They have a bunch of damage here as well.
There you go.
Cease and desist. And UCal starting to sink those fangs in. He'll be needing to digest this meal for days as Crisp will be dragged down as well. Hoya's chased down the Shy, who's about to get Meganar. Can he fight this back? Oh, Hoya getting kited out a little bit, and Beichuan has to get out. But a big, big moment for TT on the back of a huge play from Weibo.
Yeah, it's a Venom of a Black Mamba from UCal. Absolutely decimates both Xiaohu and Crisp. And now with 20 seconds on that Dragon spawner, you expect they are going to go and pick that one up very happily. And that's 3 Mountain Dragons to stack up. If UCal doesn't have any, bolt resists, but if he purchases any, he's just gonna be unkillable. UCal plus this TP from Hoya. It's just a pincer. It's a triangle. It's a Bermuda Triangle, and if you end up in it, you disappear. Xiaohu, the victim of that. And Crisp also just gets caught out on the bottom side of that one as, okay, a wall to potentially split off TT, but they still got access to damaging the dragon. And Karsa,
this will be a third dragon for Beichuan. They're going in on Karsa. Karsa with that knockup from Xiaohu does a little bit. Cease and desist back up though, and he goes on to Xiaohu. Here, Beichuan low, but it goes golden. The Shy waiting in the wings with the Meganar. They get the forward aggression. The Shy wants to flash forward, but can't find it. Nice response flash from TT. It's just a 1-for-1. Both junglers down, and contentious fights for both these two teams.
Yeah, but it's still TT that pick up the dragon, and honestly, all of these resistances are just stacking up with that many, and if they get a third, or a fourth rather, it's just going to be so obnoxious with the additional shield as well. Get the replay. As I think the big thing to note here is that UCal isn't actually able to get into a position to really deal, a massive amount of hurt here to Weibo, as they don't really commit too far past the particular line. It's only really the Shy that steps up once he has Meganar. Beichuan, I think, kind of expecting his team to be able to follow up on this ultimate, but they just simply can't because of the threat from the Shy. Does flash forward, does get the flash out of Fang Fang. That's about it. We'll see if they can capitalize on that Weibo in the next couple of fights. Maybe Karsa can finally sneak through the front line and find an engage that finds a little bit of follow-up on top of it. But TT still sat very comfortably in this game with 3 dragons.
Fang on 3 items, Light on 3 items. We're seeing stopwatch there for UCal. Big situational awareness from TT here. The rest of Weibo positioning around this Baron pit, want to clear out some of this vision game, but also threaten the potential of this to make TT come into the fight. We are dead even at 30 minutes in, and Weibo say it's time to fight.
They want this though. Resist shredded.
They want the smoke, Jamada. They want the smoke.
Look, all I'm saying is, if I saw a Cassio this fed, I wouldn't be anywhere near the Baron pit, to be entirely honest with you. As mid-waves get cleared out, and now it's going to be a bit of a scramble to get back to the river. Let's try and take some control, perhaps. However, the Shy, being so close to Meganar, is actually kind of hanging around. It'll be really smart to try and get it to pop now.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, and then this way, Weibo, as the mid-wave comes in, it's going to be used to try and contest that, as opposed to get a Baron start up, so Chao will be exhausted for a second.
He does
after
have the
this.
Gargoyle Stone Plate, so able to tank up now after he's gotten that 3rd item completion for himself. So I think Weibo are starting to get some of these online factors for themselves. Beichuan will be seen from that control ward. Curtain Call opens up Crisp. He's been separated from the rest of his team. Yes, nobody's there to save him. 4th shot comes in, does hit the Shy on the back end. His Enchanted Crystal Arrow was also used. So Beichuan, Huanfeng, Yao Yao, they've all used their ultimates. And some of these engaged tools not there for TT.
Yeah, kind of awkward there from Beichuan. I think because he knew Crisp had flash, he could very easily flash and drag Beichuan back to the rest of his team. Doesn't end up actually going on to the Heimerdinger, who'd been caught out by the Ash Arrow, just decides to try and pick on the Shy. Ends up having to use his own flash, and now it's a bit of an ARAM, isn't it? 5 mid, I guess. You might feel a little bit of an ARAM.
A little bit. Is that because I'm from NA? Are you trying to say something here?
I'm making it. Yes, I'm making an NA joke in the LPL broadcast. I know.
Very belittling of you on Valentine's Day when it's supposed to be all about love, Jamada. And I'm not feeling the love anymore.
But the way that I show love is through, banter. and you know, just poking a little bit of fun.
Is that your safe
man.
word for toxic?
Is it my safe word? No, you know, it's not really poking too hard, but
all right. Well, hey, I do appreciate the love, at least on Valentine's Day. No love between these two teams, though, as TT kind of wrestle back and use some of that early advantage into a very even game state now. I do want to highlight fourth item is there for Yukao. It is the Zanyas. You have the Elixir of Sorcery there for Xiaohu, knowing that these next fights are extremely crucial with Dragon Soul in 35 seconds.
Exactly. TT go and
they burn Baron so fast.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
Yukao literally
I'm not gonna
melts
lie,
this
I think
thing.
it's dead. I think it's dead already. I don't think
they
Weibo
spotted out. They're moving in. Big
Never
moment.
mind.
Karsa trying to get on the back of the pit, though. They can just turn this. Yukao looking for a big petrifying gaze. Will not find it just yet. He's starting to sink those fangs in, though. He goes
There you
forward.
go.
He gets a little bit of slow. He gets locked up, though, by Karsa. They get the fourth shot, though, onto Crisp. It's so split, but Hoya has done the thing that nobody feels like anybody ever does for ADCs, and they peeled for Huanfeng and ends up in a double kill for the bot laner of TT. Deadly Flourish won't be able to fit the follow-up. But bear it in the eyes of the beholder, and that beholder is TT.
Absolutely. Thunder Talk Gaming on the precipice of taking down Weibo here with the Baron. They'll be able to get the soul as well. And that's 4 Mountain Dragons. They're actually going to try and pick on Yao Yao here. They'll get it. But I don't think it really matters. Because Hoya will be able to move back, and he still has his ult. Yeah, they also don't have a jungler.
Oh no, they're gonna catch him out. Maybe Light having popped that Yumu's. I'm not gonna pull the trigger. That cease and desist is coming up very, very soon. They could just turn onto Light, onto Xiaohu, back onto the dragon.
No,
though. This is for Dragon. They're just gonna try to steal it. Beige
It isn't
should be able to just smite it. He doesn't. It's actually Huanfeng that gets it, but still secured the soul for TT. They will not get Beige out of there, but they get everybody else.
All right, Beige does die, but they get the soul. It's 4 Mountain Dragon soul. That is an obnoxious amount of resists to have. And yeah, Weibo, I don't know how they're going to burst through some of these members now, especially the frontliners who have been a pain in the backside already. This turnaround is great. The Shy gets exhausted, has to use his ult only on Hoya by himself. And like you say, Peel actually comes down from Hoya onto the Shy.
Look at that. My God, I need a screenshot of that. I'm going to have that playing above my bed every night because, my God, the fact that he's so willing to turn around for Huanfeng, I love it. And Huanfeng has earned that. He is 6-0, 4 items, Lord Doms completed, and they are on top of the game right now for TT.
We love the supportive topside king, don't we, Hoya?
The king that also down smashes on the Shy and says, yo, I'm better than you, and then proves it twice, 2 games in a row. Not bad.
Bro, he has just been command grabbing the Shy, like just on wake up the entire time. That's one for the Fire community. He's just been good this series.
Team also took down YSK. Like, Hoya has been the silent Grim Reaper. YSK has been the loud Grim Reaper in the LPL. Like, it's actually incredible.
He's just been humbling people. It's been very, very fun to see. And again, you know, he's not necessarily one of the players that is, you know, at the peak of hype in the LPL by any means, but taken some very hefty scalps so far. And now TT with this Baron, they're just looking to find anything they can.
Oh no,
that anything is the Shy.
He just lost the Meganar. He cannot have this happen. And that's so many catches on the Shy that now a little bit of pressure in mid lane opens it like a sieve for TT.
Absolutely. Mid lane now under threat. They've still got the pressure of Huanfeng, of all people, on the bottom side. I'm kind of surprised they give up that mid lane siege, TT. I guess they just want to try and get this tier 2 and ensure that Huanfeng doesn't get picked off, so they'll get it. It's a little bit more standing gold, and to be fair, they chunked out that tier 3 so low that all it'll really take is one good wave and a little bit of timing.
Yeah. And Yukao's
to pick
pushing
it up.
another tier 2 in the top side too, so.
Exactly.
Not
Good
much
discipline.
to write for Weibo. Yeah, good discipline for TT, playing the map very, very well. But now, Yao maybe getting caught out. Weaver's wall coming out. Weibo know that this is potentially their opportunity to get some gold back, and they do just that on the Xiaohu. But Yukao has already finished his TP. And this is some troublesome gaming, at least for Weibo Gaming, as Xiaohu is gone. And Beichuan on the engage there had that cease and desist, but doesn't pull the trigger because they know they've already gotten what they needed.
Exactly, and they don't have a Baron to go towards or anything like that, but they found, like you say, everything they need. They get Xiaohu on the way out, and they trade the kill, and they're just going to look to reset, spend their gold, and come back out onto the map. I think they are in such a comfortable position right now, TT. They shouldn't really be too worried. Of course, in a game like League of Legends, especially I feel like as the game has somehow made its way silently to the 40-minute mark, this hasn't felt like a 40-minute game to me, but
no, hey, it really hasn't. It's just been such an interesting occasion.
It does only take one fight to skew things, and we saw what Weibo did to JDG. So, I will hold my breath that we may end up getting a game 3. However, TT have everything and the kitchen sink required to end this game. So we'll see what they actually do with this massive lead. The Baron's up in 90 seconds, and the Elder spawns in about 2 minutes. So
I'm looking at an Elder Dragon fight. They are definitely teeing that one up here as a big... Oh, Light.
Wow.
He doesn't have Flash yet. Flash is still not available. They know the timing here as they just got it out. Light is down. You got Carson who tried to come in and save him. Crisp is over here. Beichuan, he has the GA. He is literally just baiting out the team while they're losing their base. The Shy has to flash away. Beichuan, he will finally die his second death. Yukao wants to find the big petrifying gaze, but they've got them pinned into a corner.
He's got it.
And Yukao's flashing. He's getting them all as he's chasing Crisp down. Fang after Fang after Fang. And TT will fully take out Weibo Gaming. And there ain't no upsets today. Hoya called it from the start.
TT take down Weibo. Not in a 3-game series, but in a 2-game thrashing, and Weibo are just left wondering, and TT will continue their win streak.
Look at that. Look at that. That's how you do it. TT with the gall, the confidence to take these solo lanes into a team like the Shy, like Xiaohu, like Karsa, like Crisp. You got all the names, and it didn't matter, man. TT, they're the real deal, feels like. They have come together after struggling in the early part of the season to have a beautiful renaissance.
Who needs names when you've got Mojo? TT say. And they come in with a very clear
We got Hoya, Yukao, the solo lanes, man.
Exactly. You know, they had a clear-cut plan in game number 1 with that Silas flex into the Nart. And in this game too, it feels like Casio just tore apart the game. Once it got into a situation where it couldn't be picked on, those items come in, you get a lot of resistances. The Mountain Dragons as well, I feel like silently play a pretty large part in this game. Just simply because the baseline resistances that you can get just from existing and having that Mountain Dragon make it so difficult for Weibo to ever find picks. And I feel like that was also the thing for me, that Weibo didn't really have too many tools to try and punish the side of TT. It felt like it was always Thunder Talk that had the agency to do whatever they wanted on the map.
And it might be Karsa's birthday, but questions will be around completely Weibo Gaming on how they let this happen against TT, especially with the strengths coming into this one. They were themselves trying to push into a 3-series win streak and put themselves back into that solid stop of the table. And it does just leave a lot of question marks with the kind of compositions they went through, but majorly the execution of these compositions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, this is not the Weibo that we'd come to expect, realistically. Not only with just the name power, but just generally how they are always playing. It felt like they weren't as, you know, I don't always like overusing the word discipline, but typically I feel like when you've got Xiaohu and Karsa, there's a certain level of uniform that your play typically tends to have as a team, and it feels like that wasn't there today for Weibo. And, you know, the big star names, the Shy specifically, shut down by Hoya. Simple as that. Hoya said, yeah, I'm stronger than you.
He literally called it. Those are before the series happened, and he literally said, I am better than the Shy, and took him out.
Word for word, bar for bar, and showed it on the stage where it matters. So, honestly, massive congratulations to TT. And now it's about kind of looking forward and seeing where the limit really is, right? You've got a pretty interesting run of games now for the next couple of weeks. You've got OMG into NIP into RNG. What are you going to look like into some of these teams, right? NIP kind of middling towards the top end of the table right now. OMG, oh no, actually, I think they're on the opposite end, aren't they? NIP, never mind. But OMG and RNG kind of in the situation where they're trying to fight to get into playoffs. You've got a good run of games here all of a sudden to try and continue to build this momentum off of.
And the thing is you don't have to worry about facing Weibo again. You're done. You've crossed the test. You're finished with it. You don't have to deal with them unless you get to playoffs against them. And that is another thing that you have to take into consideration is now TT have taken off, IG have taken off this Weibo Gaming roster, and it's been off the back of some very, very highlight-worthy performances from everyone. It is not just UCal. It is not just seeing Hoya pop off. Beichuan has been so crucial in delivering a lot of these resources, and Huanfeng will always be the stalwart bottom laner that we had seen rise in prominence on Suning and really continuing this for TT.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been the foundation pillar, really, him alongside UCal, right? And it feels like the rest of the members are stepping up around them as well continually. Hoya, obviously, in this series, a lot to talk about with him. And frankly, manhandling the Shy in lane.
Yeah.
As well as Beichuan and Yaya.
That was two solo kill in each game, right? He was literally just dominating side lanes.
Yeah, and there's not really much else to add to it. It felt like the Shy didn't feel like himself. And 2 games on the Gnar, 1 game counted out by the Silas, and in the second by the Cassante. So sure, rough matchups, but at the end of the day, very happy to just take it to the Shy Hoya and shut him down.
Well, let's all bow down to the Jin main himself. We all love Jin. We all appreciate Huanfeng Jin, and we get to hear from him as well. We will send it over to Christina, who gets to talk to the ADC of TT.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Huanfeng, the AD carry for Thunder Talk Gaming. Congratulations on your victory. Did you guys expect a 2-0 clean victory into WBG, who is a really strong team as well? 欢迎焕锋选手来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 TT 今天2-0战胜了对手。那么想问一下，在这局比赛之前 ，TT 这边有没有预料到会是一个2-0干净利落的战胜？目前实力和积分榜都在我们 TT 之上的一个微博战队呢？
赛前是有预想过的，因为我们队友都蛮自信的，
Actually, we have predicted that we can take down our opponent 2-0 because we are so confident. Each member in our team is really confident. And second question, I'm curious about what is a key point for you guys to take down your opponent in 29 minutes in game number 1? Is that because your mid-jungle synergy or the draft or team communication or the other things? 那么第二个问题确实也是像焕锋选手提到的，今天 TT 选手都很自信嘛，特别是在第一局的时候，29分钟就可以说是结束了战局。你觉得在第一局来说，队伍能够拿下胜利的主要原因是什么呢？会是你们的上野表现、你们的团队沟通、阵容，还是一些其他的原因？
我觉得第一把拿下的关键就是我们队友很厉害，中上野，然后他们的沟通也很好，就坚信自己做的事情。
I think the reason why we can take down game number 1 is just because my teammates are really strong, like our top laner, mid laner, and jungler, and I just need to do my own things best. Second question, I really want to touch on late game in game number 2, because I think WBG played really aggressively in early game, but I think TT did a really great job in early game about those objectives, securing, or anything else. What is your general strategies in late game in game number 2? 那么在第二局的时候，微博可以说是前期也看到他们也展现了韧性嘛，大家都打得有来有回。但是 TT 这边好像很明显在后期的一些中立资源的争夺上，好像做得更好。所以你们在 TT 大后期针对微博的一个大致的策略是什么呢？
大概就是跟他们对峙，然后我们利用我们的大招找机会，就占好有利的地形。
Actually, we have found so many good positions and using our ultimate to make some really hard damage to our opponent. Final question for you. You have got 4 consecutive wins. How long do you think you can sustain this level of performance? 那么最后一个问题，现在 TT 可以说是豪取4连胜。换风选手觉得 TT 这支战队能保持你们这样不败精神能保持多久呢？
我觉得只要我们大家一起努力，一定可以一直保持下去。
I think as long as we work hard together, we can really and definitely keep this level of performance. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢换风选手来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. I get to hear the short but sweet words from Huan Fang, the wholesome man himself, but not wholesome on the Rift. With that KD on Jin, getting bowed down to the Jin main. But it was just that statement performance from TT, and you get to hear, you never know how long these kinds of runs can go. And it's really been incredible from TT, and Beichuan actually gets the MVP for this second game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm down for that. I think a lot of his engages really set up for TT success. Of course, playing the Vi, it's kind of your whole job, but it's one thing for it to be a job, it's another to do it very, very well. And I feel like he only really overstepped his bounds once, and maybe that third-ish Dragon, I think it was, where the rest of the team couldn't commit, and it could have given, I think it actually did give Weibo a bit of breathing room, perhaps, that they deserve in that particular game state. But nonetheless, an amazing game where he got out ahead of Casa again, like he did in game number 1, and set up the laners of TT for immaculate success.
Again, it's on to Yukao getting those resources consistently. Just feels really good. And Nahoya, we can't state it enough, man. Against the Shy, having so many positive moments, but a lot of that resource delving from Beichuan leading to that.
Exactly. So, very, sometimes you see MVPs, you're like, sometimes they're like super obvious. This one, not so obvious, but makes a lot of sense. So,
yeah,
good for Beichuan to pick that one up.
It was an incredible day of games. We didn't get to go to all 6, but we did have some bangers in its own right. That first series going the distance, and we also are going to take a look at those. But that third game, maybe not as back and forth as maybe we wanted that first series to be, but it was a 2-1 victory from TES over IG, and TT taking that statement victory, as we said, 2-0 over Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, really, really. Impressive showing, I think, for game number 2 from IG, but generally Top Esports, feel like they just came out in that final game and just said, yeah, enough's enough. We're not dealing with this nonsense anymore. And they very happily swept aside IG as they actually, claimed first place off of them, off the back of that victory. So I'm going to feel very happy about knocking them off that pedestal, particularly, of course, Jackie Love and Rookie, as it is their former organization.
Yeah, and they are at that 4-win streak now for Top Esports. So themselves with TT locked in there in those big win streaks. But tomorrow, we're getting some fun stuff across the LPL yet again. It might not be Valentine's Day, but we'll still have some love for the games. We got AL versus BLG and JDG versus EDG.
Yeah, very excited for that second series, in particular JDG, EDG. EDG, kind of a team still searching for their ceiling, right? And it feels like whenever they play closer towards it, they give us some really exciting gameplay. And of course, very curious to see how JDG will bounce back off of their loss. So looking forward to that. And of course, BLG as well. Even though Anyone's Legend still searching for their first series win, it feels like to me, BLG are still the team that need, these kind of games to get a little bit more of a stable foothold for themselves to build off moving forward.
Well, it's been my absolute pleasure to have this little LPL date with you, Jamada. I hope you're having a wonderful Valentine's Day to kick us off. Everyone at home, I hope you all are holding your loved ones close and make sure they all know all the love that you have for them. Thank you to the production team for everything today, making us look good. Jamada, thank you as well for joining me. And we will see you next time tomorrow. You better be there for some more LPL action on Summoner's Rift.